Wick, if I called you a rapist on public television, would you sue me? You should.
Trump is a
I think you're a rapist, Wick.
I think that slap
Trump
laws,
is a rapist.
Pisco, show me the criminal conviction right now.
I didn't say he was convicted of any crime related to that. And I think that the fact
was
that
he ever criminally convicted of Pisco?
I never said he was criminally convicted.
You did when you called him a rapist.
No, I didn't. Trump is a rapist.
I think you're a rapist, Wick.
I think that slap
Trump
laws,
is a rapist. In order for someone to be a rapist, must they be convicted of yes or no? Correct.
No. In order for someone to be
you
called
just admit, wait. I just want to be clear. You just admit what you just said was fucking stupid, right? Yes or no?
No, it said in order to be called.
So when I said Trump is a rapist, and you said it must entail you saying that he's criminally convicted, you were wrong about that, weren't you?
No, it's not. That's not what I said. They called him a rapist, and he was never convicted of. Are parents terrorists for going to school board meetings?
No.
A friend of mine got arrested at a school board meeting in Arizona for standing there.
Is that's all I did?
He was speaking.
What's your friend's name? I'll look it up.
Kelly Walker.
Kelly Walker was found guilty of disrupting an educational institution and disorderly conduct. Police say that he and 2 other men showed up at the Mesquite Elementary School with zip ties, threatening to arrest the principal. Walker's sentencing is next month.
Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, the question is Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech we've seen in the last 20 years? On the affirmative side, I have Wick TV and Pisco's Hour. On the negative side, I have Sean Farage and the Misfit Patriot, who's making his double debut back from last night. If you didn't catch it, you're missing out. Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and start with opening statements. Wick, to you.
Sure. Tonight, I'm here to defend free speech, and it needs our defense today more than it has in a very long time. I'm going to read you a quote from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. And look, I get it. I'm a Biden voter. I'm a Democrat, a liberal. Why would you ever believe me, right? But Fire's been in the trenches for free speech for people across the political spectrum since 1999. They've gone to war for you. They've defended Turning Point USA. They've defended the ADF, or the Alliance for Defending Freedom. They've gone to bat for conservative after conservative after conservative, including individuals and organizations, and opposed Democratic and leftist efforts to deplatform or cancel. And in regards to the current Trump administration and their relationship to free speech, this is what their legal director had to say a couple weeks ago. He says this, and I quote, "In my career, I have never seen this scope, this scale, and this severity of what we've seen in the last 3 months," end quote. The Trump administration is retaliating against lawful immigrants who write op-eds expressing views they do not like by revoking their visas and seeking to detain and deport them. The Trump administration is retaliating against editorial discretion and opinions it does not like by weaponizing access to the press pool for press organizations. The Trump administration is retaliating against law firms that represent clients they do not like by banning them from buildings and stripping their clearances. The Trump administration is seeking to force colleges and universities to change their curriculum, violating their academic freedoms. The Trump administration is weaponizing the FCC against its political enemies, seeking to bring suit to those media organizations critical of him whilst protecting ones that view him favorably. The Trump administration is engaging in countless frivolous lawsuits it knows it cannot win in order to intimidate its critics into silence. The presidency has a wide array of legitimate powers it is granted by the Constitution and is granted wide discretion in how it uses those powers. But legitimate power can be used for illegitimate purposes, and that is exactly what is happening when Trump uses the power granted to him by the Constitution to try and attack and curtail your free speech. It is a full-scale assault on our liberty and the cornerstone of our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. Pisco, to you.
Yeah, they're not even trying to hide it at this point. So they're running numerous test cases that have already been struck down in preliminary injunctions or in TROs. So one example that Wick brought up was the attack on law firms. I mean, their stated purposes there are for the law firm's representation of clients. That's private speech. It's well been protected by the Supreme Court for decades and decades and decades. They've also said it's because of their positions on DEI. Whatever you want to think about DEI, that's First Amendment expression and associational activities. None of the allegations allege that what they're doing what law firms were doing with their policies was, racially illegal or illegal under the anti-discrimination frameworks. They do the same thing with the immigrants who are protected by the First Amendment under binding Supreme Court precedent, saying, because Mahmoud Khalil or other individuals in these protests are just involved with Israel or pro-Palestinian protests, more properly calibrated, that they're a detriment to national security interests of the United States. And it's all pretextual and it's all in your face, open and blatant. They're trying to have a communist takeover, a Stalinist-like takeover of the universities, because they're not clamping down on anti-Semitism enough. Anti-Semitism, whatever you want to say for, if these protests really are anti-Semitic, I don't believe many of them are, though there are anti-Semitic elements in them. But regardless, anti-Semitism is protected by the First Amendment, even if it were the case. And they're trying to take over these universities openly and blatantly. And now there's a big lawsuit over. Wick already mentioned FIRE, which is a respected organization in terms of their defense of the First Amendment. But there's a more core reason why you should be fearful of this administration with the First Amendment is their attacks on due process. Every single one of your rights is protected by due process. What does it mean to have the First Amendment or the Second Amendment if you're not able to have a hearing or access courthouses or go to a trial, even if it's in the case of a criminal conviction of yourself? And what the administration has been doing is trying to coerce judges, to coerce litigants, to coerce defendants, and the most vulnerable among us to really deny them due process. Right now, it's happening mostly with the immigrants and people who are here, allegedly illegally, or have pathways to perhaps some defensive relief. But in denying due process for some, they're opening up a can of worms against any individual who's claiming that their deprivation of liberty or their deprivation, let's say, of some right or some benefit is on the basis of First Amendment retaliation. You just heard Stephen Miller say they're talking about suspending habeas corpus. Well, what is the suspension of habeas corpus in the modern context besides, an invitation for the administration to start throwing people in jail because they say things they don't like? If you don't think that this is a danger to you or your rights, especially the First Amendment, or that Trump isn't capable of wielding the administrative, office against his enemies for political reasons, you haven't been paying attention. He's openly in the Oval Office targeting former bureaucrats because of their expression. Because they said that the election wasn't stolen. He's, revoking global entry, saying that he's going to publicly announce criminal investigations into people because of that. Attacking, as Wick mentioned, these frivolous lawsuits over the coverage of a CBS interview. If any of this shit was happening by the left in the era of Biden, you guys would be losing your minds. And it's a disgrace that you come in here and say it's not an actual threat to the First Amendment. What you have instead are these woke righties who want to employ all the tactics they say they don't like from the woke left on campuses when it was done by private actors. And now when the government is actually engaging in coercion and using the tools and instruments of its authority to go after people on the basis of their protected First Amendment activities, they sleep and they don't give a fuck about it. It's classic woke tactics being used by the government, actually.
Thank you, Pisco. And Sean, to you.
Sure. Thank you. The title of this show is Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years? And I would have to say that obviously he is not one of the greatest threats to free speech that we have seen in the last 20 years. If we take a look at what the Biden regime did to concerned parents at school board meetings, putting them on terrorist watch lists, if you've seen what the Biden regime had done to folks who attended a protest on January 6th, who, albeit some of them may have gotten out of control, right? But when we have a conversation about due process, where was the due process for those protesters and those attendees who did not get their right to a fair trial? There is no fair trial in which a conservative can stand trial in a jurisdiction like Washington, D.C., where 95% of the people who you're going to be picking from the jury pool voted for a Democrat and will always vote for a Democrat. And there were change of venue requests that were made in those cases and in those proceedings that were swiftly denied by activist D.C. judges, right? If you look at the Biden regime and what the last regime did, we can have a conversation about them being the greatest or potentially the worst threat to free speech in the history of our country, weaponizing speech online, deplatforming people, debanking people, the cancel culture mobs that were encouraged by the last administration, bailed out of jail by the last administration. When you look at Donald Trump and you want to say that maybe he's a threat to the First Amendment, we can talk about there are things that he may or may not be doing that could threaten your right to free speech. But to call him one of the greatest threats in the last 20 years, I think is an overreaction. I honestly think it's either hyperbolic or flatly dramatic to say that he is one of the greatest threats to free speech over the last 20 years. One of the gentlemen who just went before mentioned he's making colleges change their curriculum. I'm not exactly sure which curriculum or which items in a college curriculum. I know that he is making sure that these colleges don't allow men to play in sports with women. I don't believe that's part of the curriculum. That is part of their athletic outfit, but that's not a part of their curriculum. I heard somebody mention that the anti-Semitic protests or anti-Israel protests. One of my favorite things to hear is that Donald Trump is making criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism illegal. No, he's not making it illegal. What he is making illegal, or it's not he hasn't made it illegal, it's already illegal. It's a violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 373. It's the solicitation to violence, right? Soliciting violence is illegal. Calling for intifada, which by definition, is a violent uprising of the Palestinian people, is illegal. You're calling for a violent uprising. Immigrants, when you talk about immigrants and say that they're allegedly illegal, how about an immigrant like Gilmar Abrego Garcia, who isn't allegedly illegal? He's admittedly illegal. That man does not belong in our country. There is a way to come here. There is a way not to come here. Has nothing to do with his free speech or his due process rights. That man admitted to being here illegally. He is ripe for deportation. You had multiple courts, a police gang unit, his knuckles, other gang members, his wife's ex-husband, his wife, and so many other people saying that this man is a part of a gang. I don't know how much more evidence we need to be concerned about this man's existence in our country. And finally, what I will say about that, and when it comes down to illegal aliens, when it comes down to the right to due process, yes, that is something that is granted to all American citizens. And if all of us on stage are American citizens, I will fight to my death to make sure that your due process rights aren't violated, because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that we all, despite who you voted for, Wick said he's a Biden voter. Pisco, I don't know who you voted for. That's okay. It doesn't really matter to me, right? We're all American brothers and sisters. If we're legally citizens of the United States, I'll fight for your right to free speech. I hate cancel culture. I hate seeing people get banned. I hate seeing people taken off the internet, demonetized and censored and losing their platform. I do not believe that Donald Trump is one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years. I do not believe that he is a greater threat than the previous administration when it comes to free speech. I do not believe that he was as big a threat as Barack Obama. And I believe the idea that he's one of the greatest threats to free speech over the last 20 years is preposterous.
Thank you, Sean. Misfit to you.
Yeah, so the 20 years thing, I thought that was interesting, because we would be going back to Obama, who basically made propaganda legal. And I just thought that was funny. I just thought of that before I was about to start speaking, completely unrelated. But I heard one of the, I think it was Wick, say lawful immigrants, right? So I'd like to know, once we get into the debate, are you defining lawful immigrant as a United States citizen? Because then you'd have an argument. If you're talking about an undocumented immigrant, they're not lawful. The thing is, when you try to make an argument that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, you have to look at his actions instead of thinking about your feelings about what he says, right? Number one, just in this administration, not even his first one, the executive order restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, right? This order was signed to prevent federal agencies from pressuring social media platforms to censor content. Okay. His public statements about the universities and protests and what have you, removing federal funding from certain universities that are engaging in certain practices, that's his right. He doesn't have to give these people federal funding, right? It's at his purview. And the main argument I think that people are going to make on the opposing side is the due process argument, right? Here's the deal. If you're referring to visa holders or undocumented immigrants, the rights that they hold are the First Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and the due process that they are owed if they are a visa holder, right, in regards to those, is limited. Now, if you are talking about an undocumented immigrant or an illegal immigrant, right? The only due process that they have once they are found to have come into the country illegally is the process of removing them. That's the due process. So once they are found to be like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? You're an MS-13 member. Donald Trump has designated the MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization, right? So we're not talking about free speech between free loving Americans. And I think that that's the thing that you guys conflate. You try to make it this broad scope thing, like Donald Trump is going after a certain group of people. He could go after you and me next, but he's not, right? What he's doing is he's tying in foreign terrorist organizations to potential ways to combat people that either are in or are aligning with foreign terrorist organizations. Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization, right? They are terrorists. They are radical Islamic terrorists. So when you have anti-Israel protests, if they are just an anti-Israel protest, and what we talk about with protests on the right, I know you guys don't view it this way. A protest, a peaceful protest, is when you grab a license, you make sure that you get the organizers together, you do it lawfully, legally, you assemble peacefully, you don't restrict kids from going to class, you don't threaten people, you don't do any illegal activity. And protesting, by the way, which is your First Amendment right, the right to peaceful assembly has to be peaceful. The only thing that you can do in that is peaceful assembly. The second one person in the entire group goes and does something illegal, like let's say throws a bottle at the opposing side, assault, vandalism, any type of illegal activity, your entire group is now lumped into that. So when Donald Trump says, "Hey, we got this college protester who is we're gonna remove his visa, we're gonna kick him out of the country because he's engaged in alignment with a foreign terrorist organization and organizing a protest that is not peaceful," then he's organizing illegal activity. So there is no argument to be made for any undocumented immigrant. There's no argument to be made for any visa holder that's not adhering to the laws of the land. You can still have the First Amendment protection where you can legally do things. You can still have the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment protections, but you don't have the right to I guess you could say skirt the law, and you don't have the right to walk up to the line of what is legal and isn't legal in this country and go, "Hey, if I did something, then I have the same exact protections as United States citizens," because you don't. That's it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your statements, gentlemen. Kind reminder to the audience, we will go into an open panel dumpster fire at the end of this. We'll do the debate, we'll do closing statements, we will read and respond to your super chats, and then we will open the panel up to the public. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Is independent advocacy for a Palestine or for Hamas or anti-Semitism, is that protected by the First Amendment, yes or no?
Independent.
What was the question?
Is independent advocacy, speech in favor of Hamas, speech in favor of Palestine? Let's start with Hamas. Is that speech protected by the First Amendment, yes or no?
No.
No.
Okay. So you
No,
think
because that is speech, and I'll just explain, that is speech advocating for a group that has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Terrorism is not legal. Advocating for terrorism is not legal in the United States.
Are you aware with Brandenburg standard for incitement? Okay, so you understand that pure abstract advocacy, for a violent group or even a violent end, that's protected speech recognized by the Supreme Court. You can support, if you want to, Al Qaeda. You can voice your support for Al Qaeda. Do you think that's not protected speech by the First Amendment in this country?
The Brandenburg test does not cover what you're saying it covers. It is a violation.
Does it cover the KKK, for example?
It is a violation of 18 U.S. Code, Section 373, solicitation to commit a crime of violence.
Solicitation.
That is a felony. That is a federal
felony. So solicitation isn't what we're talking about, right? So solicitation has to do with a communication.
Well, contextualize it.
But to be clear, 100% clear, are you saying that if I go out on the street and I say, I support Al Qaeda, I support Hamas, and I'm on the street waving signs saying, I support Al Qaeda, is that protected speech?
That is.
Okay, so if someone says so if I go outside and say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is that protected speech? Nope. Why not?
Nope.
No.
Why not?
You're calling for a
because, so why don't we start with this? From what river?
load up. Let's just go
From
one at
what
a time.
river to what sea, Pisco?
Well, no. Granted means what you think. Grant that it means that it's calling for.
No, it's not what I think.
No,
From what river to what sea?
Yeah. So from the Jordan River to the to the Mediterranean to the
And what exists between those two bodies of water?
Yeah. So we're not here to debate what they mean. Take it for granted that.
Well, you just asked the question, so I'd like to know what you mean.
No, I didn't actually ask what it meant. So take it for granted that what's meant is genocide. What isn't it First Amendment protected speech to say I support genocide? What's wrong? Why is that not protected speech?
It is.
If it's in support of a foreign terrorist organization, then no.
Wait, an American can sit here and say so just for example, someone who says I support the Holocaust. If someone says I support the Holocaust, you think that's not protected speech?
You support the Holocaust? No,
Yeah,
supporting is not illegal. Calling for action is illegal,
Wait,
right?
No, you can. Hold on, I just need to correct you because
general
you can.
support.
I can say.
General
I can
support,
hold on.
saying I like that Hamas kills
I get what you're
Jews
saying.
is fine. Saying from the river to the sea, the implication is you're trying to incite Hamas to engage
It's
in
not an
a
imminent
genocide.
lawless call for action.
Actively happening.
Hold on.
Saying you support the genocide that has happened is different. It's over. You're not calling for it.
Okay.
Wick
so
to you.
I understand what you're saying, but what I am saying is that you can go and you can say, I want there to be another genocide, and that is protected speech. It's
100% it is.
It's horrific. It's gross.
I
You
guess
can
if
say, I want there to be another Holocaust. I want there to be another genocide. I think the Jews should be Holocausted. You can say that, and the government cannot arrest you for it.
No,
Do you agree?
You're right.
Wait, do you agree?
Wanting and hoping, not illegal.
No, I want there.
I
and
want it to
hope
occur.
is,
Yeah.
And you guys should do it.
Expressing a desire. You're calling for it.
Calling for it. That's a slippery slope, man.
No.
It's
so
like
the clear
because
line.
Are you calling to an action? If you all right, so saying, I guess you could say that yelling fire in a crowded theater is the argument that the left.
Stop. No, we're talking about Brandenburg right now. We're talking about Brandenburg. We're talking about Brandenburg, and the line that's clear there is
I'll let Sean jump in.
The call for the line there that's clear is an imminent lawless call to action, a call to lawless action, and there you need to have proximity. And that's what makes certain differences. So like if I'm outside the building right now and saying you right now go inside there, steal what's going on there, that's when we're talking about incitement. But independent advocacy, yes, even of violent things, you can say we eventually want to take over the United States. We think there should be a violent overthrow of the United States government. You need to have the immediacy. You need to have the proximity. That is what's key to the Brandenburg holding. And so what you're talking about saying, even yes, I'm calling for that is protected speech in this country. And when you say that maybe it's not, or because there's some section in the law that says that, the First Amendment, as is clear, is the supreme law of the land. It's part of the Constitution, regardless of what a state says or what the U.S. law says.
18 U.S.C. 1091, right? The statute criminalizes genocide defined as acts of intended to destroy in whole
or genocide criminalized.
Hold on.
That's
yeah,
genocide.
so
let him finish. Pisco, let him finish.
So if you're saying, right, so this is also ties into Trump's executive order, right? So you got the key statutes where the calling for a genocide would fall outside of the First Amendment protection, right? The 18 U.S.C. 1091, right? The side statute, USC 2339A and 2339B, material support for terrorism. The material support for terrorism is a big one, right? Solicitation to commit a crime of violence. Now, that's not what you're talking about. Threats, and this is also what you have to.
You're confused, buddy.
The two. I'm not confused.
You are.
I'm talking.
Let him finish, Pisco.
So providing material support to designated foreign terrorist organizations listed by the State Department, for example, Hamas, is illegal. Material support includes tangible aid, intangible aid like advocacy or propaganda. When coordinated with or directed by the FTO, speech advocating for the FTO's ideology is protected unless it involves direct support or incitement. Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project.
Yep, that's the case. So Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project does not cover independent advocacy. If you read, have you read Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project? Yes
so
or no?
yeah,
have you read it? Yes or no?
So
have you read it? Yes. Have you read?
No,
so you haven't.
Whoa,
it doesn't cover.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I didn't. I was stopped.
Let's slow down a little bit. Don't
do the thing.
So you haven't
Pisco,
read
ahead.
the case. That case does not cover independent advocacy. And furthermore, there's a conceptual problem with what you're doing there, right? You're citing a U.S. statute to define the scope of the First Amendment. Obviously, the First Amendment Amendment is going to, surpass the U.S. statutes, because to the extent that a U.S. law conflicts with the First Amendment, that law is invalid. We know that. We know that the Supreme Court says that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So what Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project told us is it only covered when there's direct communication, when there's a providing of. So that's what material support means. It doesn't cover independent advocacy.
That's why the guy, I'm blanking on his name. That's why the Palestinian kid was held
Mahmoud
under that
Khalil.
statute.
No.
Mahmoud Khalil.
He was not accused. He was not accused of that. You're
Hold
wrong.
on, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Finish.
because he had the ties to the foreign terrorist organization, and he was working in a coordinate, like, so the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying is, you're saying independent, right? Where it's like you just walk outside, you yourself walk outside and say, I support Hamas, totally legal, right? When it is a coordinated group effort that is funded or organized by something that, let's say, the Trump administration has reasonable suspicion to believe is tied to an NGO that is in support of a foreign terrorist organization. No, you don't get the First Amendment there. That's exactly what his executive order is about.
Have you read either Mahmoud Khalil's notice to appear or Senator or Secretary of State Marco Rubio's memorandum that establishes his inadmissibility? Have you read either of those two documents?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're not aware actually of the basis for his removal or his reported removal. They're not saying that he's linked to Hamas. I just want to be clear about that. They have not alleged that he is linked to Hamas in any way. The only thing that they've cited is the Secretary of State's designation that his maintaining presence in the United States would be counter to the foreign policy interests of the United States. At no point in any of the official allegations of the government have they said that Mahmoud Khalil is affiliated with, linked with in any way to Hamas. So you agree, as you sit here right now, you do not have any evidence that he's linked to Hamas?
Is Mahmoud Khalil Palestinian?
Do you have evidence that he's linked to Hamas, yes or no?
Is he? It's a simple question.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine first. Do you have any evidence as you sit here that he's linked to
Yes,
to
I do.
Hamas?
Yes, I do.
So what is that evidence,
yes,
actually?
I do. I'm going to. It's in my question. Here's the evidence. Is he Palestinian?
So he's Syrian born,
Who's-
Palestinian of ethnic origin. He lived in Egypt for a time.
Who's the government in Palestine, right? Who's the de facto government of Palestine? Hamas, right? So there's your connection.
Go ahead, Wick. Go ahead. I want to let Wick jump in.
Misfit. I am an American, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
The current government in the United States is MAGA. Do you think that makes me MAGA?
No, the current
No.
government in
So
the
why
United
would you
States-
think that
United States- hold on,
being
hold
Palestinian
on,
makes you Hamas?
If a different country, they designated the United States a foreign terrorist organization, and you were an American in that country, they would hold you to the standard whether you were a Republican or a Democrat.
Do you hold Wick to be MAGA?
No, I'm telling you.
No, we're applying your standard.
MAGA.
Do you hold Wick to be MAGA?
Are you an American?
No,
Are you
so
an
I'm
American?
an
Do you hold-
American.
do you
I'm
hold
American.
Wick to be
That's
MAGA?
Born and bred.
MAGA is a movement, not a government organization.
Do you
MAGA
hold him to
is
be a
in control
Republican?
of the White House. They are the ones who Trump is
Nobody-
MAGA. Trump
no.
is
We only have
in
one
control of
American government.
Republicans.
We
Well,
only
let's
have
even
one
go to
American government.
Republicans. The
Is he a
Republicans
Republican?
control the White House, correct?
We only have one American government. There is no. You're an American, right?
So we're applying your
understand?
standard, sir.
It
We're
doesn't-
applying your standard.
No. We're not.
Gentlemen, I'm just gonna give a kind reminder about how I feel about interruptions. I understand we're all passionate and heated in the matter of our conversation, but I would like to remind you the audience can't hear much of what you're saying because you're talking over each other.
Gotcha. Okay. You want to go or should I go? Because
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's try to do this civilly. You, sir, are an American under one government, right? Whether or not you like the people in charge of the government, you're an American under one government. Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian, under one government. That government is Hamas. So he is Palestinian. We have designated Hamas a foreign terrorist organization. He is in protest in support of Hamas against Israel, and that ties him to his own government, to a foreign terrorist organization. That's the connection.
Who controls the West Bank?
If I may respond. If I may respond. That is also a good point. But simply because I'm an American does not mean I support my government, does not mean I support all of its actions. And in fact, I have before protested its actions in several incidences, right? So this idea that him being Palestinian is evidence in any way, shape, or form that he is Hamas is farcical on its face, much like it would be farcical on its face to say that because I'm an American, that I'm MAGA or I'm Republican. In the same vein, it is farcical on its face to say that simply because he is Palestinian means that he is Hamas or
Yeah,
connected to
Can I
Hamas.
add something
It is
here?
just not true.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Can
But
I add something here?
one quick thing, then I'll kick it to Sean.
Yeah.
Again, what you're not understanding is there is one government. But go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, when we talk about Khalil, because now we're getting into, I think, semantics about, American and I'm not MAGA and all this. But when you get into what Mahmoud Khalil was charged under, right, or what he was charged with, Section 237A, the Immigration and Nationality Act, which Pisco brought up, right, allows for the deportation of non-citizens if the Secretary of State determines that their presence or activities in the United States could have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. We understand that is what Mahmoud Khalil was arrested. That was the statute. That's what they're saying he violated and why he was detained and had his visa revoked. His activities in the United States, meaning the riots that he organized at Columbia University, the literature that his protest was filled with, that he was caught with, right, that he was distributing, said death to America and was in favor. His activities and his protests were in favor of an FTO. Those activities in the United States are providing, by law, material support by means of advocacy to a foreign terrorist organization. Those activities in the United States are counter to the best interest or the current interests of U.S. foreign policy. If you don't want to have this happen to you, and you're a foreign student here studying, don't break the law. Don't call for the death of a country that is giving you the right to study within that country. He could very well have avoided that.
What law did cause
Very quickly, Misfit Patriot, who controls the West Bank?
I mean, again, it doesn't matter
who controls the West
Why
Bank.
are we going back to that?
Yeah,
That's a silly thing.
So this is why we're going
You're
back
straw-
to it.
look,
Because-
you're
no,
straw- you're
this-
strawmanning-
excuse
you're
me.
strawmanning this.
This is why we're going back to it, because you made an allegation. You said
Because you don't want to answer the question I asked you.
No. So we know, you said, for example, and for the purpose of the material support, it actually plays into what you're saying as well, because material support actually does require for some kind of communication between the two parties. That's what's necessary for material support. And so you're saying that he is saying speech in favor of genocide. Even if it were true, there are no allegations to that effect. I just want to be clear. None of you have read the notice to appear. None of you have read Marco Rubio's declaration that is attached in the basis of his removal. And so none of those things that you just said, Sean, about him being caught with pamphlets that calling for the death of America, that's a lie. There are no official allegations to that effect. There's no allegation whatsoever that he made a statement in favor of Hamas. So all of that is bullshit, just to be clear. But you made a different statement, Mr. Patriot. You said, we know he's affiliated with Hamas. And the reason we know he's affiliated with Hamas is because he's a Palestinian. And of course, Palestinians are under one government. And so my question for you, Mr. Patriot, is very clear. Who controls the West Bank?
The West Bank is under Israeli control.
So what is the Palestinian government in charge of the West Bank?
Hamas. I mean, it's Palestinians. No. Not, you're talking about control, right? Like they have invaded that little area. But if you are Palestinian, your government is Hamas. So if Israel has taken over and you're still a Palestinian, your government is not Israel. Is the Israeli government?
Have you heard of the Palestinian Authority before, Misfit? Have you heard of that?
No, yeah. The PLO. Look.
The PLO? No, I didn't say PLO.
No, the Palestinian.
I'm asking if you've heard of it before.
Yes.
Okay, you know that's controlled by Fatah, right? And not Hamas. You know that Fatah and Hamas are enemies. You know that, right?
Yeah, and they got their own little president, but it's really...
So you agree, therefore, you agree that all Palestinians, even if this were a standard that could be applied, Wick already dumpstered your standard, but even if this were a standard, even if there were a standard to be applied, that you are the beliefs of your country and that not necessarily affiliates you in the way that the material support demands, even if that were the standard, it's a stupid standard, but even if it were, you agree that you agree, therefore, that not all people of Palestinian heritage live under Hamas. You agree with that, yes, correct? Do you agree with that?
Sure, but you asked a question. You asked a question I can answer now, right? So you said, what's the connection for Mahmoud Khalil to Hamas?
Yes,
okay. It's the fucking protest where he's supporting Hamas. That's the thing. There, you have a Palestinian who is under a Palestinian government that is a foreign terrorist organization at a protest calling for the death to Israel. in chanting from the river to the sea, like Sean said. You want to say the pamphlets? There's no evidence of the pamphlets. I don't know. Then why did they find them? Right? Like so. But either way, you don't need hardcore evidence for this. You need common sense. The kid is Palestinian. Hamas's government is a foreign terrorist organization. He's in America at a protest supporting the foreign terrorist organization. You don't need this. This doesn't need to be complicated.
Can you name one statement that he has made in support of Hamas that he himself said?
How about just being at the protest? Why do you?
He organized the protest.
So the people who were at the January 6th protests are going to be responsible for everything everyone
They
at the
fucking
January 6th
were.
protest
Wait,
did?
should they be?
They
Should
were.
they be?
Organizers
Should they be?
were
Yes or no?
held accountable. And by the way,
should
the
the
organizers
organizers-
Go ahead. Sean hasn't talked in a while. Go ahead, Sean.
As somebody who has organized protests in the past, and I did this on Long Island when I lived in New York, we had tens of thousands of people came out. I understood that every single protest that I organized, I was on the hook for. Period. End of story. Okay. And I made sure that, okay, you could laugh,
Fucking
but you've
stupid.
never
Yeah,
done
I'm
it.
laughing.
Okay. Yeah, you could laugh and you can cuss and you can use colorful language, or you could sit down, you could shut up and you could let me finish. That's your decision.
No,
Okay.
you go for it.
As somebody who has done this in the past, I understood that anything that happened at a protest or a function that I organized that had 10,000 people at it, okay, would ultimately come back at me. And I had elected officials in the state of New York that had come at me and called me a terrorist for activities that happened or that they said happened at my protest, which never happened. Okay. And I took immense precaution to make sure that the people who came to my protests behaved themselves under full assumption that if they didn't, I was going to be held accountable. If you organize something and it gets out of hand and you are the organizer of that protest and it gets out of hand, yes, you absolutely should and
Trump
can be held accountable for it.
personally responsible for January 6th? Should Trump be held personally responsible?
Because
Why
he said
not?
peacefully and patriotically. He outlined it and he described it.
Did he or did he not
He
organize the
described
protest?
what he wanted to do.
Did he or did
What?
he not? Or did he or did he not organize the protest?
He did not organize that protest.
So Donald Trump,
There was different organizers.
So you're shitting me right now. So do you have any evidence that Mahmoud Khalil personally organized the protest?
I mean, I assume
Is
based
the answer
on the reports
no?
I assume based on the reports because the reports are that he was the organizer.
Wait.
Do you have any? Hold on. Do you have any evidence that he didn't?
So
We don't need evidence
I don't
that
need
he
evidence that
didn't.
he didn't.
Okay,
evidence
There
that
are
he
no
did.
there are no allegations. There are no allegations in the notice to appear, which is the charging document. When I say notice to appear, don't get confused. That's the charging document that I'm referring to. That would be the equivalent of an indictment in the context of a criminal case. And in the
What was
the
he
Rubio
charged
statement, he wasn't charged with anything. That's not. This is the civil matter.
You just
It's
called it a
immigration.
charging document. No, it's not a
I said
charging
it's
document. So why don't we stick to terms, bud?
He's being alleged to be removable under the basis of the INA of the Secretary of State's determinations. But the key component here is what all you guys are saying. That's not in the allegation. So why should I assume that he's the mastermind behind the organization because of his mere presence? What you said, by the way, and you're diluting what you said, and we caught on to it, and we're not stupid. We track what you're saying. Is his mere presence in the protest is enough for him to be affiliated with Hamas? So that's not your standard, right? So what's the standard for being affiliated with Hamas? Actually,
my standard with being affiliated with Hamas is claiming to be Hamas. I never said that Mahmoud Khalil claimed to be a member of Hamas. I said he was providing material support. Whoa. I said he was providing material support in the form of advocacy. Okay, in the public eye for Hamas.
So advocacy, this is the problem, right? What they're doing is they're equating when they're not supposed to, right? The Supreme Court has been clear in Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project that mere advocacy is not material support. But when it grounds down into it, right? Even though, as Wick pointed out, they can point to no statement in support of Hamas. They can point to no specific statement by Mahmoud Khalil at all. But even though they can't point to a specific statement, all they're trying to do is ground out and say, because of mere advocacy, that equates to material support for Hamas. And I want to stress again, they can point to no statement from Mahmoud Khalil that would even be express advocacy, by the way, which is protected. Even if Mahmoud Khalil said, I support Hamas, that's protected speech in this country.
No, and I just want to piggyback on that. Because Mahmoud Khalil is one of many that have been targeted. Let's talk about Rumesia Öztürk. I'm butchering the name. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Öztürk. What crime did she commit?
Is that the one that published
The
the
published an
article?
op-ed that was critical of
Op-ed
Israel. Yes,
that's
that's the
critical
one.
of Israel. Yeah, I haven't read the details on the case, so I'm not going to try to opine on it. So,
Okay, I will educate you. And
well,
this
you'll
is
give
good
me
for
your
the
opinion
audience,
probably.
right? I don't mean to be rude here, right? I'm just you don't know,
Okay.
so let me give you those details right now. She wrote a pro-Palestinian op-ed in a student newspaper, and because of that, she was detained for weeks. For weeks. She
Mhm.
eventually won her case and has been released from detainment.
Sure.
But this is a pattern of behavior that the Trump administration, and goes back to my opening argument of a pattern of behavior that he engages in, and his administration has engaged in, not just in onesies and twosies, but over and over and over again across the board. It's not just Uzturk, right? It's Ranjani Srinivasan. Oh my God, these names.
Yeah, it's the-
Ranjani, okay?
He's
Dr.
at
Rasha
Georgetown.
Alaway has also, right? In fact, people who have tried to self-deport. There's this it was in Ursula versus Hyde. Okay, the dude tried to self-deport. He booked a flight to leave the country because he didn't want to be here anymore. He knew ICE was after him, etc. But ICE grabbed him because they wanted to punish it. They kept him from self-deporting. They kept him from leaving because they're trying to punish them for their free speech, for his
Yeah.
speech, for his advocacy.
I think that
So Farash, Mr. Farash, I want to ask
Yeah.
you directly, because you said directly that though immigrants who are here shouldn't break the law. What law did Ozturk break?
What law did Osterberg? Can you give me a summary of again what happened? It was
She wrote a pro-Palestinian op-ed in a student
Okay.
newspaper criticizing Trump's response to Israel's actions in Gaza. Her visa
okay,
was
but
revoked.
I bet that's not all it said. I think we're gonna have to go through word for word
You
what
can-
it
you
said to
can
get to
read
the.
it.
So hold on. Instead of
I can't read it right now, so
Yeah, hold on.
I can't
Understand,
answer
but-
that question because I can't read it right now.
Let's just say this. Okay. Let's say you said that she went through the due process and won her case, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Okay,
That
so
she was
hang
detained
on.
for weeks and they was targeted. Okay,
Yeah,
simply because
understood.
someone.
Understood.
Okay, let
Understood.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this, sir. If I
Is she
come
suing?
and I start shooting at you, does it matter if I miss? Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, that's a bad analogy. But look, here's the
Why?
deal. Because it's not like the Trump administration shot at her and missed.
They detained her for weeks.
They had so look, here's how things work. Okay, the justice system is not perfect. Okay, it's not perfect and it's never going to be perfect. This doesn't apply just to them. It applies to everything. All right. Look, I've been in court before. And I have been in front of a jury, and the jury has said not guilty, right? So is it some type of injustice against me that I was arrested, detained, had to go through an entire trial only to find out that I'm not guilty? I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say that. I would say that. I would say that if the police, the federal government, or anybody that's arresting you, if they have reasonable suspicion to arrest you, then they arrest you. And then you go through due process, and if you are innocent, you in most cases get let go. So let's just jump right back to real quick one point, because I want to touch back on this before we forget about it. You said that there is no evidence that Mahmoud Khalil organized the event, right? The U.S. government through a two-page
I was
memo
asking
signed
you.
by-
No. Don't be sneaky. I asked you for
Hold on, I'm
evidence.
not-
Do you have evidence of it?
Let him
Well,
finish.
Yeah, that's the question.
I needed to refresh my memory, so I just looked it up real quick. Okay, so there was a two-page memo signed by Marco Rubio alleging he was a key figure, right, and in organizing the protest through the Columbia University Apartheid Divest (CUAD) and the Gaza Solidarity
Quote
Encampment in April of 2024. Okay, Caroline Levitt came out and said he organized it. Now look, this is what I'm saying. You want the evidence, right? All I'm saying is, maybe, just maybe, they had enough reasonable suspicion, and now he can go through due process. And just like that other lady, if he didn't do anything, then he goes through the due process and he clears his name. I don't understand what the big problem is with you people saying nobody should be arrested, nobody
Let's
should be
be clear.
detained, even if there's a suspicion that they are working with a foreign terrorist organization.
Well,
Right?
let's
We should just not protect the country.
Let's be clear about what we're talking about here. You guys are crying about quote unquote fake pressure, Twitter files bullshit, stuff that the Biden administration didn't even do, or things that don't even implicate the First Amendment with respect to private actors or university campuses that are canceling people that have nothing to do with the Biden administration. And you say
Twitter files?
By the way, wait, Twitter files relate to conduct that starts when? when Trump was in office, right?
No, not when it started. When it was
when
it was actively going on.
So when the New York Post story about the Hunter Biden laptop occurred, whose presidency that occur under?
Again, during
answer the question. Answer the question. Whose presidency did that occur under?
Bro, if you do
can you answer the question, please?
Again, hold on. If you do the thing again where you go da 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 da, I'm gonna lose my shit. Let's try to keep this respectful.
I don't give a fuck.
Ask me a question one time.
Whose presidency? It was a very clear question. Under whose presidency did the censoring of the New York Post Hunter Biden laptop story occur under?
Donald Trump's.
Okay, so very clear. And by the way, those are issues that do not even implicate the actual government conduct that occured in that case. There's no evidence that in fact the progenitor of the Twitter files said that there was no pressure. Said that there was no pressure. And in fact, there's been some of these Twitter file cases, one of which has gone to the Supreme Court, where they said absolutely no First Amendment issues here, no First Amendment issues here. And so you guys are crying about the biggest nothing burger that ever existed, have nothing to do with the First Amendment. And when someone is detained for weeks, you say harmless error. Oh, they wrote an op-ed. They were detained for a few weeks. Who gives a They would have been detained longer if it weren't for a single district court. And by the way, they're going to keep trying to keep her in prison. And Mahmoud Khalil is still rotting in a dungeon right now as we speak.
All right.
Are you done?
I am going to let me just first of all, there was a blatant false equivalence there when you talk about who the Twitter file started under. Yes, Pisco, you're right. It started under Donald Trump. No, it was not in Donald Trump's best interest to push that censorship. Okay. So if we're going to say that Donald Trump is pro-censorship because that happened under him, that's ridiculous. It cost him the election. Okay. So that's definitely not something that he orchestrated. However, in 2022, when the Twitter files had been released, okay, and you had the 2022 midterms, and there were talks about Russian interference again, and the main source of that interference was conversation surrounding Hunter Biden's laptop that was orchestrated by the Biden DOJ, by Merrick Garland, and maybe Joe Biden, maybe not, because he was president. AutoPen. Next, you want to know about how Mahmoud Khalil was linked to Hamas? I'm sharing an image into Backstage. This is a pamphlet that he was distributing at his protest.
Can you show us a picture of him distributing it?
No evidence.
With the logo. Oh, it was absolutely was.
Can you show us a picture of him distributing it?
How do you know he distributed it?
Do you expect to have people taking pictures of every pamphlet that's out there? Yes, they found this at his protest.
Do you have evidence that he distributed it?
Found it at his protest.
Do you have evidence that he distributed it?
See that how triggered he is?
Do you have
now? There's a logo of Hamas there. With
do you have evidence he distributed it?
Hold on.
His protest.
What Pisco is saying is, if you do not have a smoking gun, you have no right to ever arrest anybody. If you only have circumstantial evidence, if you only have reports from Marco Rubio saying that he was an organizer for CUAD, if you have him at the protest, if you have him supporting Hamas openly, if you have him organizing, if you have this and this and this and this, but if you don't have a video of him handing out a pamphlet, you can't arrest him.
Do you have testimony from anybody? Wait. Do you have testimony from anybody? Do you have a photo? Is anyone saying that he distributed this leaflet? Do you have any evidence that he knew about this pamphlet? Do you have any evidence that he was in an area where this pamphlet was being distributed generally? Is there evidence of this pamphlet being distributed in his general vicinity? Do you have anything that links him to this pamphlet specifically?
Yeah, him organizing the fucking protest.
What do you mean he organized it? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
I just told you how many times we got to do this. He was associated with the Columbia University Apartheid Divest and Gaza Solidarity Encampment. So he was clearly an organizer.
So to be clear, this is the guilt by association that these people want to put you in. Because you're a part of the protest, just because you're associated with members of the protest.
I'm not here on a visa, dude.
I want to be clear. Just because you're associated with anybody in this protest, right? If you have that mere connection, they're going to say that you're a Hamas supporter. They're going to link you to this pamphlet. This is fucking crazy.
Hope they do. I fucking hope they do.
And yet you're crying about the Jan Sixers. You're crying about the Jan Sixers. And you said, by the way, they didn't have their due process rights, all of whom had access to trials, all of whom had access if they wanted to cross-examine their witnesses.
The right to a fair trial is the linchpin of due process.
And you're saying,
do you believe,
excuse me, I thought I was talking. So
we know you're doing a whole hell of a lot of that.
Yeah, I thought I was talking.
So really fast.
So to be 100% clear, your standard is, anyone who's affiliated with these protests can be fucking marked with this pamphlet and be considered affiliated with Hamas for purposes of the material support provision of Hold Diversity Humanitarian Law Project. It's ridiculous.
That's not my standard.
That's
That's
not
not my
Trump.
standard.
That's
You
not
say
Trump's
that's my
program.
standard. You could
Yeah.
say that, you could say I'm the queen of Greenland too, but that's not true either. I will point to this. Okay. You mentioned, we talked about J6ers and their due process rights being violated. The right to a fair trial is one of the linchpins of the process. Pisco, clearly you're not on my side of politics. That's okay. I have no problem with that. If I told you, all right, if I told you that you had to stand trial in West Virginia, okay, a place that voted 95% for Trump, a district that voted 95% for Trump, not the whole state, but a district, a jurisdiction, because they are tying you to some bank robbery that you're swearing you didn't commit. Do you think that would be fair?
What do you mean by fair? It's unnecessary under the Constitution.
What do I mean by fair?
So yeah,
I mean,
don't know
you
what
are going to be sitting in front of a jury
right?
that doesn't like you.
So the Constitution has a venue provision. That venue provision is not voluntary. You have to follow it, all right? So the venue provision in the Constitution states that you have to be, have the trial in the place where the crime was committed. We should follow the Constitution, shouldn't we?
We absolutely should. But
Okay,
when you
cool.
can raise a claim that the jury pool is going to be composed of people who are going to convict you before they sit in the seat. And by the way, there were jurors in the cases of these January 6th defendants who said they didn't even care about the trial. They were ready to convict. There were lines out the door for jury selection in Washington, D.C. because they wanted to send these people to jail. That's not fair.
You
could agree that's not fair.
No, absolutely not. Every one of these defendants had plenty of procedure, plenty of due process.
You think so?
They were treated, not only were they treated more than fairly, they were treated far too leniently. They were undercharged, many of these people. And these people, these terrorist scum are free now because of your buddy in the Oval Office.
This is great.
Just to be 100% clear. Just to be 100% clear.
Really good.
Just to be 100%
One of the charges that they were thrown at was ruled inappropriate, Pisco. 1512, dude.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is the Fisher case, and that case amounts to a smaller group of individuals, but those people did have due process rights, and there were other crimes.
No, they didn't. They were charged inappropriately under a statute that didn't apply.
So 100%, they did have due process rights, just as you said. By the way, you're saying it's harmless.
No, they
error.
didn't.
By the way, you're saying it's harmless error for some of these people to be like in prison for weeks and weeks on end. I don't know how you can maintain that posture and say, well, because the Supreme Court has some, I have to say, a very, I think, out there ruling in the Fisher case. The people who were charged under that theory, many of them were recharged. Many of them had specific. Wait, let me finish. Many of them had specific. Excuse me. So many of them had specific links to the actual document nexus. Wait. So many of these people.
He's filibustering.
Wait a second. I'm addressing.
Hold on. Listen, stop, Pisco. I will be agreeable to the idea that you have eaten up a lot of the mic time. So I ask that you be more intentional with your words. I'm just saying we could go back in time, and I'm just saying I understand you have a lot to get through.
If they raise Fisher and say that's a denial of due process, I have to explain why that's bullshit. These people absolutely did have their day in court, and the proof is in the pudding, right? Like these individuals, many of them were charged with multiple crimes, not just the Fisher theory of obstruction of official proceeding. And put that to the side, right? What we're talking about here is whether or not you can say everyone in January 6th is guilty of the worst acts because of their mere presence in January 6th. The answer to that is obviously no. We're not charging all of these individuals with seditious conspiracy.
Maybe I can get us back a little on track, because yes, I would never accept that. I think that simply your presence at the January 6th should not have been enough to put you in any sort of legal jeopardy whatsoever. And if it was, and to the extent it was a failure, right? It was a failure. Now, that said, Pisco knows much more about that than I do, but let's, again, reground it to what we're actually talking about today and the threats to free speech that we are facing from the Trump administration. Again, you can point to the Twitter files, you can point to censorship, and I won't defend any of that. Fair enough. I sat and argued against many leftists for years about their tendency to cancel, to deplatform. The free speech is something I've stood up for my entire YouTubing career, right? And I have a record that can show that, and I am proud of it. But when I see the same people who were cheering me on just a year ago when I was saying, hey, Biden, you really shouldn't put pressure like that on people, that's probably going to infringe with their free speech rights. When I see those same people, now that the boot, they're wearing the boot, joyfully joyfully give up all their principles and start doxing people they don't like, sending pictures, death threats, all these types of things, engaging in they're weaponizing the FCC, and they have the charges that were dropped by the Biden administration against CBS, NBC, Fox News, etc. Everyone but Fox News, the new FCC has rebrought. Again, they're weaponizing the institutions of America to target the free speech of Americans that they do not like. That is the reason.
Okay.
Again, you can argue, if I may finish just real quick, you can argue that, well, the president has a power to do these things, or the FCC has a power to do these things. But if they use power that they have in a way to target people's speech, it is violating their First Amendment right.
Okay.
And it is violating their free speech as well.
Can we talk now? Look, here's the deal. I just a really quick pause, and I'm not trying to take moderator duties away from Ragin, because she's doing great. But there's on the other side of this panel, it seems like there's a debate strategy of talking really, really fast and not letting the other person get a word in. And if you just keep on talking and you don't stop and you do
Bro, stop crying. Just get to it, bro.
Hold on.
That is
hold
rich.
on.
This is the problem. All right. You're trying to basically like filibuster and flood the zone with information, so we can't argue any of your points because you made 89 points. And secondly, right, just ask a fucking question and then we will answer it. Okay. And you see how I'm talking right now? I can talk really, really fast just like you, but just make it an articulated argument and stay on point. I'm sorry, Ragin. I didn't mean to take that away from you, but it's been annoying. All right. So now the FCC is what we will get back to. You say the FCC under Trump is he's weaponized the FCC. Can you provide me of an example, a specific example, please?
Oh, yeah.
Of how Donald Trump has weaponized the FCC, and then I will rebuttal, or Sean will.
Okay, so do you know who the chairman currently of the FCC is?
Brendan Carr.
Are you familiar with him? Yes, excellent. So he launched on January 22nd, 2025, an investigation. He reopened an investigation into CBS's 60 Minutes for allegedly distorting a Kamala Harris interview during the 2024 election campaign, an inquiry previously dismissed under Carr's predecessor. Carr also reinstated complaints against ABC and NBC for their election coverage. Again, this is all obviously retributive.
But no,
it's
but it's under his purview.
obviously a retaliation for their
Do you deny that it's
stances.
retributive?
Why is it obvious?
How- yeah.
What makes it obvious?
So what Brendan Carr will do, and what Trump will do, is they will complain publicly about, like, hey, this isn't fair. Someone should look into this. And then magically, the FCC is opening investigations into them. Do you
That's
think
usually what the chairman of the FCC has the power to do, though.
Yeah.
If he wants to investigate something, he can do it. What makes it obvious that this is retributive, as you mentioned?
Can you name one company or news organization that hasn't been critical of Trump that the FCC, the current FCC, has opened an investigation into?
That hasn't been critical of Trump,
Yes.
that the FCC has opened.
That's a weird thing to say, because
That's a weird thing to say.
Every organization is critical of Trump. So yeah, anybody he investigates is
Yeah,
Oh
I've
my
seen
God, wait.
Fox News be critical of Trump. I've seen Newsmax be critical of Trump. I know people at One American News that have been critical of Trump on air. I don't think that's fair. Number two, what again makes it obvious that this is retributive and not legitimate?
No, so he's saying outwardly it's political. It's because the coverage of Kamala Harris, they were going light on her because of how they edited it. He does the same thing, by the way, with the pollsters. It's a course of conduct, a pattern of conduct, where people who he politically disagrees with, or who paint Kamala, in his view, in a better light or a disfavorable light, a favorable light versus his disfavorable light, he's going to go after them. It's a course of conduct that's obvious, and he's openly stating it's because of the coverage related to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but let's just tie this on a bow. Is it under Brendan Carr's purview to do this?
It's absolutely under the executive branch's purview to investigate matters related to. Wait,
So
let me
you're-
finish. Wait, excuse me. I thought that there was like a strict no interruption
right.
rule here, right?
You're right.
Yeah. So,
You're right. Go ahead.
so it's absolutely within their purview to run investigations. Just like, by the way, it's under the purview of the Department of Justice to run criminal investigations. Just because it's technically within their authority to do something doesn't mean A, it's not also a First Amendment violation, or B, that it's not an abuse of authority. In order to abuse an authority, you have to have an authority. So your response that, well, can he technically do investigations? Of course he can. That's the whole fucking point of this.
Okay.
Why is that an abuse of their authority, though? When you have an interview when you have Kamala Harris in that 60 Minutes interview, and you got one answer that was swapped out for a better answer. How is that not journalistic malpractice?
Is it First Amendment? Wait, is it First Amendment protected speech? Is it First Amendment protected speech? Is it First Amendment protected speech to edit things, even assuming your version of edits, edit things in the way that you want?
Okay.
Is that First Amendment protected? Yes or no? Is that First Amendment protected? Yes or no?
I think
I'm not
Wick
asking
also
whether or not
wanted
this
to-
is a violation of the First Amendment, but I didn't ask that. You asked me a question that was irrelevant.
Hold on. I think Wick wanted to dive into that answer.
Sure.
as
Yeah.
well.
Do you know what editorial discretion is?
Yes.
Okay. Editorial discretion is the discretion of the organization or a person to edit things in the way that they like. That is a protected speech, correct?
Sure.
Agreed.
Yes, editorial discretion, yes.
If again, if a company decides to edit things in a way that is favorable or disfavorable to someone, is that protected speech? Can they do that?
It is protected.
Perfect.
It is protected, but I'm going to counter this, Wick, with this. They released the original answer, okay, to the public, and then they swapped it out for a better answer.
Is that protected
that is
speech?
Is
Yes
that
or no?
protected? Is that protected?
That may be protected speech, but I will say that is journalistic malpractice.
Whether it is
It
or
may
not,
be that's the case,
is
but
it
the
protected?
FCC cannot violate someone's
Okay.
first protected speech.
Wait,
even
do
if
you
they're
agree
bad
with that? Wait,
journalists. They
let's
cannot
get
do
to
that.
conclusion here. We're
And
not
the
going
fact
to move
that
on.
Trump, hold on, can I finish, please go? The
Hey,
fact
you're
that
interrupting your own teammate, dude.
the
Shush.
fact that they continuously try to do this, the Trump administration, and let's be clear, Brendan Carr knows this is wrong because he in the past has come out against the FCC trying to do this with other organizations. So he knows that this is incorrect. He has fought against this before, right? And he today has done a heel turn and become this bizarro version of himself and said that, oh, well, now that we have power, we're going to do it.
So
And again, you recognize and you've admitted this is protected speech. That editorial discretion is something that they cannot force you. The government cannot force you to edit a thing in a way that is favorable
gonna get
or
answers from you
disfavorable
guys.
to them.
okay.
And
but
again,
you guys keep
you
doing this.
must
You're fighting me.
recognize that this is something that Trump has, in Trump's administration, Brendan Carr has done specifically. Do you at least recognize that that's true?
I'm sorry. I
Yeah, I
literally stopped
lost
paying
the
attention.
original question.
You guys, like, this is the fucking problem with this debate. You guys go on 6-minute fucking
Jesus
tangents
Christ.
and then
That
and
wasn't
then ask
6
us to
minutes. That was
remit-
30
like,
seconds.
dude, I'm just saying it's clear that there's a disproportionate time over there, right?
I
Get to
think
your
it would
fucking question.
be I think it would be more helpful if we try to line item things
Maybe.
out, start with, A, B, and then C. I think
Sure.
what's
Well,
happening is
okay.
we're pairing everything all into one. Maybe make a claim and then maybe provide a brief elaboration
I'll
to
go
back
real
it
quick.
up.
Yes or no questions. Okay.
Okay.
1, is editorial discretion protected speech?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. When they edited that interview, was that under their editorial discretion?
I don't know. I don't know the facts of it. I believe so.
Okay. Assuming it was. 3, Trump's FCC deciding to bring suit against them for their editorial discretion, does that threaten their First Amendment protected speech? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so. No. And do you have any evidence other than you think so that this is retaliatory?
Yes, he's saying that it's because of how they edited it. You just accepted that there's First Amendment interest involved in editorial discretion. You accepted that, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
but I'm saying, but Brandon,
okay,
is
that's
it
all I
under
needed,
Brandon
yes.
Carr's purview? Is it under Brandon Carr's purview? And you said, and you agreed. You said yes.
Can Carr violate the First Amendment?
No, I don't think anyone.
Of course not. So whether or not the general subject, that is to say, whether communications to the public or using the airwaves, whether that's generally within his purview to investigate, it doesn't matter. He can't violate the First Amendment. You granted that there's First Amendment interest in the editorial, right? In editing how you're going to do stuff. And so the question was posed to you. Hang on. You agree that editing, that's part of First Amendment protected values, correct?
I said I don't know, but I assume so.
Wait, so
If he has information where he can
The
open up an
FCC
investigation.
has a news distortion rule. Are you aware of that?
Yes, so it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
I know what
So we're asking you very
Do
simple
you know what the
questions.
news distortion rule
we're
is?
asking very
Well,
simple
we
questions
let- we
related
let you talk.
to the
let
first
you talk.
to the First Amendment, and that question is
Okay,
very
this
clear.
has everything to do with that.
Is
Do you know what
whether-
the news distortion rule is, Pisco?
Whatever the FCC
Answer
news
the
distortion,
question, Pisco.
whatever
Do you
the-
know news distortion rule is Pisco.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of
What
the
is it?
FCC. I'm not aware. I just told you I'm not aware of the specifics of the FCC news distortion rule. It does not matter.
Okay,
for
I'll
purposes
tell you
of
what
the
it is.
First
I'll
Amendment.
educate you. The news distortion rule prohibits knowingly broadcasting false information or manipulating interviews deceptively. Would you agree that swapping one answer for the other answer and
No.
making it look
No.
like she answered that the
No.
first way isn't deceptive?
No.
You don't think that's deceptive?
So
Passing
no.
that off as if that's how she
But-
answered the
but-
question in real time, that's not deceptive.
So no, to be clear, I do not think that merely editing out something else would necessarily be deceptive, but I just want to be clear, whatever rule the FCC imposes cannot conflict with the First Amendment. Do you agree?
No, this is not
wait.
true because this is a public airwave. This is public airwave. CBS is public.
Can the government censor public airwaves?
Can an FCC, can it violate the
It's
First
not
Amendment? I'll ask
censoring,
you.
It's not censoring. It's
They're
investigating.
not censoring anything. They didn't censor it. It was
Absolutely
played.
is censorship.
Wait,
If
let-
you're being
No,
punished
no, 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 no,
for
no,
your
no, no, no,
speech
no,
and
no, no, no,
editorial
no, no, no,
discretion,
no,
it
no,
is a
no,
form
no,
of
no, no,
censorship.
no. That is not censorship. Censoring it would be deplatforming the interview and making sure you couldn't find it. I could find it. It's not censored. Everyone watched it. Nobody censored the interview.
It's
Can the FCC
investigating
violate the
after
First Amendment?
fact.
Can the
It's
FCC violate the First Amendment?
You're asking me
go
a question.
ahead.
Broadcast TV and
Oh,
radio
oh.
stations
All right.
must adhere to certain public interest obligations because they
Yeah,
use
turn off
public
ChatGPT.
airwaves. It is against
Turn off
it is
ChatGPT.
against the public. It is against the public interest to deceptively put forth an interview or to run an interview where we know how she answered the question the first time, to remove that and make it look like she answered it differently. That is deception.
So when
it's
the
bait and
Fox News,
switch.
so when Fox News deceptively edits different clips of different
No.
individuals.
What about it?
Whoa. So to be clear, wait. To be clear, I thought there was no interruptions. Wait. I thought there was no interruptions.
I'm not interrupting.
Wait. I thought there was no interruptions.
You jump in.
What the
No,
fuck?
but you jump in right after Sean says something, and I don't.
Yeah,
get
so-
fucking, I don't. Get to
so
have
Sean
our-
is-
I hold on.
Oh my God.
I am agreeable
This is
because
insane.
Misfit already was trying to say something when Sean interrupted him. So it is back to Misfit, and then
Okay.
we'll go to Pisco.
Do we need to start? Do we really need to start raising fucking hands? Not you, Sarah.
I might actually go
Okay,
into a
look.
time session if we need to.
We might have
Gentlemen,
to.
you
I
can
have
do
a fucking
this.
thing right here. I could start clicking it every time Pisco opens his fucking mouth.
Bro,
Sorry. All
fucking
right,
get
look,
to
shut
it.
up.
Stop
Shut
being a
up.
pussy.
So did the FCC censor or did they open investigation into something that was already aired? Because what happened was Brendan Carr was appointed and then investigated something that Sean says that they claim violated the Editing Act, right? So what I'm trying to say is you're asking me a question that is completely unrelated to the topic. Like, can they do it? Yes, you can edit it. And you also can be investigated for it. And it's under Brendan Carr's purview. And it's not retaliation if you
Yes, it
fucking
is.
see something and you go, hey, we should look into that. This is the exact same argument you guys have with Mahmoud Khalil. They have evidence that they need to investigate someone. Then they arrest them. Then they do something. Then they make an action. If everything was on the up and up and everything was fucking legit, then obviously the person who did nothing wrong will be fucking fine. Apparently what you fucking people have a problem with is literally looking into shit. And I find that fucking hilarious because you arrested Donald Trump based off of fucking what
So irrelevant.
impeached
So
him
irrelevant.
twice.
So
Right?
irrelevant.
I'm just saying.
I
it's
want to address
hilarious.
this. Do we address this super chat,
Yo,
Zach?
whoa, yo,
This
yo,
FCC
yo.
news distortion rule specifically excludes cable news networks. CBS is not a cable news network.
Okay.
Okay,
Just want to put that out there.
Isn't it the cable broadcasting system? Is that what's
No. CBS is not. CBS is not a cable channel. You can get it over the air. It's public. You can get it. You can stick an antenna out your window and get it.
Guys,
CBS.
Who the fuck cares, right? So what we're talking about right now is
How are you going to
So,
get
wait,
to
wait,
who
wait.
cares? This rule literally
I
proves
thought it
that
was
you're
my
wrong.
turn. So I
Go
thought it was my
ahead,
turn. Isn't
Pisco.
it my turn? Okay, cool.
Go ahead,
So
yes.
the First
Let me
Amendment
do- let me
interest
do
that we're
something real quick.
the First Amendment interest that we're talking about here, it doesn't matter whether or not a rule from the FCC, which is a statutorily constructed agency, whether or not that rule says something or that there's some interpretation by the head of an agency to some effect that would purport to give some discretion to investigate this matter. If it violates the First Amendment, the First Amendment can't be superseded by an agency's regulation or by a statute of Congress. So if the President of the United States is directing, quote, at deceptive edits, which is just, by the way, it's translation for edits that he thinks hurt him. All right. He's not going after this for the public interest of getting rid of deceptive edits or cuts. Are you fucking kidding me? Think about all the deceptive edits or the deceptive cuts that Trump media or Trump himself promotes all the time. What he's doing is retaliating against editorial discretion that he doesn't agree with, that is sort of against him, or that he interprets to be against him politically. The same thing, by the way, as the pollster out of Iowa. Why is he going after that pollster?
Yep.
Yeah, not because of its methodology, not because the pollster was wrong, but because the pollster in his mind was opposed to him. And you guys are coping, pretending that there's some legitimacy to this investigation or this lawsuit, and when really it's obvious retaliation on First Amendment protected grounds, which you've already conceded, and it therefore is a huge threat to all these broadcasters, and they're interpreting it as such, and so are the First Amendment independent advocacy groups like FIRE.
I want to ask.
Hold on. One minute and 27 seconds.
Do you breathe?
I breathe,
love this.
but it's
Hold on.
absolutely
You understand-
it's
you
absolutely
understand how-
outrageous.
Now he's going on again. I think we should just let him run the whole show.
Yeah, no, I'll start it up. No, keep going, bro. You keep.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Look,
You guys just cry about the procedure. Have the conversation. The meta shit is
Okay,
super
Pisco,
boring.
let me
You
ask
guys
you a
look
question.
like
I'm gonna ask you
all-
another question.
Hold on.
I'm gonna ask you another question. It's a serious question.
Yo, the meta is so boring, trust me.
FCC.
I think the point is that there's too many points in one take.
Thank
right?
you.
And so
It's
what's
fucking
what's
insane.
happening is the information is getting scrambled across, and so then when it's time for them to answer back or respond to it, they're having a hard time trying to keep up, because it's like point 1 through 30, and then their response,
Sarah,
they give you an answer.
Misfit Patriot was-
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. I'm
Yeah,
just
interrupting
saying,
the moderator is a
insane.
great idea.
that is dangerous territory
This
of
is
these cuts.
insane.
But
Great
but
idea.
I just want to say, if they're trying to respond to maybe point number 7, and then you immediately come back, so then now 10 through 20 aren't being answered or responded to, and then it's
Yeah.
we're
flooding-
being
you're flooding the
counterproductive.
I want to
We're
address what
being
you're saying.
counterproductive.
So I'm addressing what you're saying. Not
on,
only
he
is
started
this meta discussion really super duper boring, and the meta in general boring, and the state of the moderation super boring, the problem is they're not responding to things. So when we, for example, when we say
They can't.
they absolutely can. And when they're going off into the woods about the Trump indictments, for example, that has nothing to do with what we're here to talk about. And so who's bringing up things that are immaterial? Everything that Wick and I have said have been about the same, in this entire segment, the same exact thing, which is this is political retaliation and offering evidence. So when I go into this tirade, last a minute, fucking cool your jets. It's all about evidence bolstering the notion that the purpose behind the FCC regulation or the FCC action is retaliation. It's all about the same thing, Sarah. It's not anything different.
I'm not disputing whether the information is vital. However, when we need to go, sometimes we just need to run a line of logic and go point by point and allow them to
I think you need to run a line of ketamine into this motherfucker. Like,
Oh, goodness.
just fucking shit.
So
now.
now- so this is all
I
pure
want to make
coke.
sure I
It's all pure
clarify. I
coke.
want to
No, no.
make sure I clarify.
It's
I
all coke.
appreciate. I have a very large appreciation for the amount of knowledge you have, right? And the ability to bring this to the table and have so many arguments available. However, I do want to add that in order for us to really be productive, it's more helpful to go one line item at a time.
All right, so I want to ask about the specific item of deception, right? This news distortion rule, which public broadcasters have to abide by. Okay, deception. And let's compare that to you bought a vehicle, right? You bought a car. You just walked out of the dealership thinking you bought a 2025 Chevy Silverado, and you go back to the dealership to pick it up, and it's a 2023 Chevy Silverado. Is that deceptive?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So good. So when you get Kamala's answer to the Israel Middle East question, and it's one thing, and then you watch the interview, okay, you come back a few days later watching, and it's another thing, is that deceptive?
Not necessarily, and I'll tell you why, and I'll explain
Okay.
the difference here, right? Editing is a matter of subjective choice, and who decides what information is objective versus subjective versus deceptive versus not. Let me ask you this, and I have 2 questions for you. I'll be very quick. The first one, to get to Pisco's point on the First Amendment, do you think if New York, or let's say Biden had won the election and Biden passed a federal statute through Congress, through legislation, all above board, that said we're going to take everyone's guns. Can he do that? Is that legal?
No,
Okay, why not? He passed a statute.
because it's a violation of the Second Amendment.
Exactly. So when the FCC has a law that violates the First Amendment, is that legal?
But
It does not violate the First
It
Amendment.
does violate the First Amendment.
No, it does not.
Protected speech.
It
I'll
doesn't.
explain why. So again, the question of misinformation or any of these things, right? And the reason it's so dangerous to give the power to the government to decide what is misinformation and what is not is who is in charge and who gets to decide what actual misinformation is. So let me ask you,
Well,
Mr.
subjective.
Farash, who do you want deciding what you can and cannot say? Pick
Me.
your daddy. Who's your
I
speech
want
daddy?
to be able to decide what I can and cannot say.
Okay, so if you want to decide to choose to air the answer in an interview that you conducted, and you want to choose to air one answer, right? But someone else thinks, well, I think you should have aired this other answer, right?
Okay.
Do you think that the government should be able to tell you which answer you want to air in the interview?
That's not.
Yes, if I have a public broadcasting license like
Okay,
CBS
well,
does.
you just don't believe in free speech then.
No, it's a
No,
there-
it's
You
a
want the
public
government being able
license.
to decide
It is a
what
public
editorial
airwave,
discretion
Wick.
that a company needs to
Hold on.
make. That's
think-
Wick,
just
it's a
true.
public airwave. There are terms and conditions to be able to broadcast. You have to sign to agree to those terms and conditions. We do it all
Can
the
they
time.
violate the First Amendment?
Those terms and conditions, yes, they're not violating
they
the First
cannot.
Amendment. They're terms and conditions to broadcast
Dude.
over. They're not violating the First Amendment.
You cannot sign away. Like I can't.
Wick,
I
Wick,
can't
can I ask
legally
you-
decide to
Wick,
be your slave.
Wick,
for
can I ask
example.
you a
We can't
question?
make that like I can't sell myself into slavery because
Wick.
slavery is illegal, right? Slavery thing. I can't
Wick,
make a term and condition where I violate, right? The government specifically violates your First Amendment rights. They can't do that. It's
Wick,
illegal.
do you think that propaganda should be legal, right? Like,
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yeah,
Right?
so-
Do you agree?
Yeah. No, I actually disagree.
You do. So just
and
to be
I'm-
clear. I
so
just want to
you
be clear.
don't also-
I just want to be clear.
Whoa,
You think
whoa,
that
whoa,
you think that I just want to be clear. You think that I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. You think that propaganda should be illegal? Is that right?
I think that if it's on public airwaves, right, where it's not something that you pay for, then
It's not part of my
yes, I
question.
think that-
Wait, no. So I asked a very specific question.
I think
Do
that you can lie
propaganda
all
should
you
be
want
illegal?
on a. I think that you can lie all you want on a service that people are paying
That
for.
is
when they
not what I
understand they're
asked.
looking at.
So I asked a
I
specific
understand.
question. I asked, should propaganda be illegal?
No, in the public. So we had the Smith-Month Act, right? And or we have the Smith-Month Modernization Act, okay, where Obama basically made propaganda legal. I'd like to go back to a time before that.
So do you
Right,
think?
because
So
what happened-
I don't understand.
Yes,
Do you think it
because-
should be legal or illegal?
I think that there should be restrictions on propaganda.
Okay, so
So you
you're
want
against
restrictions
the
on
First
speech?
Amendment. You want the government to be able to tell you're a bootlicker, you're a bootlicker, and you think that the government should be able to tell you what is propaganda and what's not, and make it illegal. You're just against the First Amendment.
So the actions don't restrict free speech. Okay, you're talking about like Sean just said, right? Deception and propaganda. So essentially, you want the government, right, to be able to, let's say, on a broadcast network that they can influence, right? You want them to be able to say, "Hey guys, actually, here's the thing. You're supposed to eat. You're supposed to drink bleach, right? So you're supposed to drink it. Bleach is healthy. Bleach is good for you. Drink bleach, right? You think that that's free speech, right? It's something that's damaging, right? But you think that it should be legal because you can just say whatever you want. You're a free speech absolutist.
So if
Right? So,
someone
like-
wait, it's not absolutist. I agree with the First Amendment as understood by our framers,
but you
and
think- but you think that-
excuse me, as expounded by the courts of the United States. And so I don't agree that every spoken word is protected.
Well, the Supreme Court-
So I don't agree that every spoken word is protected speech. That's ridiculous. There are categories
Sure.
of unprotected
The
speech.
Supreme Court
There are
upheld
lot.
a challenge to the public broadcasting license system, though. Do you know that?
The public broadcasting license system is not the misinformation rule, correct?
I'm not talking about the
Is
misinformation.
it-
Yeah,
is
no,
it-
the
is it-
news
is it the
distortion
same
rule.
thing?
Yes, the news
Uh,
distortion. Yes, the
so-
news distortion, not misinformation.
Yes,
Again,
so-
if you have a public broadcasting license, you are subject to that rule.
Did the Supreme
Okay,
Court
so
And the
rule
Supreme
on
Court
that-
said that's
did-
totally
did-
fine.
did-
Let me
did-
ask
did-
this:
did- did
Should
the Supreme
Fox
Court
News
did the
be
Supreme Court rule?
investigated for editing Trump's answers in the Brock's barbershop interview?
Sure.
What's
If-
that?
Yeah.
Wick?
Sure.
Okay.
What'd you say,
so
Wick?
should
What's the question?
Fox News be investigated for editing Trump's answers in the Bronx barbershop interview.
Did they put out a
again-
copy of that interview with him with different answers first?
Yes, he had rambling answers that they edited down. The FCC, right, could have brought charges against them, but they did not. Do you
Well, they
understand
edited
what I'm
it for
saying?
brevity, though.
If I may
They
finish,
didn't.
if I may finish.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right.
No, you're good.
What I'm saying here, and my point here, is it becomes obvious as to your initial question. If we rewind the tape, right, all the way back to why is this obvious? It's obvious when you have the FCC going after its political enemies or enemies of Trump specifically, and when they do the same thing that Fox News does, and then they don't even investigate Fox for it. In
It
fact,
wasn't
they
the same thing,
refuse
though.
to bring it to investigation.
It
becomes
wasn't the same
obvious
thing.
that there is a double standard at play, and it becomes obvious it is retaliatory against his political enemies. That is why.
Wick, I want to be clear. It wasn't the same thing what Fox did to Trump and what CBS did to Kamala. What Fox did to Trump, well, you want to say he rambled and they edited it down to make it, to shorten it up and get it tight for their
Changed his answers,
program?
yes.
No. He did not change and re-record a new answer. Kamala Harris's answer was not edited down for time. Kamala Harris's answer was removed from the interview and replaced with a completely different answer. That is totally different. That's, again, going to a dealership and buying a 2025 Chevy Silverado and getting a different car,
We're
or
both
getting
saying
a
that
Chevy
she said-
Silverado and it's the wrong paint color,
That's
right?
not
You
the
could
same
say, hey,
analysis, it's analogous.
it is the same.
Are both
It is the
answers something
same.
that she said?
Yeah, she said them, but they were totally
so
different than
choosing
what
to
she
answer
said.
one
No.
answer that
They
she
were
said,
different.
if I may finish,
Hold on.
choosing to
yeah.
answer to air one answer that she said, it's not lying. They aren't saying she said it, but she didn't actually say it. She said it. She gave that answer. Choosing to air one answer over another is textbook editorial discretion. They are not
Okay.
trying to say that she it
me-
wasn't her that said that.
I disagree,
They
and
aren't
I'll tell you
putting
why.
words in her
Let's
mouth.
Let's
It
use
is
your own argument,
textbook
though.
editorial discretion.
Let's use your own argument, though, right? Because now we have to make assumptions, like you're making assumptions, right? What if the purpose behind them doing that was to influence the election, right?
They can do that. They are allowed to do that.
So they're allowed. So the media is allowed to influence the election through deceptive means to favor a candidate over another. You're
It is not
for
deceptive.
that, right?
It is deceptive.
We're-
It is deceptive if you air, because here's why it's deceptive. Again, look, if you want to say that somebody sat down for an interview on 60 Minutes and answered a question, question A, what's your favorite color? And somebody says red, then they say green, then they say blue. And they say, well, I look the best, so let's put blue, right? If you're not releasing that to the public beforehand, there is no deception, right? You've gotten a collection of answers. You've pieced together which ones you think are the best for your show, and you've moved on. What the problem here is that CBS released a copy of her original answer and then aired the program as if that answer didn't exist. That's where the deception comes from. It's not that they edited. Editing is fine. It's the fact that they said, here was her answer. No, wait. Here's her answer, right? Because they realized when that answer went viral on the internet that it looked bad for her. So they took it out and put in another answer and aired it under the assumption that that was the way she answered the question, when everyone knows that wasn't the way she answered the question initially, because we have a copy of it. Whatever happens behind closed doors that's not disclosed to the public, I don't care.
Who
It doesn't
do you
matter.
trust?
You
Who
can
do you
edit.
trust?
Whoa. You
Dude.
can edit
So you've been
anything
talking
you
for like a minute
want.
30, right?
You can edit
So you're rambling. You're
anything. This
rambling.
is the first long
rambling. You're
answer
rambling.
I've given, Pisco.
Yeah,
Shut up.
I'm-
Bullshit, Sarah. Bullshit. that
I
is the
will
first-
say,
is the-
I
the-
will,
oh
hold
my God,
on.
such a fucking lie.
I am agreeable to let Sean finish, but land the plane quickly, Sean.
Sure thing. No problem. Again, my entire point here is that the public got one copy of the product and then was given a different copy of the product when it was aired. It was a bait and switch. That is deceptive, period. And that is a violation of the news distortion rule, which is a term when it comes to retaining your public
So-
broadcasting license.
Your
This is
complaint
garbage.
is that they release both answers to the
Wait.
public.
No. My
Oh my
complaint
That's what
is they
they did.
released
How is
one
that
answer to the
deceptive?
public and then passed it off as if she never answered that way.
But they released both answers to the
You guys,
public. You agree,
guys,
right?
you just don't understand the difference between editing and deceptively editing. Apparently, that's
I think you don't
Who
understand.
gets to decide? Who gets to decide? Who gets to decide? Who gets to decide that something is
the FCC.
deceptive?
That's how they
FCC.
So the
investigate.
government, right?
They investigate.
So this is the problem, right? So when you have a rule, by the way, which has never been on all fours tested, like the rule that they're proposing in the FCC, it cannot violate the First Amendment. And what's going on here, right, isn't actually some concern with deception. What they're saying is preposterous. What's going on here is Trump is targeting CBS. Why? Because he thinks that their edit isn't good for him politically, or is better for Kamala Harris than it is for him. That's why he's doing it. And no one here can anyone argue here that what Trump cares about, what he cares about are deceptive edits? Can you look the camera in the straight face and say that is why his administration is doing what they're doing? You guys are so full, and it's the same. It's garbage. So the reason why he's doing this is the same reason he's going after Ann Selzer in Iowa. It's the same reason. It's because he views them as being oppositional to himself. If the poll, Ann Selzer poll released, had been bad but in Trump's favor, right? It was off but in Trump's favor. I'm going to ask this question of Sean and Misfit Patriot. If the Iowa Selzer poll had been off by the same margin but in Trump's favor, would he have sued them, yes or no?
If the poll was in, what do you mean in Trump? It was in Trump's favor. Oh, no, the Kamala +3 you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're saying if that was in Trump's favor, would he have sued them?
Correct.
Is the question. Okay. I believe that if that poll came out and it was Trump +1.5, yes, I still believe he sues them because it's
That
way off
is
and it was
not what
coordinated.
I asked. No, I'm sorry. If the
in Trump's favor. At one point, if Trump wins by 1.5, is that not in his favor?
Answer the question. If the margin
I
that
just
was off,
did.
No, shut the fuck up. The margin, the amount that it was off, the margin, right? So do you understand what a margin is? A margin?
Yeah.
Yes, the margin. Yes, I know what the margin is.
If the margin of incorrectness was the same exact margin, but instead of being put in Kamala's favor, was against Trump. Do you understand that? Sorry, it was in Trump's actual, that it helped him, right?
So, okay, so if it was Trump +3, does he sue them? Yes, I think he does because it shows a 7-point shift in a state that's not happening.
Let me offer some clarity. For instance, if I'm playing basketball and somebody fouls me, but I still make the shot, does the ref stop everything and all of that stuff, even though I got the point?
Yeah, they do actually.
Do they stop and well, fuck.
You get to shoot one free throw.
This is what I'm saying. So Trump actually won. Trump actually won Iowa. It says here by like 13 points. Okay,
13 points. Yes, sir.
So the Selzer poll was off by what? 16 points. If the Selzer poll,
yes.
If the Selzer poll instead said that Trump won by like 19, right? Or sorry, add 16
30?
to by 30 points.
30.
Would Trump have sued Selzer? Yes or no?
I think that he probably would have because he would want the polling to be. He would want the polling to be correct. This is the thing. You guys are making a lot of assumptions. Hold on. No. This is the thing. You think that we think like you. You think that Trump wants to cheat. You think that Trump would be happy about something like that, where it's like, I look really good, so I'm not going to look into it because it favored me. I think that we look at Trump through a different lens because, I mean, obviously we look at him differently than you. If Trump had seen that a poll was off by this many points, whether it favored him or not, I think that he would want to open an investigation or sue because I think that he would want the integrity of the polling. I think that he would want the integrity of the polling system to be accurate for the next guy.
No,
because this is the problem. If there's something that's broken, it doesn't matter if it's in your favor or not.
There are
if
such
it's broken,
polls.
you fix it.
There are such polls that overestimated Trump's performance, and he hasn't gone after them.
Sure,
the proof is in the pudding.
By 30 points?
But you're giving a wild example.
No, by the margin. Stop focusing on the actual amount.
Okay, by 16 points.
Margin. No. It's not even specific.
Show me the Trump +16 poll.
Oh my God. I'm not talking about the specific number. I'm talking about the margin. You understand that, Sean?
What margin? Okay, so then put a freaking margin down and tell me what you're talking about. You just keep saying
given
the margin.
So for example, if the popular vote overestimated Trump's performance by like 5 points, right? That's a margin.
There was no poll that did that. Next.
What's the point of these hypotheticals?
Hold on.
There wasn't the poll that did it. Show me a poll that did it.
The whole problem I'm having with the conversation, just real quick, is because you guys, and I mean this with all due respect, I really do. You just don't know enough to really dig into these conversations. Let's look at the 60-minute poll, the 60 Minutes thing. They aired both parts of her answer.
You realize
they did it in two different segments, but they aired both parts of their answer. You were calling that deceptive because that's what ChatGPT or your Twitter buddies told you to. You did not know what Mahmoud Khalil was actually charged with. You did not
Well
know
understood.
the details of Ozturk that was, again, detained for weeks. You cannot point to a single law she broke, a single law they accused her of breaking. And let me be clear, during the trial that they had, the Trump administration during the trial presented no evidence. I want to be
So
clear. They presented no evidence. They called no witnesses. They did not even choose to cross-examine her. We have, again,
hold on.
we get keep. If I may finish, I'll be brief. I promise. We have example after example after example, so much that we do not have the time to go over each and every single one of these.
You're finding the time because you guys don't stop
stuck
talking
on them, right?
Hold on.
But we have a wealth of examples that dwarf anything Obama has done, dwarf anything Biden has done, dwarf anything Trump 1 has done, and you just do not know enough to have this conversation. And it's frustrating.
Your argument is if we didn't know the questions ahead of time and we didn't have all of the facts in front of us for questions that we couldn't know that you were going to ask, then we don't know enough, so we are unprepared, right? That's ridiculous, right? We are giving you the rebuttal and the answer based off of the information that we have. So far, we have answered in, I would say, enough detail to refute your arguments, and you're mad that we don't have these specific details about every little thing. Now let's I hate to keep harping on this, but let's also go over the fact that how much fucking time you guys have had on the mic where you just rattled off a whole bunch of shit and
crying,
then go,
you
don't
bitch.
know. You don't know.
Stop
You don't
crying
know.
about the meta. No one gives a fuck about it. Why do you keep going back to it?
You shush, right? Fucking take a fucking Xanax, bro. Look, if you rattle off a whole fucking litany of topics and then finish it up with you don't know, then yeah, that's a great debate tactic, but it's really not fucking based on reality. Get to it. Yeah, but now you are, because we bitched about it. Because
when have I not?
Speedy
Other than my opening
Gonzalez
statement,
over
which
here
I did
wouldn't
lay
shut
out
his
my
mouth,
outline.
sucker.
All right, let's get back to the
I like to have the debate, and we don't need like a 5-minute meta fucking expression every time we get into this. And
the kettle, he's like, yo,
and
you're
just
black.
so here's the deal. No one believes you, right? No one believes the notion that if a poll were bad but in Trump's favor, which there have been, Rasmussen is a poll that consistently overestimates Trump's performance, that he would
okay, stop. Want to talk about not knowing anything? Rasmussen had a 2-point margin.
Yeah.
2 points.
So consistently in the course of different swing state polling, there are election outfits that give Republicans an advantage and that overestimate. And no one thinks that in that context that Trump is going to launch investigations. He likes it when polls. He likes it when polls are beneficial for him.
So, yeah,
you cited Rasmussen, and they consistently, for the final 2 months of the election, had an average of Donald Trump plus 2 points in the popular vote. He won by 1.5 points. Where's the problem?
Check the swing states. Check the swing states. And it's not just by the way the national poll. I didn't cite Rasmussen just for national polling. So one outfit that got things right was Atlas. Okay, and sometimes that the Republican leaning ones got things right if there's, like, for example, some kind of systemic error in the polling.
Trafalgar.
But are you denying, for example, that there have been polls that have been favorable to Trump and have overestimated his performance? You're saying those don't exist? You haven't heard of those?
No, there absolutely have been. Yes, absolutely have been.
So Trump is not going to launch. Trump is not going to launch an investigation into those things. He hasn't launched an investigation into those.
No. I think
the reason why Ann Seltzer's being investigated isn't because the poll was bad for Trump. It was because there was a coordinated effort at the last second with different outlets to hype the poll and push a narrative in the media. That's what that was.
So if
I'm going to read to you.
I want to hand it to Wick. I'm
going to read to you April 28th Truth Social post that Trump made about a Republican pollster, John McLaughlin, that made he called a fake news organization poll reporting on fake polls. He says this. He says, and I'm quoting here, "These people should be investigated for election fraud." The Truth Social post read, "They are negative criminals who apologize to their subscribers and readers after I win elections big, much bigger than their poll showed I would win. Loose a lot of credit." That's his.
Did he?
Did we lose
He
him?
froze.
Oh no! All right.
I really wish that happened to Pisco instead.
Dude, don't be a pussy.
Sorry.
We'll give him just a moment.
Why?
Dang, because I was actually interested in how that ended.
Yeah. We'll give him a second.
See if we can get him back. We won't, cut him
I
off.
know. I know McLaughlin and Associates, by the way. That's a polling outlet, and they are an internal. Usually, they're a Republican candidate
Okay,
internal
I'm
poll
sorry,
Oh,
my
he's
pollster.
back. He's
internet
back.
hiccuped. I apologize.
You're
I
good.
don't
That's
know why
okay.
it did that.
That's okay. We held off. Go ahead. Back
yeah.
to where you were.
Sure. My point here is that we have Truth Social polls that show his approval rating at like 99%.
Mhm.
Do you believe that his approval rating is anywhere near 99%?
Can you put the post on the screen?
Let me find again. Everything just crashed, so
No, you're
That's
good.
okay.
I'll
That's
have to-
okay.
You know, there,
Give me,
can I,
give me a few minutes.
if I could just jump in real quick, I think that what you're
Go ahead.
saying is, so there was, I don't have all the details of this. So let me just paraphrase from what I remember. There was a chart where I think it put the top 20 pollsters, and I think that there was only 2 or 3 that favored Trump, right? So if you're saying that Trump is not investigating the minority that favored him, but he's investigating the majority, there's more to choose from, if I remember correctly. Like I said, now again, we can get right back into what Wick was saying, but I just wanted to make that little caveat there, because
Yeah,
I think
so-
that what you're arguing is that he wouldn't do it, and I'm trying to tell you that there's way more on the side of favorability against him versus the side of favorability for him, and I think that's his whole
So
argument. He wants to find out why.
So that poll, I mean, he's not going after Ann Selzer or the Des Moines Register for some kind of systemic error, right? So like overall, that before this last poll, it has been a very accurate poll over the years. It's been one that has been consistently, rated the gold standard by Nate Silver and others. He's mad because in this one poll, yeah, it was off by a lot. But that happens in the course of polling. There is, in fact, huge amounts of polling error, but the reason he's going after this poll is because it didn't inure to his benefit, and because there was a news cycle that he didn't like about it. And if you guys trying to convince us, you guys trying to convince us that, oh, this is all because he just really cares about polling methodology, it doesn't pass the smell test. No one believes that shit.
No, I think here's what I think Trump does. I think what Trump does is he has common interests in going after the people that I guess you could view it as he looks like he's retaliating against him because he doesn't want it to happen to somebody else. So if he views that there's an injustice against him and he wants to go after some that injustice, right? He's not looking at it, in my opinion, in the lens of, I want to do this as payback. I think what he has been very well outspoken about, he says, I don't want this to happen to anyone, a Democrat, a Republican, an independent. I don't want this to happen to other people. He's been very vocal about that in multiple interviews over the years.
I threw in the private chat. I'm not sure how to do this. In fact, the first link reports on it. The second link is the True Social post where he posts a poll showing that he has a 99% approval rating.
Okay, now that is now hold on, Wick. I do want to be fair about this 99% approval rating. If you look at the bottom right-hand portion of this, okay, that was a poll that was conducted at CPAC. Okay, that's a conservative gathering. So that's not a poll that is saying that he has a 99% approval rating in the country. That's a CPAC poll.
Even if
that means among Republicans right after he won the election. Yeah, I think a lot of people who have you ever attended CPAC, Wick?
Yeah, he probably did have a 99% at CPAC.
I would say it's that type of convention. I've been to 3 of them. It's that
one
type
of those things. Again, if you look at the chart, they have up to 120%. This is obviously a bullshit poll. Like approval can't go up that high, but they make it. It's again. He's not going after pollsters.
Where are you talking about 120%?
He's talking about the chart goes up to 120%.
Yeah, the chart goes up to 120%.
That's so they could fit in the 99.
No, you have to read the chart properly. So 95% of them strongly approve, 94% of them, 4% of them somewhat approve, which means it's a 99% approval rating. That's what that is.
Yeah,
what's the top line?
No.
That's all it is.
The way you do charts is you make the extra 20% just so you can read the chart, because otherwise.
Can you show me one other chart that ever?
Hold on. Otherwise, if you didn't do that, it would the top of the thing would literally cut off at 100%.
No, this is how approval polls are conducted. So if I asked you, Wick,
he's talking about the 120% line being there.
Where is the 100? Oh, that's just to show room for bars on the graph. That obviously, if there was 120%, you would see the numbers adding up to 120%. Okay, so that's all that is.
My point here is that Trump obviously has no problem with polls that way over favor him over any sort of kind
Okay.
of realm of reality here.
But
But this is
Israel.
after the
Never
election, Wick.
skewed
This is after
is
the election. This
never
has no influence on anything.
So
it's also on.
That's the
CPAC.
point. The point was that the Seltzer poll was negatively influencing or was unfairly influencing the narrative surrounding the 2024 election.
were
A
plenty of
99%
polls who
approval
were
poll.
overestimating
I
Trump.
wipe my ass with that poll. It doesn't
There were
matter.
plenty of polls overestimating Trump. Is it
Can you find
illegal
one?
or is it a crime for a poll to
Yeah.
be wrong?
No,
Can you find a poll that wildly
That
overestimated Trump before the 2024?
Wait. Who
Yeah.
would care? Wait. So
Find
if it was, I just want to be clear. So if we find a poll that wildly overestimates Trump in any contest in 2024, you're gonna concede that this was done for political retaliation?
No, I'm
Okay,
saying
what would it
find
take-
one first so that I
what-
can at least
what
see if
would it
you're
take-
right about that.
What would it take to change your? What would it take to change your mind about this?
What was the first?
you
What was
had
it, the original
No, what
question?
would it take? I'm asking, what would it take to change your mind that they are going after Ann Selzer because not for the reasons that you say, but because for political reasons?
What would it take to change my mind that it was
Yeah.
because of political reasons? Is your question? I'm gonna have to think about how to answer that because I don't think that's even a legitimate question. I don't think they're going after her for political reasons, Pisco. I hope you
asking
understand
what
that.
it would take to change your mind. What evidence
Donald
would
Trump
I-
would have to come out and say, "I'm going after her for political reasons."
Wait,
That's
are you
what it
serious?
is.
So I just want to be clear. Are you serious about that, Sean?
Well, it's the
Yes,
same
I'm serious
argument that you're
about that,
making.
Pisco, I am.
It's
So
the
now
same-
find a poll.
So what we're saying is
Find a poll that
no,
find
I'm
a
not
poll.
gonna
Find a
bother-
poll
wait,
that favored Trump by
wait.
16 points. Find
Wait,
one.
So
Go.
I am totally willing epistemically right there to show the audience what's going on here. He's saying that the only thing that would change his mind about whether Trump was going after Ann Selzer politically is if Trump admitted to it publicly.
Or
Hold
one
on,
of the
hold on,
investigators
hold
admitted
on.
to it,
No,
or internal documents.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here. Pisco, what would it take to get you to admit that Mahmoud Khalil was working for Hamas, right? Like, what would the evidence need to be?
Happy to tell you. If there's an email between a known Hamas member and Mahmoud Khalil, if there's a video of Mahmoud Khalil pledging his loyalty to Hamas, if there is some kind of payment relationship with Hamas and Mahmoud Khalil, there are a ton of things that I can keep on spitting them off. Do you want me to stop? I can keep going for another 2 minutes. You want me to?
No. I'd like you.
Okay.
I'd like you to stop. Now, I think what Sean was doing was being a little hyperbolic. If there was any of those things in the Trump regard, we would also concede that.
We're gonna slow down. So I'm gonna ask you again. What would it take?
Evidence.
What would it take?
Evidence.
So give me an example of something. That just like I just gave
Okay,
you.
how about this? How about this? How about this? How about an email?
I'm actually not
Hold
done.
on,
I'm actually
hold
not
on,
We know you're
done.
not done with
I'm
the
actually
question.
not done.
Hold on.
I'm actually not done with my question. So you guys are very
Okay.
uncomfortable when we're slowing things down. Slow it down. So what would it take in the form of evidence to convince you that he was retaliating against Ann Selzer for political reasons?
Okay, so we could get, I would say, either correspondence, communication between either him or the Department of Justice or whoever is investigating Ann Selzer. If we can get, if there's an email that says, yeah, we're going to go after her because her poll was bad for Trump for political reasons, or not verbatim, but you understand the idea that you can imply from that, right? Any sort of idea that you can imply from an email that says we're going after her because of the result of the poll, not because of the purpose of the poll.
Yeah. So what you're
that's
saying,
fair.
what you're saying is nothing short of, and because anything that I will give you circumstantially.
evidence.
So for example, if I gave you a bunch of polls that overestimated Trump, you say that's not going to convince you, right?
If you give us circumstantial evidence, no, it's not enough. Is that what you want to hear? Because that's
but circumstantial evidence is how you generally prove intent in the court of law. You prove it
if
using
you have a case
circumstantial
that,
evidence.
if you have a case that is based solely on circumstantial evidence, 99% of the time the person walks.
What do you?
Unless you're Donald Trump in New York
I'm sorry,
City.
What is even? Can you get what is direct evidence of state of mind? I mean, it really is short of a confession.
How about an email saying, I want you to go after her because that was politically damaging? That's direct.
He could be lying about that. He could be doing a Broadway show, and he could be doing some kind of LARP. Okay, so circumstantial evidence gets to intent, and that's how we judge it. So one way in which we might figure out if his intent is political is hey, is he going after all these other pollsters that might get things wrong in his
What?
favor?
Well,
over the
okay,
course,
stop.
over
Stop.
the course,
Stop. You
over
said
the
all
course-
these
no,
other
no, no, no,
pollsters.
no,
What
stop.
pollsters, Pisco?
So sorry.
What pollsters?
So what we're talking
What
about?
pollsters?
So what we're talking
Yes,
about here?
what
So
pollsters that
excuse me.
approved of him did he
Stop.
go after?
Wait,
That's
shut the fuck up.
What
So
pollsters in the 2024
What I'm
election
listen,
did he not
listen.
go after?
Listen,
Answer.
Sean,
Go.
So I want you to agree that if I produce these polls, you're going to say, "Oh, it looks like there's pretty good evidence."
I'm
that
not
he's doing this
agreeing
poll."
to
No,
anything. I'm
If
asking
you're-
you to
no,
just
wait, wait,
produce
wait,
them,
wait,
and
wait,
then we'll
Sean.
go from there.
Dude, this is insane, Tara.
gentlemen. No, I'm trying to hand it back to you, Pisco, but I need everybody to just kind of settle down. Sean, just stand by, let him get through his thought.
All right. I got my
So,
seatbelt on.
I am not going to. If what you're saying is, it would not convince me, even if you were to show me 5 polls that overestimated Trump by the margin of victory, right? If you were to show me those polls, it wouldn't convince me this is political. Why would I produce it for you?
Well,
Because, okay. All right. No, good question. No, good question. Great. That's a good question. That's a good question. I will move on this and say, if you can produce those polls in the 2024 election, not the approval rating poll that was taken at CPAC. That's not a 2024 election poll that can influence an election. If you can prove those polls, I will consider, I'm not going to move off my position completely, but I will consider that Donald Trump is hypocritically going after Ann Seltzer.
For political
if you
reasons,
could show
right?
me those polls. What?
For political reasons, and thereby it would be a First Amendment issue, right?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
I would consider it. I'm not
Okay,
going to,
sure,
I'm not
cool.
going to say you 100%.
I'll
I'm
give those polls.
going to say I'll consider it.
Yeah. So look, here's the deal, right?
And by the way, wait. Sorry, Zach.
Go ahead.
When I say overestimating Donald Trump, Ann Seltzer overestimated Kamala Harris by, what was it? 16 points.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could find, it's got to be the same. It's got to be the same. If you could find me a poll that had Donald Trump winning by 16 points,
Yep.
I'll consider it might be political.
And if he didn't go after them,
Wait. Why would it have to be?
Hold
Why
on,
would it?
no, because your standard,
on,
you set the standard, right? The standard is Donald Trump is going after this person who had a poll that favored Kamala Harris by 16 points. So you're asking us, what would it take to consider that Donald Trump is only going after that person politically? What you would have to do is provide the counter.
It needs to be
poll that is
16?
equal.
It
That
needs
would
to
be
be.
at
It
least
needs to meet 16.
No. Pisco. Find me a polling miss. Okay, here's a better one. The Ann Seltzer poll was a polling miss that favored Kamala by 3 and a miss on the margin by 16. Okay, that
Okay.
make sense, right? Okay, find me a polling miss in favor of Donald Trump that also missed on a margin of 16 points.
Wait, that
While he's
you're
looking
saying
for
that changed the outcome? So
No.
Wait,
Okay,
so
so
say
let's say
it
that- let's
more
say-
slowly.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to explain. So the Ann Seltzer poll favored Harris by 3. The result was Trump plus 13 in Iowa. That was a polling miss of 16 points,
Correct.
right? But that poll favored Kamala Harris. Find me a poll that favored Donald Trump
No.
that missed on the margin
Why
of
would that
16
matter?
points. It doesn't have to be because
Because it has
that's
to be
why
equal.
Donald Trump is that is why that miss in Iowa is so glaring because of how
Right,
much
okay.
it missed by.
So wait. So it's you're saying it's not enough to show the margin of 16. It would need to be 16 and flip the result to Kamala.
No.
No. What I'm saying is, look, if Iowa was a swing state, right, and it had Kamala plus 3, but Trump won by 1, not a
Uh-huh.
big deal. It's not a swing state. Donald Trump won that by 13 points, but that poll came out and with coordination with other parties had Kamala
Not
Harris
proved.
up 3.
Not
Okay,
proved.
fine. You can say not proved. You just
said
can
it as
say it's
fact,
not
right?
proof, but
Wait,
you
wait,
have
so-
not
wait,
yet
wait,
proved
wait,
that Donald
just-
Trump is
just be
doing this
clear.
politically
Wait,
because
wait,
you
wait, no,
can't
but
find a poll.
No, you're stating.
You
I just want to
can't
be clear to
find
the
a
audience.
poll.
Wait, I just want to be clear to the audience. You just said it as fact. Do you have proof that it was done coordinated with Democrats? You don't have proof of that, right?
I didn't say Democrats.
Wait, no, sorry. Do you have proof that they coordinated this to hurt Trump? Do you have proof?
I do.
Okay, what's the proof of that?
There were the emails leaked out. Ann Seltzer leaked emails to the media that said that there was a damaging poll or a dramatic shift in her poll days before that poll was released. Yes.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
why
but
don't you guys understand
how does that prove that this was deceptive or something wrong or in any way proving the point?
Isn't it possible she's
isn't it
just dumb?
circumstantial evidence that you just said
Wait,
that
no,
we needed?
no.
You know, like,
Why would saying
Hold on,
we have
no,
a surprising
you just
result?
rejected circumstantial evidence that we can point
yeah,
to.
but you
Trump,
didn't. So,
and you're
no,
holding
wait.
Seltzer saying that, oh, right,
saying-
we
I think
don't
what we're
need
trying
it
to-
for
I think what we're
Seltzer.
saying
No, hold
is-
on, if I can finish, please.
Go
This is
ahead.
important.
I'm sorry,
if
I'm
I
sorry.
may. I understand, right? We're all look. Pisco's
Yeah.
a little talky. I get it. I understand.
I don't want to hold you. I don't want to
I
hold you.
love
to
you,
Pisco's
Wick.
standard.
Jesus
I get
Christ.
it. I get it. Look, the frustrating thing about this is that you said we need an email or something directly from Trump saying, ha ha ha, we're going after Ann Seltzer for political reasons while they twirl their mustaches, or a video or something.
That's
But
actually
then
not what
when
I
we
said. I
say,
said an
hey-
email that implies that. I didn't say it had to be verbatim, so don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. But when we ask Ann Seltzer, what proof do you have that she's doing this deceptively? You
I gave
don't
you proof.
need the same level of proof. You have a
No.
double standard. You are not holding the same standard for Seltzer as you do for Trump, and you have done this consistently throughout the discussion, where
I
we
actually
give one
cited-
standard for Trump, and
Hold
you
on.
have an entirely
not
different
true.
standard for
That's
every
not true.
single other person.
No,
And
that
we
is
can
not
prove that
true.
right now. We can prove that with the FCC. Right? We can
Ann
prove that with the
Seltzer
polls.
Ann Seltzer emailed media outlets about a dramatic shift in her poll days before the poll came out to essentially basically chum the water and set the tone. She did that. She contacted other media outlets. Those emails exist. That is part of the case.
That
Okay.
has to-
That
that does not prove
So
what you think it does.
I didn't say it does. I said if Donald Trump or somebody investigating these pollsters had an email that merely a circumstantial, not merely implied that they were doing this for political reasons, an email communication that would directing the investigation, I would say, hey, this looks like it's political.
And
I'm literally holding both to the same standard.
And let me jump in
Seltzer
here.
coordinated with the media. If Donald Trump was coordinating with investigators for political purposes, I would say, hey, this is wrong.
Now, let me jump in real quick before we give it back to you guys, right? This is what me and Sean are saying. We have just articulated the amount of evidence, circumstantial or not, where we think the investigation is valid. You have emails and you have that discrepancy. So all we are asking for you, all Sean did was ask, right? Give us, to steelman your argument, give us the comparable poll in the opposing direction if you would like us to agree with you. If you can find a poll that had the 16-point swing and had Donald Trump favored, then we would listen to your argument, but you can't provide it, which means you're just making this argument based off of assumptions.
Exactly.
So to be 100% clear, what you're trying to do is narrow your degree of what proof you would accept to such a specific level.
No, I'm just giving you.
Excuse me.
It's
Let
the
me
Ann
finish my.
Seltzer
Hey, yo,
poll.
yo, yo.
Hold on,
By the way,
hold
I
on.
challenge
Go
all you guys to take a look up all the talking time during this entire debate. You guys absolutely have taken more talking time than me, 100%. But it is not reasonable for you to say the only evidence I'll accept is in this election an overestimation by 16 or something in the ballpark of 16, as opposed to, how about a margin? If you were looking at the specific state, let's say that Pennsylvania is only won by Trump by like 1 or 2 points, and it says that Trump wins by 5 or 6. Wouldn't that be an overestimation of we have to look into that
Pisco?
methodology, don't we?
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, can you answer that question? Wait, can you answer that question first?
No, it wouldn't
No,
be.
because Pennsylvania's a swing state.
Okay, so there's different standards for swing states versus
Yeah,
non-swing
there
states.
is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Why is
because
that?
Iowa was a solid red state that this
So why
lady
are we
said
more
Kamala Harris
concerned?
will win.
Why
What do
are
you
we
think
why are
swing-
we
what do
more
you think swing
concerned?
means?
Why are we more concerned? So this what's going on here? What's going on
What
here
does
is
swing
they're
mean?
finding a distinction without a difference. Surely we would be more concerned with
There's no
manipulation. Wait,
difference?
let me finish. So what you're finding here is like anybody's going to just find some distinction and try to make a difference out of it. Surely, and wouldn't you agree with this? We would be more concerned with polling manipulation in swing states than in non-swing states, correct?
I mean,
No, listen to me, Pisco.
Whoa. Can you answer?
Is Donald Trump Okay, no, I'm going to answer this question
Okay, go
for you.
for it.
I'm going to answer this question for you. Is Donald Trump suing any pollsters that conducted polls in
that's
Pennsylvania?
that's a question. That's not an answer, right?
Is he suing
Is
any
that a question?
pollsters in
Wait,
Pennsylvania,
wait,
Pisco?
That's a question, not
He
an
doesn't
answer.
want to
right?
answer that.
No,
You know why he doesn't
what
want to answer it?
What
I'll
question did I
explain
ask?
why he doesn't want to
What
answer it.
question did I
You know
ask?
why he doesn't want to answer it?
Gentle.
I'm going to
Hold
explain
on,
why.
Pisco. Hold on, Pisco.
I'm going to explain
Hold on,
why.
me.
I'm going to explain
Pisco.
why he doesn't
Yeah.
want to answer this question. Okay. The reason why he doesn't want to answer this question, right? The reason why he doesn't want to answer the question of, is Donald Trump going after a pollster that found Kamala Harris winning Pennsylvania by 4 points when Donald Trump won by over a point, is because Donald Trump isn't going after anybody who did that in Pennsylvania. That's right. The reason why he's going after Ann Seltzer.
What question did I ask?
The reason why he's going after.
What
You
question
know what
did I
question you
ask?
should ask? Why you
What
can't
question
shut
did
the
I ask?
fuck
What
up?
question did I ask? Wait,
Holy
wait,
shit.
Oh
wait,
my
wait.
God.
What
All
question
right,
did
all
I
right.
ask? What question did I ask?
Reset.
I don't know because you
Yeah,
won't
you don't
shut up.
So let's be clear. So I asked you a question, right, Sean, and you didn't answer it. Do you agree with that?
No, because I don't know what the question was,
Right.
Pisco.
So
Ask
why don't-
one
so
question
why
at
don't
a
you shut
fucking
the fuck
time,
up?
dude.
Is it? So I only asked one question. So here's the question.
Ask the question.
So here's the question, dipshit. Is it more problematic to have polling manipulation in swing states or safe states?
Good job.
It's
3
equally
seconds.
problematic to have polling manipulation in any state. How's that for an answer?
So if that's the answer, then we should our case studies should not just be looking at safe states, correct? If it's equally
No,
problematic.
it's not about it being a safe state, Pisco.
Wait, so you had just said, right? You had just said that you would have to find not a swing state, that the examples that I would have to provide to you
Because
are
that's
not
the
in
example
swing
we're
states.
using.
No,
That's the example we're using.
But wouldn't good evidence of political bias and manipulation and the fear of manipulation be even heightened with respect to swing states? And you just said it would be. Wait, you just said it would be equal. So clearly, I can provide you evidence from swing states, right?
Can I? No, you
Yes.
can't because you can't find a
Okay.
16-point margin in this.
No.
You first of all,
Oh
you
my
haven't
God.
found a single poll.
Wait.
Yeah.
So we're just.
Can I ask a question maybe that can get us back on
Absolutely.
track?
Get in here, Wick.
Thank you.
Get in
Right.
here.
Right, please. Okay. And this is to Farash and to Mr. Farash and Mr. Misfit. Do you find it at all problematic or worrisome to give the government power, right? To because they're not investigating her, they're suing her. To be clear, it's not an investigation; it's a lawsuit. Trump is bringing a lawsuit against this person, right? Into court. When Trump has, I think you would agree, a history of litigating against people he doesn't like. For
I think
years and years.
that's your opinion of it.
That's your
Hold on.
opinion of it.
It's not just my opinion. There is a history of this.
Are people not allowed to sue when they feel like they have had some type of civil injustice against them?
You find if someone is bringing frivolous lawsuits against their political enemies or their critics,
Are
even
they
when they're not
frivolous?
in political positions, in order to bully them from criticizing them, do you find that to be a threat or problematic towards free speech? Do you
I
think
think
that
it-
has a chilling effect on people's speech?
If it was frivolous, I would find it that way.
Okay,
but you
so
you
if
said
he,
frivolous,
for
I did not.
example, made a lawsuit against Trump versus Timothy O'Brien, and that was called frivolous by the judge and then tossed out. If he, for example, made a lawsuit against the New York Times, again, frivolous, tossed out, forced to pay the legal fees. If he perhaps was making a lawsuit against Tarla McCafe, and that was tossed out and forced to pay her legal fees.
Hold on. Are you talking
Washington
But there's no
Post,
point here. Then
Are you
Donald
talking
Trump was.
out. I'm
talking about
demonstrating
wrong
a
then?
pattern of
Let Wick
behavior.
finish.
I am
Let Wick
demonstrating and this is the problem I'm having with you. You're like, well, stick to one at a time. But in order to demonstrate the pattern of the behavior, I have to show the pattern of the behavior, which
Okay, go ahead.
which forces me to go through multiple points to
Yeah,
bring
just
it
try not
into
to make
one
them
point,
too many,
right?
but go ahead.
I'm the point is a singular one that we have evidence. We have a large body of evidence that Trump engages in litigious behavior towards his critics. He sued Bill Maher, for God's sake, for calling him an orange orangutan.
Well, I don't
Right?
think
Can
I
you
don't
at
think
least
sue your
cede
friends.
to that?
I don't think you sue your friends. So yeah, no, like that's the thing. You're saying that
Do you
Donald Trump
find
is-
it
Hold on.
perhaps a problem
No,
that
let
the
me
president of the
I'll
United
finish the first
States
part.
is using the power of law
Hold
to
on.
sue his critics in the court of law?
No. Look, here's the deal. I'm gonna steel man your argument, right? You think that because of the pattern of
I just
behavior of
want you
hold
to
on,
answer my question.
can I answer in a longer form instead of yes or no? Can you not pin me down to a yes or no on this? Like, because it's a complicated question. I got to give
Answer
you
it first. Answer yes or no first.
No, how about this? No, because. All right. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now can I do my because?
Yeah.
Right. Because what you're trying to do is you're saying that because of Donald Trump's personality traits, right? He engages in frivolous lawsuits against behavioral pattern. He engages in frivolous lawsuits against people, right? And now he's the president and he's having a lawsuit. So you're saying that it has to be frivolous because of his pattern of behavior.
I'm not saying it
I
has to.
Well,
I'm
I
saying,
think that
does
you're
that suggest
implying
it might be?
it might be there. All right, that's fair. If you
That's
frame
fair.
it that way, that's fair. It's a fair way to frame it, right?
That's
So
fair.
we would have to look at the merits of the actual lawsuit to see if it aligns with the frivolous lawsuits that he has as I believe he was a private citizen, right? Where he's a multi-billionaire, and I think that they get that all multi-billionaires, all rich people, all businessmen in his regard have lawsuits that go back and forth all the time because of their status and position. So
Can you name
you would have to look
another?
at the merits. You'd have to look at the merits of this. And so I said no because, and here's the thing, no, because he's president now and he separates himself from his personal beefs, or he's supposed to anyway. And I think he does. So no, I don't. So the long-winded answer is no.
So if we have, again, a pattern of behavior of him weaponizing, right? Which, again, this is my alleged, this is what I'm stating, this is my accusation, if you will, is that he has a pattern of behavior before he was president. He had a pattern of behavior now where he is not only weaponizing his lawsuits, his personal lawsuits, but also the government and organizations within the government, not just to CBS, not just to NBC, but to a wealth, to CBS, ABC, NBC, NPR, PBS.
I'm glad you brought up
Comcast.
ABC because they settled.
All again, this is part
it's
of
not-
the
so it's not
extortion
frivolous.
racket.
Well,
They
no, it's not
pressure
frivolous.
them,
Not
saying
extortion.
we're
They
going.
called him a rapist, and he never got convicted of rape. They settled.
Yeah.
They settled. They bowed to the pressure, which is bad because
Well,
these
No,
individuals
they were
rewarded
wrong
his
because they
behavior
called
that
him a
is
rapist, and he
needed.
was never convicted of rape. That's not why they didn't bow. He was called it. Wick, if I called you a rapist on public television, would you sue me? You
No.
should, but
Yeah,
you
Trump-
should.
Trump
I
is
think
a
I think
slap-
you're a rapist,
I think
Wick.
that slap
Trump
laws,
is a rapist.
that kind of litigation
your
is a threat
opinion.
to
No,
free
he's
speech.
not. No, he isn't. No.
No,
Show me
not law.
show me the Pisco. Show me the criminal conviction right now.
I didn't say he was convicted of any crime related to that.
So your opinion is he's
So
a rapist.
you are defaming Donald Trump right now.
Of course
That's what
not.
you're doing.
No, he was found liable for digitally penetrating a
No, he was
woman.
found liable for battery. He was found
Was he ever criminally convicted of?
I just want to be clear. Would you consider forcible digital penetration?
I would
Was,
consider.
no.
I would
Was
consider
he
you
ever
wouldn't.
criminally convicted of?
I would consider forcible digital penetration, and I think that the fact
Was
that
he ever criminally convicted of? Pisco, yes or no?
I never said he was criminally convicted.
You did when you called him a rapist.
No, I didn't. Wait,
Yes, you did.
Hey, no,
I can't call somebody a murderer.
Sean, I'm just going to be real quick. In order for someone to be a rapist, must they be convicted of yes or no?
In order for someone to be a rapist,
Correct.
no. In order
Okay,
for someone to
so
be
you just
called a
admit,
rapist,
wait.
yes.
I just want to be clear. You just admit what you just said was fucking stupid, right? Yes or no?
No, it said in order to be called.
So
a rapist,
when
you're calling
when
him
I
a
said when I said Trump is a rapist and you said it must entail you saying that he's criminally convicted, you were wrong about that, weren't you?
No, it's not.
No.
That's not what I said.
So explain
It's
that.
not
to
even
me.
close to what I
Wait,
said.
explain
It's
that.
defamatory.
I will explain it. I
Yeah.
will explain it. Okay, I will explain it. Someone does not have to be convicted of shoplifting to have shoplifted,
Okay.
right? However, if I make the allegation against somebody and say that person is a thief, I better damn well have proof of that,
Wait
or
a
else
second.
I'm defaming their
Must
character.
you
Yes.
must you have a criminal conviction?
Yes, if I'm
Yeah.
saying someone committed a
wait
crime, I better
wait
well
a
have
s-
evidence.
Wait a second. So if someone says, "Hey, that guy just shoplifted," and the guy's like,
what we're
"Really? He
saying
hasn't."
is-
Wait. Really? He hasn't been criminally convicted of it. You'd be like, "Well,
What I'm
no."
saying
but
is,
there's-
you just called Donald Trump a rapist.
Sure did.
O.J. Simpson
Sure
a
did.
murderer.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Just say it's
Can
your
I call
opinion.
O.J. Simpson
Wait,
a murderer?
it is my opinion that based on the
There you
facts,
go.
the conclusion, the strong conclusion that's supported by
So
the
it's your
evidence.
opinion.
Yeah.
So it's your opinion.
My opinion
your
based.
opinion.
You started off
my
with a
opinion-
declaration that
wait, no,
Donald
no,
Trump
yeah.
is a rapist, and
Well,
finish it off with,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
Yeah, it's my opinion. Guess who said it? I said it. It's my opinion. Obviously, I'm stating
Yeah.
what I think to be
As
true
long as-
and what
Well,
I believe to be
My
what I believe to be
opinion
true.
is official
We're
that we
yeah.
we are rounding the 2 hours and
Good.
we can continue from
No.
here.
Oh, we definitely should.
I
We-
gotta-
no, we
I can't-
Not
definitely should.
not this, but if you
Yeah,
need
I got a show to prep for tomorrow.
I gotta fly out. I gotta fly out tomorrow. So this is the end of. the
yeah,
end
I
of
figured you would be done for the evening. But
I may stick around for about 10 or 15 minutes
I'll do
just
10
to
or,
hang.
I'll do 10 or 15.
And then when I
Okay.
bounces, I have a full show I got to put together for tomorrow morning. that I haven't gotten to put together. Usually it's done by now, but I'll hang for about 15 minutes.
You know what I'll
Sick.
do? I'll use my Pisco timer for 15, and I'll.
Dude,
have
you guys
that.
There
are
you go.
such crybabies. You talk more than me.
I'm gonna name.
You understand
Pisco.
that, right?
I'm gonna name
Wait,
it.
you understand
I'm
that you
gonna
guys
name
You
it.
didn't name it?
Wait,
This
you
is
understand that
Pisco.
you guys blab on and on about.
Gentlemen,
By the way,
let's
I'll buy you a
go
label
wait,
maker.
I just want to say,
our
Mr. Patriot,
closing-
really seriously, I'm going to put as my introduction on the debate, you completely fucking up who controls the West Bank and everything you said about that. So don't worry. That will be front and center when
no,
everyone sees
it's
how
cool.
fucking pathetic you guys are and
When you
whining
wanna-
the whole
so
time
what you're-
about the fucking
Hold
meta.
on. So what you're saying is you're gonna find the one thing that
Well,
I might
no,
have
I mean
to
the whole thing. I'm going to post the whole thing. I'm going to post the whole thing.
And you're
It's
gonna
all
frame the
embarrassing.
entire debate as you
well,
want
I-
All
it to
well, I
right,
just wanna- I
let's
just
put
wanna be
our
clear.
rulers
Pisco, have you found those polls
away,
yet?
gentlemen.
Yeah, so-
We're going to go into closing
let's
Found the
go
polls
on.
yet, Pisco?
Yeah, we have the polls. We have the polls. We have all
Misfit,
the
why
polls.
don't you go ahead and kick us off with your closing statement, please?
Who was it? Me?
You.
Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's me. Oh, okay. Here's my closing statement. Okay. Again, basically what I stated in my opening statement. There is literally zero evidence that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, right? And in fact, there's evidence to the contrary based off of his executive orders. The only things that our opponents have brought up in this entire debate is their opinion. They have not proven anything. They have not given us any hard factual evidence. They said, well, because of a pattern of behavior, or here's some circumstantial evidence. When Sean asked them for a poll to refute the logic and reason behind the FCC going after a certain, and they did the same thing with the Hamas protests, right? They say if you don't have the evidence that Mahmoud Khalil was coordinated with Hamas, then Mahmoud Khalil is innocent. But then in the same token, they come back and say, we don't have the evidence for what we're saying, but you have to agree with us. Right. So this whole debate has basically been a struggle session with Pisco, where he's talked really, really fast and tried to get out of many, many points because that's his debate tactic. His debate tactic is flood the zone. What we tried to do was we tried to have an articulate argument, wait for the questions that we basically were bombarded with, and answer in kind, but we couldn't for the most part. And anytime Pisco gets challenged on that, he goes to ad hominem. I think that Pisco's behavior, and not Wick was doing great, by the way, Pisco's behavior kind of took the L in the debate just based off of anybody's like general common sense logic when they watch this. So in summary, prove Donald Trump is a threat to free speech. Nope, you didn't do it. Right? We have proven that we knew what we were talking about. They proved that they knew how to talk really fast and make accusations. That's the end of that.
Thank you, Misfit. Sean, to you.
Okay. Misfit got out everything that I ordinarily probably would have said, but I will say this. I'm not going to speak about the conduct of the opponents in this debate. I think I think I had a great time. I will say that. I did have a good time. But I will say this. The proof that Donald Trump is, quote, one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years just is not there. Every instance that was brought up tonight had been countered with pure and true violations of the law. Mahmoud Khalil was found at his protests having in circulation at his protests Hamas propaganda. And by that immigration rule that the Secretary of State can cite and the Secretary of State can execute to revoke a student visa, those are activities that are prohibited, and those are activities that are a danger to the United States foreign policy. That's number one. I don't see that as a threat to free speech. I don't think anybody, if it was a threat to free speech, I don't think anybody is going to be going to either Wick or Pisco's door tonight, knocking and dragging them out of their homes. Okay. I likewise, I have dealt with it myself, where because of things that I have said on the internet, I've had a SWAT team show up at my house because people don't like what I say. All right. And that's fine. I would never do that to anybody else. I'm not about that. Is Donald Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years? I don't think the evidence is there. There are opinions. People can say it. People can talk about what they disagree with that the president is doing. They could talk about his behavior. They could talk about things that they wish he would do differently. None of that makes him one of the greatest threats to the First Amendment that we've seen in the last 20 years. None of it. And he certainly is not a greater threat than what we lived with under the Biden regime for the last 4 years. The Twitter files, Parents at school board meetings. You have a parent who questions their child's curriculum at a school board meeting. They're put on a domestic terrorist watch list. I know a ton of those parents who this happened to. I went to school board meetings with those parents when I lived on Long Island. They were put on terror watch lists. I was put on a terror watch list for peacefully attending a school board meeting. I don't see that happening here under the Trump administration. Granted, it's only been 3 months, but it didn't happen the first go around. None of the people who were engaged in the destructive Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots in Seattle, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York were put on domestic terror lists, and they did things that were arguably far more destructive than a parent at a school board meeting, or somebody who didn't wear a mask in public, or somebody who held a gathering with too many people, or somebody who didn't want to get vaccinated and go to a music concert or get something to eat in New York City. There is no greater threat to free speech than what we just lived through. And to try to equate that or ignore that and say that Donald Trump is a greater threat or one of the greatest threats that we've lived to in 20 years is preposterous. It's ridiculous. It's your right to have that opinion, but there are no facts backing that up.
Thank you, Sean. Pisco, to you.
Yeah, so these people don't even understand the basics of the First Amendment. They think, for example, that it wouldn't be protected speech to support Hamas or an organization that the government designates as a terrorist organization, as though the standard in Brandenburg wasn't easily available to them and has been the law of the land now for decades and decades and decades. They think, for example, that propaganda should be made illegal, and it was a bad thing when Obama made propaganda not illegal anymore. As though, imagine, right? Political deception weren't protected by the First Amendment, or political edits weren't protected by the First Amendment at most, right? Even grant all the bastardization of the facts that these people provide regarding Mahmoud Khalil and others, suppose that they were able to produce evidence, which they never did, that he is linked to any of these pamphlets, or that he himself supports Hamas, or that he made any statement in favor of Hamas. Suppose that they were able to provide that evidence. That's core political speech. Yes, to support political terrorist organization. Yes, because who decides? The question and the problem with the First Amendment and what it recognized and what the framers recognized, it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Why? Because we don't trust the government to be making decisions based on political favor or lack of favor. That's why we don't, for example, put in the hands of the FCC to determine a rule for itself about when it's something is misinformation or not misinformation. That's exactly what they would want you to believe with the Twitter files was, which was the government involving itself in the affairs of Twitter and deciding what's in misinformation and what's not misinformation. Somehow they understand the problematic nature of, private organizations and private companies deciding what's misinformation, not misinformation, but they don't see the problematic aspect of the government doing the very same thing. Go further along on some of these cases. They say, for example, it's harmless. It's harmless when someone who has to go through the process and be arrested for 3 weeks for doing no more than publishing an op-ed, right? They haven't even read the charging documents related, or the removal documents that charges removable Mahmoud Khalil and Secretary Rubio's determination there that make no reference and no allegation to Hamas or any connection between Mahmoud Khalil to those indications. And they would have you believe, right, when that Donald Trump, he just seriously has a really good idea about going after polling misses and going after methodologies, and he just has a really good set of facts behind the Ann Seltzer poll. That's why he's retaliating after them. That's why, for example, he's retaliating after those law firms for their association with lawyers, which we didn't really even get into, or some of these universities. And they're telling you, don't worry, trust the government, trust the intentions of the government when they're going after people that you don't like. And just rest assured that Trump has your best intentions and the best minds and interests of the American people in mind. I mean, he would actually have you believe that when Trump is going after Ann Seltzer, that he's just doing it for the next guy because he doesn't want the next guy to deal with what he had to go through. It's completely preposterous. They're jailing people on the basis of their political speech. They're threatening their licenses on the basis of the political speech. They're revoking meetings with lawyers on the basis of political speech. They're threatening due process so that they don't have to give people full hearings on issues related to their speech. And it's all part of a coordinated effort to chill speech, to chill dissent. That's part and parcel about what they're going after. That's why they're attacking the universities. That's why they're attacking the institutions, the law firms. That's why they're attacking even, for example, private actors, corporations who are not friendly to Trump. And that's also why they're doing the tariff policy. The tariff policy is to make sure that people are bending the knee to Trump and to make sure that they're getting his political favor. It's all linked and coordinated. They can't see it because they're political hacks. They're government bootlicking shills. And whatever they say, whatever evidence you present them, right? Their standards for showing that they're linked to Hamas is what? He was at the protest, physical presence in the protest. That fell apart when talking about January 6th. or, in order to show political bias, you would need to show another non-swing state poll that had something in the range of the margin of 16 points in favor of, Trump that he didn't go after. It's all bullshit, ad hoc standards that they're inventing for themselves to try to justify a narrative that, in fact, Trump isn't attacking the First Amendment, where it's clear with anyone with eyes, he's going after people. He's doing what he campaigned on, which was political retribution.
Thank you, Pisco. Wick, to you.
We talk about facts and feelings, right? And I understand that my opponents here have a lot of trust in Trump. They support the man. They believe him when he says a lot of words. But I would challenge you to look at his behavior, not what he says, but what he does. What has he done? Again, he has issued executive orders targeting law firms that represented clients he did not like. He has banned those law firms and all that participate in those law firms from federal buildings, a clear violation of the First Amendment. This isn't a feeling. This isn't a vibe. This is a fact. You can look it up. There are court filings. The executive order exists. You can find it. It's not a feeling. It's not a vibe. We have the letter to Harvard, which called for an audit of their speech and things like that, including to audit the viewpoints of the student body, the faculty, the staff, to reduce the power of certain students, faculty, and administrators targeted because of their ideological views. All of these things are, again, expressly being done right now, and I can list a laundry list that I do not have time for in my closing statement that dwarfs anything that the Twitter files, COVID censorship, all things that I agree were bad. But this is far worse, and it's only been 5 months at this point. We have documented evidence that I can present. My opponents have, I just trust him. When he takes that $400 million from Qatar, I just trust him. I think he could do it. He won't do anything bad with it. It's not a bribe. We just trust him. I have, again, case after case after case after case that I presented. Again, you have not demonstrated a command of the facts in these cases. You have not pointed to a single thing that Ortiz, for example, or Stuck, the lady who wrote the op-ed, did that was illegal. But yet you acknowledge that the Trump administration detained her because of her op-ed. That is the charge that she was, the removal document that said she was detained because of her op-ed. These are clear violations of free speech. And let us be clear. If you don't believe in the free speech of everyone, you just don't believe in free speech, frankly. And that's my closing statement. I'm Wick TV. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. I appreciate that. For the record, ladies and gentlemen, I ran a poll to determine who the audience thinks spoke the longest. I questioned who talked the longest during this debate. Wick came in with only 9%. Sean came in with 15%. Misfit came in with 20%, and Pisco, you took the 56.
You gonna sue that pollster too, Pisco?
Crazy.
You're gonna sue that pollster. We're gonna sue the hell out of him for that. For the record, Wick, I just want to say I actually do think the Qatar thing is a mistake by Trump, but
that's big of you.
Yeah,
it's corrupt, right? You agree it's corrupt?
No,
I agree. It's a risk.
It's a risk. It's not fucking corrupt to get a $400 million plane and for him to use it after he's a fucking president. If Biden was doing this,
donate it.
He's not going to use it.
Not going to use it.
All right,
can you at least agree? Can you at least agree if Biden did this shit, you'd be crying corruption?
Don't make me pull out the Pisco timer.
Since everyone is on a time frame, I went ahead. I dropped the open panel link. It is now pinned in the chat. If you want to jump backstage, go ahead and do it now because we're going to run through just a few super chats just to preserve time for everyone who is leaving sooner.
Yeah, I'm doing Pisco. The Pisco timer is going 15 minutes, and then I got to go. So Pisco timer on.
Fair enough. We'll move fast. Jack Federer with a big 5. The minute you defend January 6th, you tip your hat that you were both ignorant of the fact and lying about what happened. Shame on you for continuing to lie.
Based.
Anybody
Sarah?
has a brief response? Yeah.
Now, is that is he talking about us defending January 6th?
He's talking about us.
Okay, well, I was at January 6th, so fuck off. I know exactly what happened, and I saw it happen firsthand.
Yeah, you're a fucking traitor. You're a fucking traitor.
Oh, I'm
you
a
tried
traitor.
to overturn the election.
Oh, I'm a traitor. You know what happened on January 6th?
Yeah, I know.
Antifa stalked me,
you guys tried to
slashed
steal
my
the election.
tires,
You fucking liar. You hate this
slashed
country.
my tires.
You hate
I
this
got
country.
out of there. My name's on a police report. We got out of there when we saw it wasn't.
You should leave this
going
country,
well.
bro. Go somewhere else. This isn't for you, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
Pisco.
agree with you, so you should leave my country.
Well, no, you hate
Yeah.
the country.
This guy,
you're not
real
loyal-
good
you're not
First
loyal to the
Amendment guy
country.
right
You're
here.
not- you're not loyal to the country.
I was entirely peaceful
Well, no,
on January 6th, peacefully protesting. He tells me to leave the country.
Well, yeah, you
if
should-
that
you
doesn't
should.
tell you that this guy's full of shit,
Wait, no,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
saying,
what does.
I'm not saying you should be forced out. I'm not saying you should be forced out. You should just volunteer because you don't like democracies and republics where people vote for their
in
representatives.
with the big five
Thanks, Pisco.
says,
Yeah.
based on the
Fucking
title
hypocrite.
tonight,
Traitor.
based on the title tonight, he is not, but the guardrails will need to be rewelded after he is done.
Based on the title. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the question, the prompt.
Yeah.
Another new account with the 5 reminder that Pisco's Whiskey Rebellion, a standard for charging people with insurrection for supporting J6, doesn't apply to supporters of Chaz.
Yeah,
Some
just
good
misunderstanding
point.
that. So I'm happy if you want to come talk about insurrection and the term insurrection, how it applies. Come on to the after panel. It's not the whiskey. It's not the Whiskey Rebellion standard. It's a historical standard that's applied that has different elements.
Why
that we
was
can-
nobody
that we can
charged
use
under
it for-
18 U.S. Code Section 2383, Pisco?
So to be clear, I don't memorize statutes. Lawyers don't memorize.
That's
particular
Okay, it's
statutes.
called the
Yeah,
Rebellion and
yeah,
Insurrection
yeah,
Act.
so-
How come nobody
so
was
you should
charged with
read-
insurrection?
So I
Pisco?
think I should have been. I read Jack Smith's analysis. I don't agree with him. I think that people should have been charged for insurrection. Is the answer there? I don't know why.
How come they weren't?
Because they wanted easier charges and the obstruction charges.
No, you know
and
what the real
conspiracy-
reason was,
Excuse me.
Pisco? You know what the real reason was?
No, wait. Do you want to hear what I
Because
have to say?
the
Or do you just want a
mandatory,
monologue?
the maximum sentence on 2383 is 8 years. The maximum sentence on 1512 is 20 years. It was all political. Shut the fuck up.
That's
Next.
not true.
Next.
Wait. You understand you can charge? Wait. Stop. You understand you can charge multiple things, right? Yes or no?
Wait,
Wait,
Yeah,
do you
they could've
understand?
charged-
Why
wait,
were none of them? Why were none of them
yeah,
charged with
wait,
insurrection?
I just want
I
to.
would like to
Wait
be able
a
to
second. Wait
say
a second.
sometimes.
Whoa. You know you're fucked. So you understand that you can charge
Next.
more than one thing, right? Correct.
I know that. Why weren't they charged with
maximum-
insurrection?
So the maximum insurrection wouldn't be a limiting factor on the other charges. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yeah,
It wouldn't be a
limit it.
limiting factor.
So
Then why-
you
that
just-
proves my
you
point
just
even
got
further.
blown the
Why
fuck
didn't
out,
they?
right? Your conspiracy
why
got
didn't they-
blown the
no, they
fuck
didn't.
out. Wait, so why would
Well,
the
you know,
maximum?
you know that putting your hands on the microphone
Why
doesn't
would
make
the
it actually
maximum?
louder,
Why
Pisco.
would the maximum? Why would the maximum? Why would
So
the
why
maximum?
didn't they charge him?
Why would the maximum sentence be a limiting factor?
Why didn't they charge them with
I don't give a
insurrection?
fuck at this point, gentlemen.
I'm the
Thank
gentleman. He's a
you.
lady. Guy's hormonal today.
I thought you
in
said
with
you
a
didn't
big
believe in trans
5.
people.
Josh in with a big 5 says FCC news distortion rule specifically excludes cable news networks.
CBS is not a cable news network.
Doesn't matter. Can't violate the First Amendment. Doesn't matter.
It does.
Chickham
Supreme
in
Court
with the big
disagrees.
10 says if
Cite it.
an investigation is held and a crime is found, what do you think the crime would be? Would that crime conflict with the First Amendment protections?
I don't know what that's in reference
Yeah.
to.
To the
I'm not
FCC
sure
violation.
either.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, there is no crime.
It wasn't. It's not criminal. They're not. They're not
It's still-
investigating
it's still a
or
lawsuit.
investigating CBS for criminal. It's a lawsuit about whether or not they violated the terms of their broadcast license, which in 1965 the Supreme Court upheld the broadcast license.
CBS and
But to be clear, First Amendment applies to more than just criminal charges. So even if what we're talking about is the denial of a license, the imposition of a fine, you can't just file the First Amendment.
There are restrictions on the First Amendment, though. That's what you guys don't understand. You guys
Okay,
basically
but none of them
arguing.
regard
None of them
regard
apply.
what happened with the editing.
That's
None
your
of them
opinion.
regard
None
what
of them
happened.
Well,
apply
that's
here.
not true.
Which
Yeah,
which
news
category
distortion
absolutely
rule.
applies?
We already said it. The news distortion rule applies because it was
That- we'll see,
manipulative
we'll
and
see.
deceptive.
If that is
Uh,
challenged by the Supreme Court, I will bet you $100 right now that the Supreme Court overturns that.
Okay.
Jack Fetter in with a big 5
I'll
says
take that.
CBS denies charges, same question, same answer, but a different portion of the response. This was editing, nothing more. You guys are misleading.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
we
No,
already
we're
went
not the
over
one who misled. CBS is the one who misled by making it look like she answered the question one way and then making it look like she answered it a different
it's
way.
so stupid.
Again, repeating this narrative that is just incorrect on what actually happened, where they released both of the
That is
answers,
what
all
happened.
the answer, the complete answer. They just did it in 2 different segments.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
Yeah,
So that-
I bought a
something the
whole
editors
I bought
do.
a whole cake from the bakery, but they gave it to me half by half. I'm happy. Happy birthday, right? Come on.
That's the dumbest
Come
fucking comparison I've maybe ever heard in
All
any
right.
panel.
Come on.
And
okay, I get my whole thing.
last one for now. A dummy thick with the big 10 says just tuned in 15 minutes ago, but if they claim Trump's the biggest threat to free speech in U.S. history is the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long time, especially if they disregard or deny Biden's BS.
What did Biden do that's really violated the First Amendment?
Are parents terrorists for going to school board meetings?
No.
Okay, well, his DOJ did that. So next,
They
you want
did
another
what?
example?
Wait, they did what?
They put parents on school board on terrorist watch lists using the threat tag EDU officials. Yes, they did.
Wait a second. So
The FBI went to school board meetings.
Should you investigate when there's accusations of threats of violence? Should the government investigate that? Yes or no?
That's what. Yes, there should.
Yes,
that's why
okay.
That's the argument we made.
So what's
That's the argument we made.
So what's
Because
the First
they
Amendment
put parents
violation?
on lists.
Wait, what lists? What lists?
They
What are you talking
put
about?
them on lists.
What lists? What are you talking about?
The
Lists?
FBI, if you
Domestic.
shush, the FBI used a threat tag with their counterterrorism division hashtag. It was a tag in their system, EDU officials. That was the tag that they started putting parents on lists. A friend of mine got arrested at a school board meeting in Arizona for standing there.
Is that's all I did?
He was speaking.
What's your friend's name? I'll look it up.
Kelly Walker.
Kelly Walker.
Also,
probably not a traitor.
I mean, also, this is just a personal thing. Under the Biden administration, the FBI showed up at my house with 2 armed agents to talk to me about my social media. There was multiple instances of the FBI going to people's houses, speaking with them about their social media posts. I told the FBI to kick rocks and talk to my lawyer. They never told me specifically what I did. They showed up. I got it on camera. I posted it. It had millions of views.
What's the First Amendment deprivation there? I'm not following. So they're asking you questions. Can the government not ask you questions?
Yeah, no, exactly. Can the government not go after Mahmoud Khalil? Can the government
they're depriving
not do this?
him.
Can the government...
So what the government is doing is a deprivation in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, as opposed to showing up at your door to ask you questions, which they don't even
Does
have
he
to
not
have
have
any,
legal?
They don't
Are they taking away his right to have a
So I
lawyer?
just want to be clear. They don't have to have any reason to come to your house and just ask you questions. To be frank, but what they're doing in Mahmoud Khalil's case is a deprivation. They're purporting to take away his green card and remove him from the country. And that is a deprivation for which the First Amendment applies.
Is he removed yet? Is he out?
No, he's in jail.
So they haven't removed him from the country, huh?
So when you're incarcerated on the basis of First Amendment activities, that is a deprivation. Every day is irreparable harm. That's why Ramaya Ozturk was released from jail. She won so far in the district court. That's why the First Amendment applies.
So he's going through the process.
Yeah. So what you're saying is it doesn't matter if you put. So we should say the same thing to you, right? It doesn't matter because the FBI visited your home. Right?
Correct. Exactly. They have the right. They have the right to do that. If they had reasonable suspicion to lock me up, right? If the FBI had told me this is what you said, right? You're going to jail. I would have gotten a lawyer. I would have gone through the whole due process, and then I would have tried to make my case.
It was legal for them. So I'll give you the differentiator because it's a good question. It was legal for them to go up to your door. It was illegal for them to lock up this woman. That's the difference, right? Agreed?
No, they're allowed to investigate, and then if they have reasonable evidence to
was it legal or illegal to lock? Wait, the judge determined it was illegal to lock her up. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but this happens all the time, right?
But it was legal to go up to your door. That's the difference. It was legal to go up to your door. It was illegal to lock her up. That's the difference. One was a First Amendment violation.
No. It's not illegal to lock her up.
Then why did she win her habeas claim? Then why did she win?
Because sometimes people get it wrong.
Because it was illegal. It was illegal. That's why they let her out.
Illegal.
Yes, it was. Then why isn't she still?
Let me ask the next question. I know we are on a time limit, and so I want to get through, but this one came in. Pondering politics in with the big 50. Thank you. Will the MAGA guys concede Fox and Newsmax spread 2020 election lies since they settled with Dominion that Dems could rightly investigate right-wing media? It was okay for Biden's DOJ to investigate Trump about J6 and classified docs.
All right, I'll answer this first. I believed all the Dominion cases were bullshit anyway, and I don't believe that Dominion is why the elections were stolen. So I think it was right to. I think it was right to investigate. Well, I think it was right for Dominion to sue them. I don't think Dominion fixes elections, and I take a lot of shit from my own people. I don't think Dominion voting machines were rigged in the 2020 election.
Should the government investigate Fox News is the question. Should the government investigate Fox News is the question.
They can. Yeah. They can.
Should they?
Well, it's already been settled.
No, should the government? Well, that's just a settlement between two private actors. Should the government come in and we should get a full report and a full investigation of?
You know what?
of right-wing
Honestly,
media.
yes. Here,
Okay.
Hey, you know what?
Okay.
Yes, I think. Hold on, but here I'm gonna make it even broader. I think that the government should reinvestigate the 2020 election all the fucking way.
No. Specifically Fox News and the other
Yeah,
right-wing
what?
outlets.
I'm saying
What?
all. I'm
for
saying all the
spreading
way.
for spreading misinformation. Should they do that?
Oh, but they're gonna have to prove it was misinformation, won't they?
Should they investigate it? That's the question.
Yeah.
All
yes,
right.
yes,
I think
absolutely.
knowing
Go
who's
investigate
back-
Fox.
Yes.
And
go
Trump
knowing
too.
who's-
And Trump too, because there was two
knowing
parts to that
who's
question,
back-
right? 50
Yeah,
bucks.
do it.
I believe
Absolutely.
there are a lot of people wanting to talk to Sean and Misfit backstage. So I want to push really fast to get through this. I do apologize.
You're
I'm
fine.
just trying to be mindful that these people are waiting to talk to them and they are on time limits. Okay.
The fuck? Guys, what is this?
All right. So I do want to run this fairly round robin oriented for the time being only so that we can get through Q&A, 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 if everybody understands how I mean by that. All right. So Duck, you were first in line. Can you pose your question, please, to the panel? You're muted, Duck.
Beautiful.
I'm ready. Okay. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the debate, discussion, debate, whatever that was. I'd love to have Sean and Misfit answer this first. So my perspective as a liberal progressive, as someone who's patriotic, is Trump's always loved the camera, but he's always hated the American people. He's always hated this aspect of free speech. And so if he set out to destroy the United States to begin with, why isn't it the case that it's believable in this sense, charitably, that Trump has just moved xenophobia and all these things in not just the media where people don't feel safe being moderate, but he's moved all of these functions of hatred into institutions. Is that the wrong way to look at it?
I believe.
I do
so.
think it's the wrong way to look at it. I don't think he's moving hatred, so to speak, into the institutions. I believe we're getting back to a level of common sense. Let's take an example of men and women's sports. Okay, Duck, I'm going to assume that you are a male. You've got a nice beard, so I'm going to assume that you're a dude. I would think that if you decided that you identified as a female, you shouldn't be competing against women in cycling or weightlifting or wrestling or
Why is that?
any sport really.
Why
I
would
think.
I feel that way? My wife was
Why-
my wife was a better cyclist than me for a lot of our lives.
Well,
Well, but I'm not talking about your wife being a better cyclist than you. I'm talking about you are born with a biological
No,
advantage.
but you said something about me, Sean. You said something about me that's not true. So correct it.
So you don't believe you should compete in a professional sport? You think you think you should have the right
Why?
as a male to compete against women in professional sports?
Why? Why not?
Because it's unfair.
Okay, well, that's
so-
your opinion.
And
that's just
okay,
not-
and
No,
let
it's
me
not, it's
clarify.
science.
Let me clarify also to you, Doc. Just because
it's also not the question.
just because you happen to suck at something and your wife happens to be better at it, doesn't mean that it goes against the generalized statement and consensus of data and biology, right? So just because you have the advantage and you don't utilize it, or maybe you don't train hard enough, or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean that you don't have the potential to already do better than a female. Misfit, did you want to chime
Yeah,
in?
no. So I was gonna add to that, right? So the question, I'm gonna address the actual question, but just to opine off of that, I think that what we're trying to say is Trump actually is not going with hate because he's trying to exclude men from women's sports. It's more of like Trump is actually trying to be fair to the women. So it's like he's actually doing a good thing for the women, not a bad thing for the trans people. And if they want to have their own, category in their own sport, then they can do that. That's, I think, the best solution for this. Now, to answer your original question, which was if Trump is bringing in this hate and division, can you provide me with an example? Duck.
An
Can you
example of Trump being hateful?
Yes, please.
Why not? Why don't we
Muslim
use?
ban.
Why don't we use a generalized version of they're eating the dogs and cats, referring to immigrants most likely making minimum wage in the United States like every other American.
I'm not familiar with that quote. Making minimum wage like every other American.
Well, he said they're eating the dogs.
You're
and
not
cats
familiar with
for a while.
Trump telling the American people that minimum wage workers are eating dogs and cats?
No. I think that he was saying he was going off of a report. He was no. You don't have to do that. We can have a respectful conversation.
No, because
no.
Why are you dodging? Don't stop dodging.
Duck, I
were
think
doing
you
this the
need to
entire time.
hold. Duck, I think you need to hold on so he can answer the question.
Trump was responding to a report. The report came out to be not true, right? But he was responding to a report where there were Haitian immigrants that were eating dogs and cats. There were photos of people that had they were photoing people that were grilling. They were
what are you talking about?
Hold on. They were grilling, and when people looked at the grill, it looked like a dog. It looked like a cat on a grill.
So it looked like, but it wasn't.
It was
No,
a
no,
chick.
so
That's
Donald Trump-
hatred.
Hold on. So
That's
Donald
Okay,
not
can I ask Duck a
Trump
question?
made
I have a
mistake.
question for you, Duck. Do you believe it's hateful for the governor of New York to say that young black men in the Bronx don't know what computers are?
Yeah, that would be a hateful comment. I would also want the full context of a.
No, that's what
statement
she
like that.
said. She was saying she wanted. She said
One more
that young
question,
black
and
men
before I
in
get
New
to
York don't know what computers are.
I'm going to
Well,
give you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Let
give
me
you-
go
technology
ahead
is
and
foundational for the
let me
United States,
actually
so there's
interrupt.
something that we would agree on
$50
there.
was dropped in to kick everyone off panel except for our original panelist. We've got Grid here who wants to have his time and place. And Grid, the floor is yours.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
I didn't actually get to hear the debate. I was over.
It's really hard to hear you.
I'm turning his volume up on
Okay.
my end.
Am I?
Go ahead.
No, you're
You're-
good now.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. Right. Sorry, in the back chat, it's very funny. Hey, how's everybody tonight? I didn't get to see the panel. I was over arguing with other people.
Pisco had a great show.
Pisco did great.
It was a good show. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll watch it on the. I'll watch it on the VOD. I haven't. So I had to do it. Like these guys get up here and they sit for an hour and not say anything, and we have to listen to Duck ramble for a half an hour before he. And I. It's a public service that I do. Really.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grid.
after your question, I do have to go, so you can.
Yeah.
All right.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question. Just generally, why to the, I guess, Pisco and Wick, when I've debated before, this is the first time I've talked to Pisco. Why is it that you guys think that Trump is so bad for the country that you can't recognize any of the good that he does?
Great.
I think
question.
there's
Hold
very. Oh, go ahead, Wick. Sorry.
Go ahead. Please go.
You go for it.
Sure. I don't think that everything Trump does is bad. When he does something that I think that might be good, I'm like, okay, maybe this will be good. For example, I'm not sure that it's a bad thing that he is trying to cap the prices on drugs. I don't know enough about that, but maybe might be good. I don't know. Right? I'm not usually for price caps, to be clear, or price controls, but hey, maybe I'm willing to let's see. Right? So there's one.
Yeah, no, I'm not against everything that Trump does just because it's Trump. Like, I actually thought, now I voted against Trump in 2016, but he could have been a very consequential president, and the American people did give him a second chance, and he's completely squandered it. But there's some good things that I think that he could do. I think that some tariffs would be a good idea. I think that if he revitalize some kind of deal with Iran, that would be a great idea. Where we're not, entering into a second, large scale Middle Eastern conflict. I think that would be good. I think if anyone could have the leverage to clamp down on the sort of activities, I think the overreaching of Netanyahu and others, and finally get peace in that area, I think Trump could. So there are a lot of opportunities, rare opportunities that Trump has, and I don't just out of hand dismiss something because it's Trump. I thought the First Step Back was good. I think that in general, although I have problems with the pandemic response, I think preventing it from being a general recession or like the worst kind of recession by stimulating the American economy, that was a good instinct. Maybe it wasn't his, but yeah, those are all things that I think that he could do that were good, and that he has a lot of opportunities. He just is a very corrupt and evil person.
Can I ask you, Grid, though?
Yeah, man.
Why is it that you guys always assume this? And I get this a lot, right? You guys always assume that I hate Trump because and everything that Trump does, and I can never give any concessions to Trump whatsoever. That was your question, right? Why do you?
It was kind of it's kind of my question, because I rarely ever hear. So what I hear, I guess what I hear, maybe it's just me. The other two could answer this as well, but maybe it's just me. But what I hear is, yeah, other people have done it, but Trump's doing it, so it's fucking evil and bad.
No, so
I hear this over and over and over again, to the point that I no longer believe anything that you say. And I'll let the other two answer from their point of view as well. But that's my point of view. I hear all the time, well, Orange Man bad. Trump did this. He's ruining this. He's doing that. But it's like you can't, even admitting for a second that he had a win would just destroy you. And that's weird to me. Like, I can admit, like I didn't actually have that big a problem with the policy. I heard the policies that Biden put in place. I think that obviously it wasn't him, it was his handlers, but I didn't have a problem with that. That's not why I didn't like Biden being president. But you guys never give an inch that I hear.
That's so untrue. That's fucking dumb.
These guys just spent 2 hours arguing with you. Maybe they can add something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll chime in. I think what you're talking about is a general polarization, where I think that we do it too on the right. And I think that it's because the leaders, right, have sort of and I'm not talking about at the top. I'm not talking about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I'm talking about Congress. I'm talking about everybody at the top. They have pushed us apart, and there is a huge divide. So what happens is we get into this cycle of looking at all of the bad, and you don't really recognize the good. And the way that I describe this when I bring this up as an analogy, think about it this way. If you had a wife that fucked your best friend and you caught them in bed and you just were completely like, that woman could cure fucking cancer and you would still think she's a bitch, right? Like, you'd just be like, yeah, well, she cured cancer, but cancer wasn't that bad anyway, right? It's like, so what is it really is on both sides, where it's like, we don't like the other side because of all the abuse that we get from them on a daily basis, or we don't like the things that we're seeing, so we can't really see the good. And I think that it's true for both sides. However, I do the same thing that Wick and Pisco just did. When like, if like Joe Biden did something good, I would have been like, well, that's good. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but
I was able to think of something.
You can't think of a single thing that Biden did that you liked?
Sean, can you?
I'm sitting here. I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to think of what Joe Biden did that I liked.
I think Joe Biden.
You like when he struck the Houthis?
Yeah, sure, fine.
Yes,
absolutely.
There you go.
There it is. Done.
Yep, there you go. All right, but we do have to run. I got to go.
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Can I ask one thing before you do?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, it's actually for Sean. I want to know why you lied about your friend. Was it an Arizona man who you said was arrested for just standing there?
Yeah, he was standing at. You watch the video, Ryan?
I'm reading an article right now. It says the Associated Press reported that one of the men was carrying large black zip ties. They broke into the principal's office and they said
didn't happen.
Did not happen. Didn't happen.
Oh, that's
what did not happen.
It's super weird. That
no, actually, no. There's actually you could watch security footage of the school if you want to actually do your due diligence. Nobody broke into anywhere. He went with a parent whose child was being held in the office for not wearing a mask. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a little different than how you present it.
Nobody broke into a school. Nobody broke into a school and threatened to put anybody in zip ties.
They said they were going to arrest her, right?
No, they didn't say that. That was what was purported. That was not what was
the
said.
principal was breaking the law and they were going to
I got a
arrest him.
question for both of you too. Sorry, Ryan, but like we've got
That's
limited
fine. Yeah,
time.
I said my piece. Yeah, that guy Sean's a liar and a traitor.
Do either of you
Thanks, Ryan.
understand?
Thank you, Ryan.
In fairness, Ryan was
you
supposed to
understand?
Leaving the Associated
Do
Press.
either
Go
of
ahead,
you-
Mel.
Guys,
Go ahead, Mel.
I'm trying
Go
to
ahead,
jump
Mel.
back into the original conversation here, which
Do
is
either of you
Mel
understand
was already
why?
trying to ask a question.
Do
Yeah,
either of you
so-
understand why it's good to have a fourth estate which acts outside of governmental interest?
What?
What happened?
It's a
And
clear
do you think
question.
someone who's labeled the media the enemy of the people actually supports?
Oh,
freedom
you're
of
talking about the
press?
media. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the fourth estate.
Yeah, the fourth estate. I was like, I'm tired, man.
It's okay.
Repeat that question.
I'll go with my second one. Trump has labeled the media as the enemy of the people. How does that sound like someone who favors the fourth estate?
Well, I think that when the fourth estate acts in the way that they have been for, I would say close to a decade, maybe 2 decades, where they
that
are
someone in government doesn't like?
No. That I would say.
No,
Have you taken any poll? Do they trust the media? 70% of people say they don't trust the media. So when he says they're the enemy of the people, it's backed up with evidence. The people don't trust the fourth estate.
Is
Right.
Congress the
Do
enemy of
the
the people?
president enacts that disapproval, or is that like is that not separating government and the fourth estate?
If he's a representative of the people and the people are generally distrusting the fourth estate and he says they are the enemy of the people, he's responding to the actual people telling him we don't trust the media.
You think they don't trust it because he generates distrust by calling the media the
Donald
enemy
Trump
of the
is the
people?
reason the media lied to us? It's his fault that they lied? It's his fault that we don't trust them? No.
they
Yeah,
didn't
it's
just
not his
lie.
fault that the media said the media did lie. They said that he called neo-Nazis fine
Melanie,
people. That never happened.
Okay. Well,
Okay. He said that he colluded with Russia. That never happened.
we'll do
Very
one
fine
more.
people on both
sides. That's
All right, Sean, I'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's not what he said. He said he condemns the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists, and
Yeah,
that there
man.
were good protesters at the protest that were not a part of those groups.
Very
You
fine
know
people
it.
on both sides.
You know it. You
Both
know.
sides-
Yo, but he
both
said
sides of these two
media
groups were
said,
fighting. Very
"Shut-
fine people on both of them."
Shush. Listen to me. The media came out and said that he called neo-Nazis fine people. He never did that. Not once.
What does
Hold
both
on.
sides
Can
mean?
anybody hear me right now?
All right, Vibe. I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you.
we
I'm
can
gonna
hear
give you one before I go. Go ahead, Vibe.
Yeah,
All right,
vibe. This is
okay.
that's it. I'm
First
out of
off,
here once you're done.
Thomas Jefferson was the first one to say nothing can be believed, which is read in the newspaper, right?
Cool.
So
Yeah.
he is the first Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And he was the first traitor.
And who was the last one to say
Fuck you, Ryan.
nothing can be trusted? It was Barack Obama who said Fox News cannot be trusted.
Oh,
They can't be. They can't
Yeah,
be.
Fox News, the whole
Right?
media.
So, I mean, this is a long going story here, and let's look at what the actual Constitution says. It protects our religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. I actually wanted to ask Wick this. Wick, this is directly to you because I don't want to talk about Palestine. Sorry, Pisco.
I'm not.
What is
Palestinian.
one thing that Trump has done to stop free speech? And I actually will even challenge you. He's probably the biggest free speech guy out there because he just freaking says what he wants. Every politician has been held to a standard of not saying what people think is offensive. But this guy just says anything. He threatens people, but has he ever done anything? He fires people. He does all these crazy things. But everything he does, they still have the freedom of speech to say.
Boys and girls, I'm gonna get out of here. All right,
I gotta run. I got a lot to prepare.
Thank you for being
Thanks,
here.
guys.
Bye-bye. But I want to answer
Bye,
Vibe's question.
gentlemen.
So bye-bye to all of you. But I want to answer Vibe's question. So the free speech, as I understand it, at least, and you can correct me if you have a different idea or a different thought of what it is, but it's the right to express your opinion or an idea without fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction. And if you are asking me the question, at what point has Trump, against someone expressing an opinion or idea, used retaliation, threatened legal sanction, or censorship, I have a whole document I can send you. Let me, if you want, I can just list them all. But it's going to take a while.
If I'm a boss,
A clear one is the law firms.
You said
yeah, the law firms. Yes, exactly.
Let's do law
what's
firms.
it called? I got it right here.
the law firms
Perkins
were part of
Coy.
the government.
Perkins Coy for hold on. So can you repeat that?
Okay.
No, Perkins Coie, the Trump administration issued an executive order on March 6, 2025, banning them from federal buildings because of who they represented.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. They're representing factions that are against the policies.
That is
you said
a
it.
violation
You just said
of free
it.
speech.
You just said it. They're retaliating against the law firm because of their private associations and private speech and representation of, which is all, if you look at Supreme Court case law, all protected by the First Amendment. That's all things that they're doing, and they're stating that the purpose is that, and so that's a clear violation of the First Amendment, and that's what the court found, and that there's currently an injunction against that action because it violates the First Amendment, among other things that it violates.
No, it doesn't. I just read out the First Amendments to you.
Hold on. So if
speech press assembly, it's not against firing or getting rid of any entity that is against what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you're being fired because of your speech, are you facing retaliation because of your speech? If you're being, it's just a simple question. If you are fired because of your speech, right, because of what you said, either the opinion you expressed, the person you represented, the idea you proposed or advocated for, right? If you are fired because of that, did you face retaliation due to your speech? Yes or no?
No.
Really?
No.
Wait. So if someone fires you, let's say the government fires you, let's say that you're a bureaucrat employee, you're just somebody at the equivalent of a DMV, and they fire you because you're a Republican, is that firing based on your protected speech?
No. Okay.
That's not even the right way to look at free speech to begin with.
You're disagreeing with. So just to be clear, well-established case law says that quote, advocacy by attorneys falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. That's what the Supreme Court of the United States says. Now you can say I disagree with the Supreme Court, but it is well-established precedent that freedoms of association with clients and even just legal advice given to clients is covered by the First Amendment. And if you do a restriction based on that speech, it would be like banning ink or banning a bookstore. Well, I'm not banning you from publishing your book. I'm just banning the store. Like, that's just a dumb way to look at it. It's not how our First Amendment doctrine works.
Here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment has always been about protecting civilians and entities within our country against overreach from the government. And that's why you could say that some of the things that have happened under Trump has been a violation of those First Amendments, because the First Amendment should not and cannot act with its authority to infringe upon those type of rights. And when you see certain people not allowed into the White House, when you see lawsuits of, and again, whenever someone wants to make a case of it being defamatory or whatever, that's a different thing. I mean, we're talking about the fact that the government does need to be, we do have protections against the government using its authority.
And to be clear, the Trump banned the Associated Press because they wouldn't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Which is
a ridiculous thing.
By a Trump-appointed judge said that even on that deferential standard, it was a humongously deferential standard. Basically, when you're dealing with government restricted spaces like that, it's like the only thing that you can't do is viewpoint discrimination if you open access to some class of people. And so it's an incredibly deferential standard, and Trump didn't even meet that. And what I would love is for some acknowledgement here. Yes, it was wrong for Trump to claim as a basis to retaliate against law firms their previous representation of clients for being against the government. What could be more violative of the First Amendment than that? And think about it. You guys don't have a lot of sympathy for the law firms because they're white shoe law firms. They make a shit ton of money. I understand that. But these law firms protect all of their other rights. The reason why it's most important when the lawyers are targeted, and why even Shakespeare wrote about this and why it's so important to protect the lawyers, is they're the ones who fight for you in court. So when they are saying, hey, vendors, if you hire these law firms, you're not going to have a contract with us, of course it implicates First Amendment interests. You
do apply the standard when they went after Trump's lawyers, though, right? You're going to apply that standard.
Hang on, no. If you're going after,
we would apply the law firms protecting the government, and the governments have the contracts on that, and those law firms do not align with the government. They do have the right to fire them, but once going back
for those reasons, right? So
Vibe,
it's a good point.
Law firms have the
Vibe. You're severely narrowing. Vibe, you're severely narrowing, but you're narrowing the Constitution. You're not just putting it on a pin. You're adopting this. You're adopting a very broad and wide almost like spiritual understanding of what the United States is. The United States has never been a spiritual place. And that's something I like, maybe is not now isn't the time to talk about that. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're saying how I run my business is how the
that's
state
why we're
runs.
talking
That's
about
not
it.
true.
So if, for example, the government canceled a contract and said, we're canceling this contract because the head of the CEO of this corporation is a Jew, would you say, well, they can cancel contracts, so I guess they can cancel this contract because he's a Jew? You'd say no. Just because the government generally has the power to cancel contracts doesn't mean that they can do so for a
free speech.
But no.
But we find that standard is applied not equally.
I understand it's not
Canceling contracts is not a speech.
I understand that it's not, that canceling a contract is not speech. I understand that discrimination on the basis of religion is not speech. I'm not saying that is. I'm trying to give you an example that gets in your head about, hey, just because the government generally has this kind of authority doesn't mean they can't use that authority in a way that violates the Constitution. If you grant the religion example, let me give you the First Amendment example. Yes, you can cancel a contract for a variety of reasons, but you can't just cancel a contract because you have an association with a law firm that represents people that we don't like.
Okay, I have to push back on this a little bit.
Why?
Where do you actually
I'm going
where do you start
to
protections?
we're just
Doesn't make it
gonna
right.
start playing
Doesn't make
stupid
sense.
video
Sorry,
clips.
What the fuck? This is porn. Please stop.
This message is sponsored in part by.
If I
By the way,
Please allow me the moment to read a few super chats that we didn't get to earlier just because I wanted to get through time quickly. These are actually pretty comical, so they don't really require a whole lot of responses. The chat was sending in wine for me because this became a shit show pretty quick. Patriots are a go with the big 5. Thank you. Kissy Cat with the big 10, sending lots of wine. We also had some funny little dad jokes. What do you call a cow with 3 legs? Lean beef. A Kissy Cat again. What kind of bird doesn't have babies? A swallow.
Sarah, why did you put that woman's ass on stream?
You don't like asses? Would you prefer?
I don't know if it's
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I'm pretty sure he prefers that.
Thank you. That's what I
be wrong
thought. You complain about putting a woman's fine ass on a video. Plus, there's a horse. Everybody
this is my
likes
first time on Raging
horses.
Tomato. I didn't know.
Well,
That was shocking,
yeah.
by the way.
Pisco, did it not get you to shut up?
Do not like
Yeah.
I guess it did, yeah.
Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, which days of the week are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday, because the rest are weekdays. Kissy Cat with the big 5. Who were the greenest presidents in U.S. history? The Bushes. Kissy Cat again says, I can't take my dog to the pond anymore. The ducks keep attacking him. My bad for getting a purebred dog.
Boo.
Kissy Cat says, if a pig loses its voice, does it become disgruntled?
Boo.
Plant-based in with the big 5 says, asks the question, is Sean or Misfit a flat earther? And I don't believe that they are. In this question, I'm a little hesitant to read, so I'm going to read it strategically. Ask Tubby on the left. I think Wick, when this came in, you were on the far left. If having Destiny promote you, who has been making death threats against other streamers, is that a threat to free speech?
No, because it's not government action. It could itself be kind of its own criminal offense. But
I don't even know if Destiny's promoting me anymore. I haven't talked to Destiny in months.
I wouldn't see death threats as a government activity, and because the First Amendment by its terms applies to the government action, it wouldn't be a First Amendment issue.
Pisco's correct.
Also, Destiny is facing his day in court for anything that he has done wrong, it seems.
Yeah, the courts will deal with that.
I agree.
So is that the rest of the super chats? Am I allowed to?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I think one of the problems that we run into, especially with like Trump supporters defending his lack of ability to infringe on our First Amendment speech, is that we have like direct quotes from him explaining why he's doing these certain things. We can say that he was trying to revoke the status of Mahmoud Khalil or Ozturk because they were supporting a Hamas or whatever. But when days before he says to a speech full of donors quote, one thing I do, any student that protests, I throw them out of the country.
True.
You know, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're going to behave. Let's not pretend like it's because they're like spreading like terrorist propaganda. It's because he's trying to crack down on our right to protest. That's like explicitly what he said to the group of donors.
And can we also acknowledge, please, right, that the First Amendment and free speech, the First Amendment protects free speech, but free speech exists outside of the First Amendment. Free speech as a concept exists outside of the First Amendment. So while the First Amendment may not exist in Russia, I still would advocate for people in Russia to have free speech, even if they aren't protected under the First Amendment. Does that make sense?
And I'm willing to
So when we
grant
talk
all
about
of
the
these
concept,
points.
if I may finish just real quick.
Okay.
When we talk about the concepts of free speech, when we talk about these things, when we even if I grant you, and I don't, to be clear, that, oh, well, non-citizens maybe not be protected the same under the First Amendment, that is still a threat to their free speech. Just because you find a legal loophole that allows you to attack someone's free speech does not mean you are not a threat to free speech.
That's a good point.
Pretty clear.
I will grant all these things if you guys will grant that there is also a more systemic problem threatening free speech more than just one candidate. And the reason I say that is because long before Trump, we've had these kinds of issues, and even with other presidents, we've had issues like anti-BDS laws, which are an infringement on the First Amendment.
I'm not here to argue.
Under the
hold on,
Obama
just if I may respond to that
presidency-
just real quick. I'm not here to argue that Trump is the sole offender. He is not. We have had I have had problems with many administrations and how they have handled free speech. My argument tonight is that Trump is the worst offender. And I have, again, provided evidence and cases and well, I haven't shown the documents, right? But I have.
Would you agree?
I want to shift it only because Grid is getting ready to leave in a few minutes. So I just want to allow Grid some space to talk real quick, and then it'll open up the panel to bring Ryan back up too.
Yeah, I don't really have any other questions. It's been kind of going round robin, back and forth. I'd actually really like to hear Corinth. See what his questions are. It'd be interesting.
Wait, I have a question for you, Greg. Do you agree that going after law firms on the basis of who they are affiliated with and for past representations is a problem for the First Amendment, and he shouldn't have done it?
Hang on, I got to turn that up.
Absolutely,
the law firm still had full free speech.
No, they don't.
It's
not
the
if
worst
they're
problem
being,
you could.
Not if they're being threatened by the government.
Pisco, that's the worst.
You're
It's the
being
worst
punished for their
problem.
free speech.
You're not
Shut
being attacked
up.
by a business.
Just a
You're
minute.
attacking
Can
a
we just-
procedure. Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Do them
Pisco.
law firms not have? the
No, I
ability
just want to make that
speak out
clear.
against that?
Just because you can still speak doesn't mean you haven't been punished for your speech. And it is against the First Amendment for the government.
Where in the
punish
First
you
Amendment
for your
says you cannot be punished for your speech. You still have the free speech.
It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, and that's been understood. That's a general term. It
That's
doesn't
Congress, that's government, right?
So that's been understood. So that's been understood to be not just Congress, but also to extend to the executive branch that's implementing Congress's will. Okay, so it's broader than just Congress, but it is government directed. And so, just to give you an example, just because it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech doesn't mean it only applies to literal spoken words. We understand that the freedom of speech means something beyond its most narrow reading of it, which is spoken word. It applies to books, print media. It applies to private representations, associations. It's understood basically in the English common law, what the English common law definition was.
And Pisco, I would also argue as well that if you look at things like Miranda rights, how their Miranda rights got expanded, there was a time when it was a narrow understanding of those your Fifth Amendment rights only being in a court, but now they've been able to expand that to the entire engagement whenever you're encountering law enforcement.
Sure.
We have these kinds of cases. But I'm just saying there is case studies to show that these things become expanded.
Sure. I would agree with that. But you don't even have to grant, because I know Miranda people have a problem with it because it's kind of like a precautionary rule that you have to say these special magic words, and so people think it's a little too spooky. But I agree with you. But you don't even have to grant the kind of more expansionist, living constitutionalist framework. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm just saying that a lot of people will do that. The core of political speech is associational freedoms and being able to have private dialogues with individuals. And here you're being punished because of your private representation with clients who are politically disfavorable to the government. That's core speech. And it's happening to the people who are in the best position to fight the government.
Slow down. You asked me a question. I'm trying to understand.
This is an example of free
Hold on,
speech.
hold on,
right
hold
here.
on, Vibe.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
just
Greg.
calm down a minute. So did Trump make a law saying that he wouldn't deal with those people?
No, he uses executive actions to specifically call out those law firms. And for example,
In what way?
So here's some concrete things. So number one, there's a reporting requirement now for government contractors that if you're associated with these law firms, you need to tell the government about it, and they're canceling contracts because of associations and forcing these contractors to not have representation with these law firms. Number two, they're specifically canceling all meetings between clients
okay, how is
and
that
the government
speech?
that are represented by because
Make the connection to speech.
Okay. Retribution because of speech, right? Any negative
Well, that's
government
not
action. So stop. Just because.
Pisco, let me give you an example of my company. I do not work with porn companies because that's against my.
I mean, this is exactly.
Right? Am I?
We're going off
the
topic.
government.
Not the government.
You're not the government. So I don't have to address it because you're not the government.
But
Right?
I really want to interact with Pisco on this because I want to
So
do it in good faith.
I'm trying
so
to
if you
address
don't
it.
mind.
So just because the regulation, the executive action itself doesn't target doesn't ban speech, right? That's what you're looking for. It doesn't mean it doesn't implicate the First Amendment. It doesn't implicate the First Amendment. So any kind of government retribution on the basis of speech. So for example, if they charge you with a crime, it's a high standard, but solely on the basis of your First Amendment activities, that would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact the government is allowed to charge in the main. Now, in the case of these different activities, right?
Can I ask you a question before you go too much further?
I'll give you one more example. If, for example, they said, we're not going to give you a liquor license, the government says this, because you're a Republican, it would be a First Amendment issue. Agreed?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not just
because that would be a political affiliation.
Correct.
But if you said, I'm not going to give you a liquor license because you served underage people or you're opening a bar where I don't want one,
that would be different. That would be different. But what they're saying here, right? What they're saying and what they put in their purposes is we're going after these law firms because of prior representation, because of the law firm's stated views on DEI, and because you were opposed to the government. They listed out 4 reasons, and all 4 of them implicate First Amendment issues. So yes, there could be some legitimate basis.
Who listed out the reasons?
The government itself, the president of the United States, he issued orders specifically targeting law firms.
He literally said because you supported DEI that you were no longer allowed government contracts.
Yeah. So here I'll read out the different reasons. There's 4 of them. So reason number 1, the firm's representation. This is Perkins Coie. The firm's representations of Hillary Clinton during the 2016 presidential election. First Amendment interest. You're talking about the private association with Hillary Clinton. That's core First Amendment, and private speech and private representation is private speech protected by the First Amendment.
I'm not. Look, I could see whether it's like interference in business or something like that. I'm not seeing where that's a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court has
you're not tying that up.
So first you asked for the four purposes. I'm trying to give you the purposes. I thought we agreed that retaliation on the basis of speech is implicating the First Amendment interest. Did you not agree with that?
I agree with that, but you're not showing me that representation you're not showing me that representation qualifies as speech.
Yes. So it's well settled law that advocacy by attorneys to the courts.
Can you give me an example of anything I can go look at that?
This is Legal Services Corp. 5.3.
Give me a legal foundation for this, because right now what it sounds like is this is yours and others' opinion that's never been tried out in a court of law. And therefore,
you have to tamp it in though. If you're going to say that this is purely procedural, if this is actual jurisprudence, or it's in
I
the
believe Duck and
law.
I are agreeing.
I'm trying to cite two cases to you.
Yeah.
So first
Yeah,
case,
yeah.
NAACP versus Button. This is 371 U.S. 415. Quote:
Okay.
The First Amendment protects vigorous advocacy, certainly of lawful ends, against government intrusion, including litigation, which is thus a form of political expression. That's a Supreme Court saying that. The other case is Legal Services Corporation. Hang on, I can get the full citation, but it's 531 U.S. at 542, and it says that advocacy by attorneys to the courts falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. Those are two legal citations to the Supreme Court saying that representation is protected by the First Amendment.
Well, right, but did the Supreme Court rule that they were in fact free speech violations? You're saying there's citations to the Supreme
other
Court.
Case law. So this case is now going through the courts, and one court, the district court, the first layer of review, has said that that's unconstitutional. It's against the First Amendment. So we have
right. Yeah, I get that. I understand the lower courts. All right, look, I would really like to get into this with you at some point. Unfortunately, I've actually streamed like 7 hours a day.
You're good.
Okay, and and I'm fucking going to bed.
Are you going to brush your teeth?
What the fuck?
I'm not letting you
I'm
do
trying to drag it out for him more because he seemed to be doing that with Pisco
don't.
there. So I
Okay.
was trying to assist him.
Thanks
do
for
a
stopping
three-way on
by,
this.
Grid. We appreciate you.
I
just
dropped a 60 to kick me.
I tried to get Admiral Gibbs over here for you. He's a cool dude.
I'll debate
vouch
him.
for I like Gibbs.
Oh, I
I
think he
just-
followed me on X, actually. I remember that name.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Admiral Akbar from.
See you guys.
But-
Have a
but-
great night.
Before
I
we
know
had,
Wick wants to go. Can I go after Wick? Because I have been waiting patiently to see.
yeah, Mel had a question too. For
Yeah,
me, I think, as well.
go ahead. Absolutely.
Get it, Mel.
I'll be brief. When you are told that unless you better watch what you say, or we're going to ban you from a federal building. If you better watch what you say, or we're going to fine you. You better watch what you say, or we're going to take away your security clearance. You better watch what you say, and if you speak out against us, we're going to do these things. This is viewpoint. It's called viewpoint discrimination. You are discriminating against someone's viewpoint, their opinion, and that absolutely is a violation of someone's free speech of the First Amendment. The reason that that's true is because it creates a chilling effect, a disincentive. It dissuades people from speaking their mind because they know if they do, that the government will come in and punish them. Therefore, their free speech is abridged.
But this
Do
is
we
still
understand this?
outside
Do we
the
agree with this?
amendments,
Vibe, do you agree?
No, not totally.
What part don't you agree with?
Okay, so we have amendments. We're allowed to speak. We can speak whatever we want. Now, there are consequences.
There's
If
some
I go
categories of
and I say to
unprotected
my
speech,
boss,
but-
he's sleeping with my wife, even if he's not, he can fire me just for being an idiot.
Correct.
I still have the free speech to say, I think you're sleeping with my wife. And he's like, I'm not. He can still fire me.
Correct.
Right? Now, I have the right to say that. And
Correct.
he still has the right to fire me.
Correct.
But I lost my job. And I can still, even after he fires me, I can say my boss is an a-hole because I have that right.
Correct.
Right? So, yes, people can punish you for saying the wrong things, and you can go back. You can go to court and go, you know, I shouldn't.
Wait a second.
You can go to the Board of Labor. Like, there's a government process to make sure when things like that and injustices like that happen, you still have a legal opportunity to say, hey, my free speech
So let me
was
ask
not
you.
wrong.
So let's ask: can a government termination ever be a basis of a First Amendment violation? Do you believe that government termination can ever be cognizable as a First Amendment issue?
Sorry.
If you were fired, so in your example, you're using a private employer, I'm assuming, so that's not First Amendment
Yes.
because it's not government. So let's move it over to the government realm, right? Can a termination by a government ever be a First Amendment issue? It
That's
must
a good
be,
question, right?
It-
So,
it should-
so we switch from a Democratic government to a Republican government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you know your staff there is going against what your goals are now. Yes, you still have the right to go, hey, you're not on board. You're not drinking the Kool-Aid, just like in a corporate company. If you're not drinking the
so
Kool-Aid,
you're actually, yeah. So here, it's an interesting. It is more complicated than I'm letting on in some areas. So for certain political appointees, because you actually, speech is one of the things, right? You shouldn't be forced to hire your attorney general on not speech related grounds. But what we're talking about is a little bit more specific. It's, let's say in the context of just random bureaucrats, right? Like just regular bureaucrats, or in the case, put it aside the government as employer, the government imposing sanctions on private employers for who they hire. So let's say that the government says, okay, we're going to give you guys licenses to be fishermen, but every fisherman that you hire, it better be someone who supports Trump, or it better be a Democrat. Otherwise, you're not going to get the fishery license, or you're going to get worse preferred fishery. And then the fishery start firing people who aren't Trump supporters. That would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact that they can still technically be Trump supporters. Agreed?
well, okay. So I want to get a little clarity on that,
Yeah.
right? So where exactly on this fisherman are they? Is the government saying that you have to hire this type of person, and what is that type of person?
Yeah, the government's not saying it explicitly. It's saying, hey, guys, we have a new policy. Our new policy is we only give fishing permits to corporations that hire only Biden supporters. So, but you can still hire your Biden supporters or Trump supporters.
But
if
we
you
know
want.
that doesn't happen, right? So it's going to be
It's
more
a hypothetical
Thought experiment.
It's a thought experiment.
It's a thought experiment.
You can only hire this race, or you can only do this.
Yeah, no,
or
but
whatever,
now we're doing
right?
the First Amendment stuff, right? So the First Amendment stuff where the government is saying we are going to impose a burden on private actors if they don't
So I'm
comply
asking,
with our
give me an
ideology.
example of that burden.
Okay, Blake isn't going to get it, and I'm sorry, but I've been waiting patiently to ask my question. John Mosman, you said you were talking about systemic forms of people having their free speech tread upon. Would one of those forms be McCarthyism to you?
Yes.
Burning books?
Yes.
So what do you think about the Trump administration literally burning books in Pentagon libraries? That way kids can't read about transgender stuff.
Well, I don't know of any facts of that case, but if that is the case, I think that's wrong. And I think that would be obviously a First Amendment issue.
Okay, can you Mosman, is that how you say your name, sir?
Yeah, it's my last name.
Sorry. Yeah. So you acknowledge that Perkins Coie is a First Amendment issue, and that the government, if we are presenting the facts correctly, that is a violation of the First Amendment.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. We can get here, right? So it isn't just Perkins Coie that are doing this. They're doing it with Covington and Burlington. Covington and Burling. They're doing it with Wilmer Hale. They're doing it with Jenner and Block. They're doing it with Paul Wise. And these are all executive orders. So to keep in mind, this isn't a law that they're trying to pass through legislation. Trump is literally signing and executing executive orders.
Which is not a legal law, which is not by any, because it doesn't come from the Constitution. It comes from Congress, which is where legitimate binding laws are made.
Well,
which is one of my reasons why I don't like Trump is all the executive
There's some
decisions.
authority here. Like no one is saying that Trump doesn't. Think about this, right? Does the executive branch not have the power to make things off limits to certain people, or to decide when to take meetings, or decide who gets access, or who has classified information clearance? In the main, the executive branch does have some of these
that
authorities.
metric is very that metric though we've way surpassed that metric.
No, we've surpassed
just
it because
the number amount of
not because we
executive
recognize, not because we think that Trump doesn't actually have the power in general to decide who gets
I
clearances.
know that's why you guys
yeah.
would not disagree with it, because you would be okay if
I think
you're okay with the executive decisions.
I would just grant you that executive overreach has been going on for years. Obama did it, Trump 1 did it, Biden did it,
Bush did it,
Reagan did it, right?
The executive overreach is not into the Congress's authority. The executive overreach is into the individual rights of these entities and these individuals. It's not interbranch. There are other areas which are 100%. I agree with you and Wick 100%. There are overreach from the executive in other areas, but in this specific area, it's not interbranch. It is into the individual rights component. We're talking about the First Amendment. That's the issue.
Which and a lot of times it comes out of a conflict with something with enforcement of some type.
Pisco, I'm going to push back on one thing there. Pisco, you said one thing.
This is to kind of
Wait, give me 1 second, please. Pisco said one thing that yes, there is executive overreach. I mean, again, like not losing center, because this is a debate about Trump taking away free speech or being a threat to it. There's not always executive overreach. There has been in the past. It's been specific. It's been something that you've been able to identify.
Yeah.
But like government, like executive overreach isn't just like business as usual. That's
Okay.
one of the like steps
Executive
that we can't
overreach is
go to.
beside the point. What I'm trying to say with my
It is
whole
not.
entire argument is even if they have the legitimate
not.
power to do something, if they do something in an illegitimate way, right? If they use that legitimate power that they have to threaten someone's free speech or to punish someone or to retaliate against some entity or individual because of their free speech, it is illegitimate, even if they would otherwise have that power and it would be a legitimate power to hold. That's my entire argument. Do you disagree, Mr. Mosman?
John.
I would
John, you're
ask.
muted.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
with
I unmuted
the
myself.
second term,
No, I
do you
wouldn't
feel like
disagree
your
with that.
speech is any less?
I don't
You disagree with that.
or
Why?
is more restricted?
No, I don't disagree with that. That's what I say.
Oh, you don't disagree? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Then I think that look,
Okay.
you're a reasonable man. I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime. Because one of the frustrating things about this conversation.
John
is the
isn't
refusal-
reasonable, just for the record. I love John, but
No,
he's not
he is.
reasonable.
Duck is the person who's unreasonable.
I want to say something real quick after
Anyway,
Wick's done.
Wick was trying to
But wait,
finish.
have you
something.
lost
Yeah, I'm
any
just trying to finish
speech
up my point.
since
Jesus,
the
come on.
second
Yeah.
term of
Can
Trump?
we let Wick finish?
I keep getting
his
half a point
thought,
out,
please?
and it becomes people are like, "What are you trying to say?" Well, if you let me finish, maybe we can get there. Okay.
Mhm.
So, one of the frustrating things about the conversation that we had before, and what I think that was very telling, is that the refusal to admit any wrongdoing when the wrongdoing was very, very clear and very, very obvious. Let he who has eyes see, let he who has ears hear, right? It is obvious, I think, to the audience, and I think to, well, even you, Mr. Mosman, even though I think I get the sense we would disagree with each other politically, and you might disagree with my assertion that Trump is the worst of the worst here, right?
I
But
don't
you would
necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, but you would acknowledge, right? You would acknowledge that there is violations that have been done by Trump and are currently being done by Trump.
Oh yeah,
And I think that the fact that I'm sorry, not Sean Farash, I don't mean to get his name wrong, or the Misfit Patriot refused to acknowledge a single thing, I think shows a level of dishonesty that was frustrating to deal with. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Can
I agree. And so, well, hang on, because I'm actually going to bounce after I say this. But first of all, I mean, although I also disagree with John on many things, he was on my channel recently, and we had a nice conversation where he agreed that he would stand in the street with me at a hands-off protest if one came near us together, and he would
John's
support
right.
pushing for the
John's nice.
impeachment
He's
of
just not
Donald Trump.
rational.
So yeah,
Just not
sure. And so
rational.
but when it comes to standing against Donald Trump right now, I appreciated that much. But I wanted to say I think I wanted to highlight the irony of on a panel about free speech where Wick and Pisco made a genuinely compelling case that Donald Trump poses a real threat to that. We had Grid paying $60 to boot me off the panel. And I understand this is not a First Amendment violation.
Little
I
salty
understand
there,
that.
but it's okay.
Nobody owes me a platform, but you're shelling out cash just to silence dissent because you can't refute it. It reeks of
True.
insecurity. And speaking of cowardice, I want to address one other thing that Sean said earlier. He claimed him and other parents were put on a domestic terror watch list. As far as I can tell, that's just a lie. There's no evidence that happened. The courts threw out that entire case for lack of standing. Even the Supreme Court refused to hear it because it was completely unsubstantiated. On my channel, on Wick's and on Pisco's, we welcome conservatives. You just saw it happen. Wick was inviting John Mosman onto his panel. Even fragile, petty cowards like Grid, we actually believe in our values, and we're not afraid of being challenged. And that's what real free speech looks like. Thank you, Sarah. You have a wonderful night.
Wait,
Love you
what's
all.
your channel called?
Radical Coder.
Hell yeah, a new sub.
Thanks,
I mean-
Pisco. Appreciate you,
Yeah.
man. Keep up the good work.
I would probably add as well that it is kind of crazy that he kicked all of us in order to, when the other conservatives had limited time to come on and be like, Pisco, Wick, can you name one good thing that Trump has done instead of like letting anybody ask a question?
And I want to make
I
clear
think
that
was
we
pretty
did.
crazy.
We had no problem with doing it, right? And then he went on to ignore the fact that we had done it and pretend that we just hadn't. And he went
And then
on
they
with
didn't
his
have
little
anything
narrative.
for Biden except for bombing people.
But
This is a double standard. The double standard that is so frustrating in these conversations.
Yeah,
that
it's
I'm
a real
willing
double
to
standard
admit
thing.
to the errors that the leftists have engaged in when it comes to free speech, but they just say nothing.
I do
I mean,
want to
like
ask.
you guys
I do-
didn't even.
Real quick, I do want to ask because this is something that doesn't get covered a lot, and I think it's absolutely insane. So there's a guy named Sebastian Gorka, right? He's the deputy assistant to the president, and he's the senior director for counterterrorism. Recently,
Oh,
he
you
just
said
asked the
Sebastian
question.
Gorka. Oh, my gag reflexes.
Yeah, I know. He went on Newsmax and he asked the question of if people who come out in support of Mahmoud Khalil are technically aiding and abetting terrorism.
Yeah, he did say that.
So that's fucking crazy. That's somebody who works for Trump's administration. So I want to ask, like, that would be a direct example of going after criminal prosecutions for people who are coming out and using their First Amendment rights. Is that something that Trump supporters would condemn? And is that, like, are we now asking for Sebastian Gorka to step out of the Trump administration? Because I would sure hope that if we have like a principled adherence to the First Amendment, we would be calling for him to step down over some shit like that. That's crazy.
Well, to be fair, I would want him out regardless before whatever he said, because I know the type of things that he says and they make me sick. I mean, he's a lot like Prager, and I can't stand Prager either. And
I missed this clip.
So yeah.
I didn't hear any of you
I do
guys
have to
bring
go
up
soon, so does
anything
any
about how they
conservative have
tried.
a question, or even a liberal, right? Does any conservative
Oh, wait.
or a liberal or anyone have a direct question for me that I can answer before I go? Something I said that you didn't agree with, or you want further clarification on, anything like that? I'd be happy to answer. And now is your time to shine, boys and girls.
Sure, why not?
I have a general question. You've been one of the more successful liberal podcasters and stuff like this. I'm just curious if you've noticed anything change since Trump's been in office for 120 days. Like, it's not typically something I or a lot of the people I associate work with, but I'm just curious, kind of wishing you luck, but also like, kind of how the reception's been for you out in the marketplace of ideas. And
I
stuff.
don't see. I'll just be honest. I haven't seen a meaningful difference in reception for me. I mean, I am growing and I'm going on bigger shows now, right? I'm going to get probably going back on Tim Pool on the 23rd, right? That's not set in stone yet, but that is in the works. But yeah, it's hard to answer that question. Sorry, right? I just don't. I haven't noticed an appreciable difference that I could relate to Trump taking office. I just can't.
I mean, any of you guys have a problem with them going after Trump and trying to impeach him when he was a private citizen? I didn't hear anybody bring that up.
Wait, what's the problem? What's the problem?
By the way,
Trump while he wasn't even
before we
president.
get into this, can I just quickly sign off? I just want to quickly sign off. Thank you for having me, Sarah.
Take care, Mel.
Pisco, Wick, nice to see you around. I didn't expect to see you guys out here, but it's good to see you. By the way, folks, we have a show on Friday, me versus Rob Noor, with the prompt, is there a difference between sex and gender? So that should be really fun. Be sure to show up for that open panel as well.
Good luck and prepare for the FISA warrants.
All right, make sure to invite me, Gizmo. There.
Someone just said
on that.
Someone just said
no,
that...
DM me if you want to. We'll help prepping for that one.
Okay, thanks. You can reach out too, because I don't have you in my DMs. Sorry, Pisco. Were you going to say something?
No. Thank you. No. Thank you for the thanks. Someone was talking about the impeachment of Trump. You were like, you have a problem with Trump being impeached?
The attempted impeachment of Trump while he was not a president.
Let me ask you this:
Whoa! You just said something.
They attempted. Listen,
Before you guys kick into that, and I will hand it back. We started a quick goal because it's either, I just go to bed or we continue trucking on. And Josh sends a big 5 asking or saying Pisco is still shell shocked from the Hortz video. Did that throw you off a little bit?
It threw me off my game a little, not gonna lie. Yeah, I was blushing a bit.
I mean, that is kind of the purpose of the like the degen videos. The doggy watching doggy porn one is my favorite. It actually really, because it's cute, but
sounds illegal.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
So
someone just said, is this clown guy, whatever clown guy?
Yeah, my mouth moves when I talk.
You're aware that Trump was impeached while he was president the second time, right?
Yeah, okay, whatever. He
Wait,
wasn't
wait,
impeached
wait a
this
second.
time. Hold on a minute. No.
Do you agree?
me.
Wait a second.
And then start screaming.
Do you agree that
he has not been
you were
impeached
wrong?
while he's been in office the second time?
Yes, he was.
That was a
Wait.
blatant lie.
Wait. You think that he wasn't impeached?
I had to do
Jesus Christ.
was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl and your love for for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Gentlemen, I wasn't done reading them because the group has come to a conclusion that they want to keep going. So Kissy Cat sent in a 2 and a 2 and a 2, and then she settles down, hammers it in with the big 50 to say, we're staying, keep going. So I am now betrothed to
5
all of
minutes. Just FYI.
That's fine for you, but I'm obligated nonetheless. So
Hey,
Pisco
Sarah, do you mind if
and hold on,
say a
because
little statement?
She's not done.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I just wanted to say I love actually Pisco and Wick.
Hey, love you, vibe. Keep it real.
So I've got a question. I've got a question for the
hold on. You guys are cucking the fuck out of me.
I just said I wanted to give it back to Pisco.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
so
Sarah.
let's give it back.
Love it. So Trippy Cast, or the whatever clown guy.
Yeah, you got it right.
You admit that you were wrong when you said Trump wasn't impeached during his second term, right?
He hasn't been impeached during his second term.
I'm sorry. During his first term, the second impeachment during his first term, he was
I
impeached
know
while he was in office.
Dude, that's stupid. I didn't say anything about that. You're the one that said that I didn't know he was impeached the first fucking time he was in office.
Wait, no. The second time he was impeached while he was in office, right? You agree with that?
He was impeached during his first fucking term. Yes, sure. But they tried to impeach him while he wasn't even president as well. And you guys have ignored that.
They successfully impeached him while he was in office.
One time.
No, twice. When are you impeached?
Okay, whatever. Okay. And what was the purpose? To try to get him out of office? Did it work? Did it fail?
To be
How many impeachments do you need to have before you're kicked out?
Do you agree?
Come on.
Right? Wait, you agree, don't you, that both impeachments of Donald Trump happened while he was in office, correct?
Was he impeached twice while he was in office?
Yes, he was impeached twice while in office. Wait, so do you not know?
Hang on a second.
Wait, I just want to know. Right
Why
now,
do you have to change the subject?
Thank you, Sarah, for hosting.
Do you know or not know whether he was impeached twice while in office?
I Wick.
Why are you changing the subject in the first place?
No, you said that he was impeached while I was out of office. I'm
okay,
telling
fine.
you right
Yes,
now,
he was impeached twice. Okay, next topic.
Wait. While he was in office, right? So you were wrong about
So
that?
do you agree that they should have tried to impeach him while he was not in office,
I want one
dude?
person to admit when they're wrong. Were
Okay,
you wrong
Destiny,
about that?
keep talking over me.
Were you wrong about that?
Keep going. Keep screaming over nothing.
Is your ego so
instead
big you
of
can't
just
admit when
answering
you're
what I
wrong about
asked
one
you?
thing? Were you wrong?
How come
weren't
you can't just answer the fucking question? Are you
I
okay?
need one person one time to admit that they're wrong on this panel. You were wrong, right?
Look, dipshit. I said yes. He was impeached twice. Big fucking deal. Now,
were you wrong about when he was impeached?
quit acting stupid.
Wait. Were you wrong about him being impeached while he was out of office? You're like a fucking child. Just admit you're wrong.
You're babbling. You're fucking babbling.
This is insane. This is what the Trump cult does to you. You
I
can't
never
admit
even said he wasn't impeached twice while he was in office. I said it didn't matter until my question does it.
You said it didn't happen when he was in office. You said he wasn't impeached while he was in office.
Whatever, dude.
So
I
you were
said
wrong,
whatever.
right? So you were wrong.
Do you agree or disagree? Do you think it was a good thing that they tried to impeach him when he wasn't in office? That's all I fucking asked.
When did they try to do that?
No, they didn't try to impeach him while he was in office. They did.
Yes, they did.
No, they succeeded in impeaching him
They
while he was
attempted
in
to.
office.
They failed at it.
No, they impeached him when he was in office. Both times. Both impeachments happened while he was in office. They both did. They were successful, 100%.
Yeah, and then they tried to impeach him when he was done being president.
For what?
Time.
No.
For what?
Look it up. Look it up and tell me I'm
He was
wrong.
impeached twice.
He was impeached twice.
Look it up
He was only
and tell me
impeached
I'm
twice.
wrong.
I just
wrong.
looked it up. I read through every page of Google. You're wrong.
You're wrong. They impeached him
No, you didn't.
successfully 2 times.
Interesting.
Look it
Okay,
up and
I never
tell
said
me
they
I'm
didn't.
wrong.
Yeah, you said that
And they never
to-
tried a third time.
They never tried
They
a different
don't-
time.
Yes, they did.
When?
They
What was the
didn't.
third
For
thing
what?
they tried to impeach him
Holy
for?
shit.
Trippy? What do you think
The
they
second
tried to
one
impeach him
happened a
for?
week before he left office.
Yes, while he was in
So
office.
Technically, they were both during his tenure as president.
And I just want you to
did they
admit you're
impeach him for
wrong.
the third time?
Don't they have to certify an impeachment? So like, aren't the sort of core questions for citizens in this case, like, did Trump do something impeachable? One, and then how far into the, like, I forgot the exact, whatever. I'm not a fucking
I just want to
common law
even
scholar, but like,
I just
would
want
they
to know
have
if
to
he's even
certify it after
alleging.
it goes
Like I
through
need
both
to
houses or
know.
something?
I need to know what they tried
What's
to
the
impeach him
third
for when he wasn't in
impeachment?
office for the third time. I
Good
need to know
God.
what that was for.
They attempted to. I know they did
For
because it was
what?
all over
For
the fucking
what?
news, dude.
For
Now,
what?
now, I think
That's because
Trippy,
Trump is the criminal.
Trippy,
Do you
you're-
not
you're-
see that Trump,
you're-
Donald
No,
Trump is a
could be the
it's
criminal?
all
criminal.
Best
It could
way
be
to
the
the fucking
indictment.
criminal. And
The
look
best
at how
way
you
to
blow up
indictment?
when somebody disagrees or comes up
You're
with some
wrong
shit
about
that you're
something
not
and you
studied
can't
up
admit
on.
it. He was
I said
impeached
words
successfully
too tricky.
twice. He was impeached
Trippy.
successfully twice while he
Here-
was in office.
Here's the thing, though. I think what you're getting at, though, is that his second impeachment was after he lost the election. So the
It
question
would have had
is,
to have gone through after he was no longer president.
No,
exactly
he's
that.
in office until
That's what I'm
January 20th.
saying.
Yeah.
He's in
That
office
was
until
still-
January 20th.
Okay. And
So they
how
impeached
long
him
would
while he
the
was in
trial?
office.
The point is, though, it is kind of.
You guys are a bunch of fucking spurgs.
Something to.
No wonder
Bro,
nobody's
bro,
ever going to
bro,
take
it's
any
like-
of you seriously if
Bro,
you
are
can't
you
actually
stop
trying to prove,
screaming.
Wait,
for
is the
5
guy
fucking
with the
seconds.
fucking clown
Donald Trump is
animated
more felonies
VTuber
than any
talking to everyone else like
know,
we're
right?
the ones that are the jokes?
No, it turns you into a joke when you start getting serious and screaming at a cartoon.
But
I
you
just wanted.
can't
I just wanted to know when
admit
the
I shouldn't have to
wrong.
impeachment
split
was.
out.
What's the
When
third
was the third
impeachment?
impeachment?
When it comes down to it, if he got impeached, did it make a difference?
It didn't. It didn't make a
Thanks for
fucking
letting him
difference
walk
the
off.
first 2 times.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank
Yeah,
God
thanks,
you let
Mr.
him walk
Khan.
off.
Yeah,
that.
thanks,
Pisco,
Mr.
you're letting
Khan.
him off way too easy. Pisco,
Why?
you got to fire it, buddy guy.
Well, listen,
Not gonna lie.
Trippy. I think what you mean is they tried the second impeachment while he was out of office, right? That's what you meant
Yes.
to say.
Right.
Okay. All right. So speak
Yeah,
clear
I
about
said it was a
terminology.
failed impeachment.
Well, no, it was a successful impeachment. The impeachment happened. I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
he didn't get impeached 3 times.
He
though.
did. He got impeached twice. I don't know.
And this is
I just said, and if you would listen, if you would be able to hear me, the people screaming, you would hear me say he never got impeached 3 times. I
All right,
didn't.
well,
say-
what's the third
second
impeachment?
one wasn't when he was out of office.
What?
The
What's the
second
third
one wasn't
impeachment?
when he was out of office.
Okay, okay. Ask yourself for a second. Whoever asked, when did it happen? It was while he wasn't in office. That was
No,
stupid.
they were both in office. He was in office or both.
The third time. The
What's the
third
third
time.
What do you
The
think he
third
tried to
time.
get
What
impeached
did he
for
get
the
third
third
time.
time?
Third time. What
Trippy,
did they?
You have no
He's trolling,
argument.
he's
You
trolling.
have no
You
argument.
You guys
Wait,
don't know
All
how
you're
to
doing right
listen.
now-
Guys,
all
we
you're
should
doing
we
is
should
quoting
listen.
Breitbart.
We should
It
listen.
is the
Trippy's
craziest
right.
thing that I've
No,
ever seen.
Trippy's right here. We should listen. Trippy,
He's
what was the
bullshitting.
thing he tried to get impeached for the third time?
I'm sure it was something fucking retarded, just like the first
Well,
time.
if
When
it,
do you-
it was
wait,
all over the
wait,
news, then you
wait,
should be able to
Trippy.
say pretty easily.
Trippy, what year did
You're
he
asking
try?
me to bring up some
How
shit
so,
from my
Trippy?
memory from like
How so?
Trippy,
4 years
what
ago.
year? Trippy, you
How
want
so?
us to
Are you serious
listen?
right now?
Explain that to
You
me,
want us
please.
to listen to you? It's okay. We'll listen to you.
No,
What year did he
I
try
made
to
my
get impeached the
statement.
third
You
time?
guys can sit there and scream and yell and cry about it all night,
I'm asking you. I'm trying
He's
to
just
listen
trolling.
to you. I'm trying to give you your voice.
and you can wash
I'm
me
signal
off or
boosting
brush
you.
me
Tell
off
me,
and say I'm just
what
trolling.
year was the third
You are.
impeachment attempt?
What was the third
2020
impeachment?
fucking whatever. 2020, 2021, something around in there.
Well,
He
he
was
was
in office
president
in both of
during
those
all of
years.
2020.
Yeah.
So I couldn't be then,
whatever.
right?
I don't
Come
remember
on.
the year.
Yeah, you don't remember shit.
It was
dude.
probably 2024.
It was probably 2024. When?
I can't remember the exact fucking date. Okay, if you guys are so
Can
studied
you
up
tell
on
us
this shit,
anything about
when
it?
was the exact date that the first impeachment went through without Googling it?
We
It's
can
in
tell you it
December
was 2016.
2019,
You're allowed to
but-
Google it, buddy.
You
We
can
could be-
Google it.
One guy knows it. Pisco
You're
knows
allowed
it.
to Google it.
You
Well,
guys
I know
are
it was in
just
December of
bottom line what I'm
2019.
talking about.
Donald Trump,
One at a time,
Donald
or
Trump
you
get
get
convicted of a
stupid
felony.
videos.
Does Trump have
Yeah,
a
she's
felony or
right.
does he not
No.
have a felony? What does Trump have?
Trump was in court, right, over the whole situation. All of it was actually other people involved with Trump. It wasn't actually anything he did in the first
What
fucking
are you
place. But
talking
they put a
about?
felony on him.
Commanding,
So
like,
being certified to run isn't the
putting
same thing
orders?
as not
Do
having
you
a felony,
realize
right?
that all of the felony accounts have to do with blue collar shit?
didn't
Blue
Cohen
collar
directly
shit?
say? Didn't
What do you
mean
Cohen
blue
directly
collar
say
shit?
that he was
What are you even
ordered by
talking
Trump?
about right now?
You-
That doesn't
surely
make
you mean
sense.
white
It's
collar
all
stuff, right?
financial stuff.
Yeah, that's not
It's
blue
all
collar
financial
dipshit. It's
shit.
white collar. Blue collar is
Yeah,
like
call me
fucking
dipshit because I called you dipshit. Okay,
no,
boy.
hey, listen. No, you're a dipshit because you just said Trump got fucking arrested for blue collar shit. You know what
He
blue
never
collar
got
means,
arrested
right?
either.
He did get arrested.
It's not like they walked him.
Oh, you're a troll.
Okay, yeah, they got
You
the
really should
mugshot.
come in here and try to blast people for stuff and then.
I
be
don't care
inaccurate.
what
That
you
doesn't
say. I don't even know who's talking right now.
Everyone
It's
be quiet as
white collar
schizophrenic is
crime,
speaking.
not blue
We should
collar
listen.
crime. White collar. You don't even know
Okay,
the collars.
and that matters. Let's argue semantics. And either way, it's not like he went to jail for any kind of
Was
SA.
he convicted?
Semantics is about meaning.
All right,
That's
he's
not
he's literally a
semantics.
troll. He's a good
Those
troll.
fucking
Though.
convicted.
This is-
Got him
He's a really good
got him
troll.
elected, didn't they?
He's a
Bro,
Got him
fantastic intellectual.
me, man.
Hey,
Of course,
good job.
this whole
Pisco,
diatribe
you know the
does
meme,
nothing to do
everyone
with
be
the actual
quiet as
case of the
schizophrenic is
school- the
talking?
topic, so.
That's what's
Yes.
going on right now.
Yeah, that's the meme.
I couldn't hear anybody because you guys decided to talk at the same time.
Well, I was just trying to
Yeah.
figure out
I'm
what
gonna
your,
protest
how
as
your
long as you guys are
whataboutism
talking
has anything
shit
to do with the
about
topic.
mental
so.
illness.
Well, you guys
I'm
are trying to sit
protesting.
here and say that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, but you can't actually prove it. You can sit
I
here and
can.
say, "Oh, he arrested so and so
Okay.
for thing."
Well, okay. What about Donald Trump saying that he wants to make burning the flag illegal? That's
That
like a
should be
direct
illegal.
violation.
I thought
But
that
that's
burning
a-
the flag was illegal.
Has that not been upheld by the?
It's been-
Has that not been upheld by the Supreme Court as a First Amendment protected activity?
I thought it was illegal.
It's not.
It should be.
Okay.
That's protected by the First Amendment, though, right?
What is?
Burning the flag,
Are you going to call it? What are you going to call it?
protected by the First Amendment.
Are you going to call it free speech when it's actually
I
freedom
think
of
it falls
expression?
under protest, I believe.
Well, you called it free speech. I'm pretty sure that's freedom of whatever I just
Yes,
said.
you
a
can
second
burn
ago.
So
Protected by the First
aligns-
Amendment.
So it's protected by the First Amendment.
Expression.
Donald Trump wants to make it illegal, right?
It should be illegal, and I thought it was.
Fucking
why
your
are
mom
we-
should be
so
illegal,
you
but I
wanna
still
get
do
rid
it.
of the you want to get rid of the First Amendment. It's
Did
fine.
Pisco just say fucking your mom should be illegal, but he still does it?
Someone
I
said
believe
it.
so. Maybe it was John.
Okay.
No,
well,
I would
all
never
right,
say that.
Pisco,
Holy crap.
don't admit to anything on live stream, okay? And don't plant felonies on live streams either. I don't know if you
Don't
ever have,
plant
but that should be a
felonies?
rule.
What does it
All
mean
right,
to
don't
plant
let
a
me know that
felony?
you
I don't know what that
fucked
means.
your mom, okay?
Plan.
Plan.
Plan. He said plan.
Oh,
It was
my
pretty
bad.
obvious.
Well, there's other people
Do
talking.
we have any
It makes
serious
sense.
fucking Trumpers here? Where are the Trumpers?
Well, I do want to
didn't-
ask. I think it was either Vive or John that mentioned this earlier to try to draw an equivalency between what Trump is doing right now with law firms to quote unquote like Biden going after Trump's lawyers. Are you A, insinuating Biden directed that, and B, are you talking about the lawyers that were orchestrating the false electors scheme?
I'm talking
Yes.
about the lawyers who obviously, the people who the Democrat governors and lawyers and district attorneys that all went after the lawyers, and that's what I asked. Yeah.
For crimes.
Wait.
though.
Yeah, it's because
You answered
like,
neither of my questions.
didn't who was the lady? Didn't Jenna Ellis plead guilty to a case where
Yep.
she was accused of like tampering with an official proceeding? You probably should disbar somebody like that and go after them criminally because they pled guilty to it.
Okay. Yeah. Because everybody that pleads guilty does it because they're
I know,
guilty.
I know, but like, let's be honest here. No one's against going after lawyers for anything, right? If there's a lawyer involved in some shady shit, we should go after them. What we're against is going after lawyers for some reasons and not for any reason, right? So like, if we're going after lawyers because they do crimes, that's a good reason to go after lawyers. If we're going after lawyers because
Well, if they break the law, yeah. But
yeah,
we're talking
if
about
you're
whether or
going
not
after a
we
lawyer because there are because of First Amendment protected activities. That's the problem.
Oh, of course, it's a problem. Just like it's a problem to use lawfare against political opponents.
It wasn't lawfare. We
What do you
have
mean by
so much
lawfare?
detail. We have so
No,
much.
there was
evidence
lawfare. There
detailing
was
it.
lawfare on there. But however, I will say
Where?
this,
How?
Pisco, I will say this that
Yeah.
with what you're saying with the lawyers, I think it's clearly under the First Amendment as a violation because one of the protected rights of a First Amendment is the assembly, the right to assemble. And
Correct.
so that's something that I don't know if anyone else mentioned that when they were trying to
Yeah,
attack on that, but
I kind of conceptualize that right
Religion,
as
speech,
as being
press,
distinct. Yeah. So
assembly, petition.
but I think this is probably understood more as an associational right, which I would say more under speech. But maybe you can make an argument for assembly. I haven't done much research on it.
no,
But
assembly is is a First Amendment.
I understand that
is-
assembly is in the First Amendment, but what we're talking here about like private associations, and I understand assembly to be more like public demonstrations physically, right, as opposed to private association with a lawyer. I haven't done the research on the history of assembly.
I see what
though.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Well,
no,
I mean,
good.
I would also point out that, I mean, like, if we're talking about the lawyers that I think we're talking about, like, we have tons of evidence showing, like, them committing illegal activity.
Sure,
like, when
yeah.
it comes to Chesborough, he was, like, literally conceding that they were trying to break the Electoral Count Act on January 6th. And I'm pretty sure Chesborough was even at the Capitol on January 6th. Don't we have pictures of him amongst the crowd that are breaking through the barriers? So, like, to pretend that these lawyers, like, are like, we just weaponized the justice system against them when they were, like, involved in multiple cases regarding plotting a conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 election, to act like that is like a conspiracy from the DOJ, and to act like there's no evidence backing it is just to not know the case.
We're not just talking about that event, right? We're talking about all the instances of lawfare that's happened since then. So
Yeah, but then it's not
Like
one to
what?
one. If you're saying that
Well,
like we're gonna
there's law
like what?
and there's free speech, right? So I mean, I was trying to make this point earlier that you are allowed to say anything you want, and your employers, your government, everybody is allowed to react to that, but you still are allowed to say what you want. Trump had people in his cabinet that went against him, and he fired them. When he fired them, That wasn't against their free speech because when he fired them, they still were able to talk. When he went against NBC, he said, "I'm threatening you," but he didn't. And they still were able to speak out. Free speech still exists under Trump. Now, just to give you guys my position on Trump, yes, I am right. I think that guy is the freaking biggest idiot in the world. If somebody offered me to have a beer with him, I would deny it. I don't like his tweets. I don't like any of those things, right?
Well, he doesn't drink.
However, if
you could have a Diet Coke with him.
No, I wouldn't even have a Diet Coke with him. I don't want to hang around that guy. I do not want to be around that guy. However, the policies he's putting in place and the things he's doing are things that I wanted to do 20 years ago. I was like, why are we not going against China right now? China's
hey, you know what?
Country right now. And I've been looking at these things.
Well, when they have their politicians, when they have our politicians in their back pocket.
And I'm like, okay, so I am a Trump supporter, but I'm not a guy that's going to drink a beer with him.
I get you.
In order to isolate back to the topic, I mean, you said that something along the lines of like, well, this is just like consequences for your actions. If the government like fires back against you for protected speech, then that's just consequences for your actions. My question is like, what would even at that point constitute a violation of the First Amendment if like the government just has justification to fire back for protected speech?
Well, I mean, that's a really interesting question, right? Because this is subjective at this point. I mean, there's always.
I don't think it is. No, I think that
you guys asked me for dates right earlier.
Yeah, for the third impeachment.
February 9th, 2021.
He was
February 9th,
2021.
I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard.
And when did he leave office? January 30th, 2021.
Wait, when did they try to impeach him?
The 9th?
And I said 2020 or 2021. You guys are he was still president.
February 9th
impeachment.
February 9th, you said?
February 9th of 2021.
Okay.
He did not serve from 2020 to 2024, did he?
No, but February 9th, they were still working on the second impeachment.
Well, he was a private citizen by the time that would have went through, wasn't he? But wouldn't he been?
But the impeachment did go through.
What happened, Elmer Fudd?
The impeachment did go through. The second impeachment did go through.
It didn't go through. This was the third time they tried it, dude.
What you're talking about is the Senate.
Again, this was the third time they tried it. Those earbuds work in your ears?
What you're talking about is the trial over the impeachment. The impeachment occurred.
Actually hear me?
Yeah, the impeachment's like an indictment.
You ignoring on purpose?
An impeachment is like an indictment, right?
Sure.
So the impeachment went through.
It did not. It was the third time they tried to do it.
Real quick, I mean the impeachment. So he was impeached like you're deaf. He was impeached for the second time on January 13th, 2021. I believe that passed through the House on February 9th, but the impeachment trial began before he left office. He was impeached before he left office.
I'm talking about the third time, dude.
The third time didn't happen. You're making that up. That's the problem.
The third time was on February fucking 9th of 2021. That's when the proceedings
were trial for the second one, buddy. That was the trial for the second one.
The third one. Okay, then the second one didn't go through then, right?
Well, the second impeachment
it wasn't successful, but he was impeached.
Follow my line of logic here.
Hold on.
So you're saying that he was impeached after he was president?
Oh, he's not a troll. He's just really dumb.
Impeachment doesn't mean that he was removed. Impeachment just means that he was hit with impeachment.
Oh my God, I'm talking about
like Pisco said, it's like an indictment.
Dude,
you can be indicted without being charged.
After he was already out of the White House.
Yes, but he was indicted before he left the White House.
So for the kids at home that don't know what's going on, Congress has the power to impeach. It was the House of Representatives that did vote to do that, and that was both of those times were done before his term was up.
Well, they both filed by Al Green.
February 9th, 2021 is when his trial with the Senate, which didn't do it, and that was probably not just a good thing that the Senate did because at that point he was out of office. So the idea of trying to do it that way. Well, here's the problem, though, is that that second impeachment happened after he lost the election. And so that wasn't about getting him out of office. It was about making a political...
No, because there are two possible sanctions for an impeachment, and that is either A, that you are kicked out of office, and or B, you are disabled from ever holding office again. And so there was definitely something still to try. What you guys are proposing is that
Right, I know that's what that's why they were trying
somehow-
to do that. Thank you for
somehow it would make sense. It would make sense for us to have like a carve out near the end of a president's time in office where nothing they can do can face the punishments of impeachment, which is completely bizarre and preposterous. Why would we think that it makes sense because of the logistics of how long it would take to bring one to come, like to actually have an impeachment trial?
So would you be okay if there was an impeachment done right now with Biden?
Sure, if there's some reason to bring it
Okay.
forward. Yeah.
Well, I would also I would also
Wait, that's
point
good.
out that
That's good. Don't you? Wait. I just want to say, don't you? Doesn't it so fucking stupid and weird to have like a 2-month window where it's logistically impossible to bring an impeachment within the term
No, it
of
has nothing to
office?
do with logistics. We're not talking about logistics. We're not
Why
talking
would you
about
make him
form.
immune?
We're talking about the reality of what's behind an impeachment. And again, as someone who was old enough to remember what happened during the fucking Clinton impeachment, I also felt at the time that was also
That's not relevant.
politically
No.
motivated.
What I'm talking about is this: is why would it make sense for us not to imply one of the most important sanctions of impeachment, that is, or a conviction on impeachment, which is disablement from office in the future? Why would we have like a whole window of time near the end of term of a president's term in office where he wouldn't be subject to that punishment for the same kind of shit that if he did it like months before, he would be subject to it? It doesn't make sense conceptually for us to make him immune in that like arbitrary window of time near the end of his administration. That's just so weird. Why would you do that?
Again, the whole point of impeachment is, in its proper context, is to deal with an issue where you have a sitting president who has broken the law. Right?
You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're saying impeachment is only about sitting presidents because the whole point is for sitting presidents. But you can't point to some case law or some statement from the framers or from James Madison or from Thomas Jefferson that says this is only for while you're in office.
You're right. There's a tradition of doing it when they're in office, but that's right. If you just want to assert that there's been new traditions that have been established during the lawfare of Donald Trump, then
that's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is the impeachment power, the sole power of impeachment, was in the House of Representatives. So really, the House of Representatives decides what is fit for impeachment, and the Senate has the sole power to try impeachments. And to me, if there's no writings on the matter that say, near the end of the presidency, we shouldn't impeach, or, we should never try an impeachment after the term in office. There's no like writings to that effect.
That's all fine and good.
It makes no sense to have this window.
However, I'm willing to grant you all of that if you'll grant to me that this was a politically motivated impeachment.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because they wanted to bar him from running from office again.
Yeah,
because he committed a
crime.
crime.
Well, yes. If that's what you define as political, then yes, it was political by that definition of political.
Yes, it was. Okay, there we go.
I would
But that's a bad definition of political. What you should be saying is there a legitimate constitutional basis for the impeachment? The answer is yes. Notwithstanding the fact that people could be motivated politically, it's been said that impeachment is, by definition, a political process. You've heard this before. And so if impeachment is, in essence, political and neat because it's done by the political branches, that is by Congress, right? Then, yeah, I guess it was political by definition, but that differentiates it to no other degree from any other impeachment. And in this case, there was a constitutional basis that was established in the facts and law by which to remove him and disable him from office. And unfortunately, Mitch McConnell did the fucking shitty thing of not following through and trying to succeeding on acquitting him.
I want to point out two things as well. So I mean, if we're like he just said, like if we're saying that an impeachment is just political because it bars somebody from running for re-election, we could also say the same thing for the bar of removing a president from office. That would also be necessarily political. That would be a political thing to do. But on top of that, I think this argument is so fucking frustrating because during the second impeachment trial, I remember the Trump administration saying, if you want to try him in a criminal court for this insurrection, you have every right to do it. You just can't impeach a sitting president. And then when we did that, when we impeached him or when we indicted him for federal crimes relating to the insurrection, they ended up making the exact opposite argument that like, you could only try me if I was impeached.
Do you want to use different words for that?
What do you mean by that?
Good
what,
evening,
insurrection? Well, fine. We can say seditious conspiracy if you want
you
to.
You said that a sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally not. Do you want to choose different words for that? I think we know.
A sitting president can't be impeached?
Well, I know. No, what Ringgold said is a sitting that
they said the sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally what happens to a.
He didn't say
president.
that.
A non-sitting president. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, like
sorry,
Rin
my
was on
bad.
a roll.
Yeah, I knew what you were
Okay.
saying. I knew what Rin was
I
trying to
figure
say.
everyone knew what I was saying.
I figured. That's
He's
why I
on a
asked
roll.
if you want to
But-
choose different words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rin
Well,
was on a
in
roll,
that case,
so-
then yes, I meant
No, I'm
not
not-
sitting president. My bad.
Rin rolled.
Rin rolled.
Rin roll. Yeah. Make it a thing.
Maybe I will.
All right. How do you guys feel
Everybody's looking
about
great
the,
tonight, by the way. Good evening. Non-fun trippy.
Hello.
But again, it's still
Pisco-
the
Pisco,
impeachment
it's been
has
a
nothing to
minute.
do with whether or not he's a threat.
Yo.
To the
You should come in here and say hi to everybody and then be like, Powder Dusty, fuck you. You know, he likes that.
He has a fun
Eats
hat. I like it
corn,
when you're
Are
rough.
you guys
eats corn the
flirting?
long way.
I don't know what you're doing. What's
Powder
up?
Dusty eats corn the long way. Yeah. How do you guys feel about the arrest of that the mayor of what state is that guy in? I forgot the guy's name earlier today. I believe
Was
or
it
yesterday.
Jersey?
He was arrested
Yeah, I
for
think-
trying to go into ice.
I think it was Jersey.
I know he's out
With
now.
the-
Newark or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Newark,
Man, that
New
guy's
Jersey.
name is
I believe.
hard to remember. Damn it. I can't remember the guy's name. But yeah.
Well,
Should have been
people
Jersey.
people are trying to apply like the term insurrection there. They're just not really careful about the term insurrection. And
Well, that's because as
yeah.
soon as a couple of people showed up to the White House and walked around with it like a guided tour, y'all
The
are
White
like
House.
insurrection,
The White House.
insurrection.
The
Well,
White House.
White House.
They're trying to stop the
Congress.
certification at the White
Sorry.
House.
Yo, wait, no, Rin, yo,
Building,
hang
I'm
on. I
sorry.
just gave you grace on an oopsie you said with language and asked you if you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but
Please
the
don't
difference is that
jump on
I
somebody else
misspoke and he
for
had
saying
the
a different
building
word.
wrong. He had a
He had
fact.
the-
He had a
he
fact
had-
wrong.
I
I
just
didn't
had a
have a
building
fact wrong. I
wrong.
just misspoke.
You said the
I
wrong
misspoke
building. You
just-
said
Well,
the
let's
wrong
give him-
word.
let's give him the
Why
opportunity.
don't please don't
All
jump on
right,
somebody
all right,
else.
so-
or something.
So
Let's
why,
give him
why
the
do you think
opportunity
it's
to
let's do
point
it
it out and
quick.
give you a
Let's
chance
do
to
insurrection.
Please, let's
Slow down,
wait,
guys.
real quick. Yeah, let
Slow down.
me make sure that he can clarify if he wants to. What building did they raid on January 6th?
It was a white one. Does it matter?
Raid is a strong
Okay, so
word.
that's why I pointed
And
it
I
out.
wouldn't even say they rated it.
That's why I pointed it out.
Okay, so
Well,
let's,
they
let's-
definitely
what,
didn't rate it.
what do you mean by
Now there was
what do
an
you mean by
unarmed woman
insurrection?
who was
What-
shot in the neck during that.
What do you mean by insurrection?
Wasn't there?
One at a
Don't go-
time.
Oh my God! Either.
What do you mean
One
by
at a
insurrection?
time.
Yes.
What do you mean by
because-
What do you
insurrection?
mean, you people?
It was a honeypot.
What do you mean, you people?
It was a honeypot. I think Powder
It was,
Dusty's
it was
correct.
totally a honeypot. And I tried to warn people that it was a honeypot and they didn't listen.
Yeah.
They-
So
You
did,
guys are cooked.
so
You
did
guys are
Trump when
cooked.
he went on stage and he said, "Do not show up to January 6th, 9th."
That's that's what he said.
He said he did.
Definitely didn't say let's
You wanna
march
see the
onto the
footage of that?
Capitol on
Yeah.
January 6th.
Definitely not
He
starting
said,
from like,
"Don't
December
show up to
19th.
it." He wanted to see a
hand
West.
check.
Is Trump a
hand
threat
check.
to the First Amendment?
I can check one hand.
What? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
Spicoli.
Can I go?
Spicoli, we couldn't hear your ass.
Yeah, go ahead, Spicoli.
I don't know if Trump is a threat to the First Amendment, but he's a threat to democracy. He's a retarded old dumbass motherfucker. He's corrupt as shit. He's stupid as fuck. He's got shit for brains, and I hate insulting shit. I thought Biden was dumb, and boy, I forgot how stupid Trump was. He shut down the economy during COVID and fucked things up. Now he's got his tariffs and he's fucking things up again.
Across
He's
the
taking
planet.
a $400 million plane from Qatar. They're a bunch of sand schwarzes.
Guitar?
They're terrorists. Trump is basically just a piece of shit. All Trump cares about is himself. Anybody
Not
that
all
thinks
yourself
Trump gives a flying
Trump's
fuck about you or anybody else is stupid. He's a fucking narcissistic, egotistical,
Who just
spoiled
worked out a
little
deal with China.
motherfucker.
Uh-huh.
And I think he's got to be a Russian mole or a Russian
Peace between
spy
India.
because
Oh, yeah,
he
we're
sucks
gonna
Putin's cock.
conspiracy theory,
He
Bill.
sucks Putin's cock.
Hey, guys,
I would
hold
rather have
on.
Faith Oracle as president than Trump. Trump doesn't even, Melania doesn't even want to suck his dick. The last time they fucked was when they had Barron and procreated.
All right,
Melania would suck my cock before she sucked Donald's dick.
Hey, Scully,
And
you know,
that's the
Scully, guess what?
reality.
Hey,
Trump
Scully.
is a sick-ass
You there?
motherfucker, and he should be impeached. They should cut his balls off and shove it up his dirt chute.
Hey,
All right,
Scully,
but,
Scully, you want to know what's
the
nuts,
no
Scully?
problem is like has this face where he really wants to engage. Can we hear from him?
Left. I just wanted Spicoli to know that it was dumb.
Yeah.
If he would be an expert on dumb because he's got a name of a fictional character from a movie where he has another movie picture on his profile for another character. So good double reference there.
I'm looking at his face and
Got him.
he looks like he wants to say something.
There's nothing specific I have to add right now. There's a lot of
Yeah,
there's a lot of
Nonfon's a
stuff
good
he
little
just said,
guy.
about
Okay.
50% of which
Just wanna
I
make sure you got
agree
your
with.
chance,
So
right? I just want to make sure you got your information in there.
And Nick H in with the big 5. I love debates. This is a party in here. Good to see Pisco, Rignald, Non-Fon, Trippy Cast. Now we need to add Rob Noir and Destiny on here.
Oh, you want to see me explode? Don't put me on a panel with Destiny. I'll have him crying.
We can
Rob-
have a
Don't
2-hour
threaten me with a
debate
good time,
about
sir.
ISO warrants.
Rob actually made his debut here last night during the open panel,
wow.
and we also have him scheduled out already for a Throwdown Thursday at the end of the month. And then he will be in that debate with Melanie this coming Friday as well. So
Interesting.
I anticipate we're going to see a lot from Rob here. So Pisco,
He's debating Furby.
here's your cue.
He's
Yeah, I
debating
have
Furby, yeah.
I'm actually making the thumbnail right now. But Pisco, here's your
Yeah.
cue if you want open panel.
He's really slumming.
Every debate goes into open panel when it's done.
Oh, that's lovely.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Listen,
All right.
Sarah, I don't hold anything against you. In honesty, Wick pissed me off more than you did. And you know, it's just having sometimes a partner, it just bogs you down sometimes. And all love to Wick, all respect to Wick. And you know what? I did shut up when I saw the woman on the horse, and so what can I say? And the men,
you know what?
And the
Your
men,
debate partner?
and the men.
Good
Wait,
luck.
what? Yeah,
Wick was your debate partner.
Yeah, he's very high-minded, and he has this very like aspirational language. When I just want to get in the dirt and just like start asking questions and mucking around in the dirt. That's kind of my.
He wants to
style.
find the common good in people, and you're like, no, let's get back into the tribalism.
100%. No,
Somebody in my chat suggests Sarah bring on Nuxanor sometime. I'm like, yeah, that's a big ask, I bet. Yeah, bring on me and Nuxanor.
Yeah.
He's a lot bigger than me, or well, any of us. I think.
He is. Oh yeah.
What's he at, like
no way.
600,000
No way that
subs?
guy will do debates. 0% chance. No way.
I don't know. You never know. He may be open to it. I don't
Hey,
know
guys,
the guy personally.
Y'all have any last questions for me before I hop off? I really appreciate the invite, though, Sarah. Raging Tomato.
How do you feel about the peace treaty with Pakistan and India, and how quickly it was broken?
I think it's a little bit early to say that there was negotiated peace. I think I saw that India said something like there hasn't been some final resolution, but if true, I think that's pretty based that we have peace. I don't like war. I don't like the notion of nuclear powers like fighting. And so if this was actually real and not just some like planned escalation, you know how Israel and Iran sometimes have that planned escalation that they know it's just for show. If I have reason to believe that this wasn't just for show, and I don't have reason to believe that, then I would think it would be a good win to prevent conflict between two nuclear powers.
Right. I have one, Pisco. Which
nuclear-
flag do you think is appropriate for people to put in their Twitter bios, India or Pakistan?
Which flag?
Yeah,
Which flag?
Which one is the appropriate one to put in your Twitter bio?
For what? For what? Between India and Pakistan?
India or Pakistan? Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
People put Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't know much
the
about the
pride
conflict.
flag.
I don't want to step out of line. I don't know much about the conflict.
Which
to be honest
flag?
with you.
Which flag is the correct one in this one?
I don't know. I know America has historically been more aligned with Pakistan, but I also know that Pakistan recently, with harboring Osama and certain attacks against Islamic terrorists and stuff, that there's been some tension there. So I don't really know, and I don't know why I would take one over the other. I don't know enough about the conflict to comment. Really, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trippy. I didn't mean to.
Totally fair,
interrupt
though.
your
Totally
line.
fair. I'd like to see
Hopefully
nuclear
it was a good
ability
one.
used for power plants instead of warfare.
Yeah.
I'd like to see
Lawfare.
it used more for that,
of
especially
lawfare?
in the U.S.
The
Let's
correct answer though for the flag
build a real
rump was
Springfield.
the Union Jack, right? It's the British flag.
Union Jack.
Now it looks
when-
so
back
close
when
to
they-
stars and bars, right?
back when they controlled the
Thank you guys very much. Love you.
Both.
Bye. Oh my God. Get me the fudge out of there. Number one, those two conservatards are some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever talked to. And I'm sorry, the moderation and Wick was so annoying. Not that Wick is a bad person or that Wick is dumb. I just like to fly solo. And starting with CBS makes no sense. Not because it isn't First Amendment related, it is, but it's just not as visceral as either the immigration stuff or the law firm stuff or any of the stuff related to even the Ann Selzer thing. I think is better than the CBS stuff. That's like people can obfuscate about the different rules at issue, and just like they do oftentimes with the immigration stuff, they try to obfuscate to the INA, but it's just not as it's more effective, I think, from a position of they're imprisoning these people or they're going after your lawyers so that you can't raise all these issues. It just is a choice to start with like the more in the weeds FCC regulation laden one. And it's just a dumb choice. And the questions you ask need to be targeted with a purpose. I just, I don't appreciate the strategic choices there. And then just like never the right questions to ask. Don't ask like, do you agree with me that like there could be a case of this or that? You need to be like more specific. You agree that all things considered, the most likely outcome is X, or do you think that this is the reason for that? But at the end of the day, some of the standards they flew out there were completely untenable, and anyone like with a modicum of intelligence will realize that. Yeah, the thing is, gather is old. The reason I don't like to get into the nuances on the specific statutes and policies is because they can't violate the First Amendment, you know? And I know, as a matter of fact, that there's a great deal of discourse on some of these rules, some of which, like, you know, the old rules of the equal time rules, so these rules about editorial discretions and misinformation, that they're used exceedingly narrowly and have not been fully tested to the courts, that is, and that the courts have admonished the government about, you know, the importance of editorial discretion, the ability, the free First Amendment interest there. And so it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the FCC says vis-a-vis these rules if it's the case that it's being done for viewpoint discrimination and it's repugnant to the First Amendment. But I can't really get into that if every second I'm having to be distracted, and he brings up the RNC poll, which isn't helpful, but still fun. I mean, like, it's fun when they like don't know jack shit, and when they give some weird standard that they they have to try to like squirm out of. I don't know what's up with like the porn that she does. Don't know what the vibe is there. It's like this. I don't get the aesthetic. Is the aesthetic like Star Wars? I feel like you could have really asked questions about the underlying material that really didn't know the topic. Yeah. And I mean, you could see that they were vulnerable. They were incredibly vulnerable on Mahmoud Khalil. Incredibly vulnerable. And so, like, why move us off that? Just makes no sense. And unfortunately, once a strategic decision like that is made, very tough to unwind, because that's what they want to talk about. And that's what Wick wants to bring it back to. But, like, yeah.